team most recently. Monken was the Ravens OC. Be sure to catch the press conference today, 12 o'clock, live right here on 92.3 The Fan. The NFL's Pro Bowl games happening tonight in San Francisco. Browns will be represented by rookie quarterback Shedeur Sanders and cornerback Denzel Ward. Sanders, if he's surprised, he got added to the AFC roster.
Yes. I was surprised. It wasn't like I was just sitting there expecting it. Like, I just didn't have too much thought in it.
Myles Garrett also selected for the games, but decided, he don't want to participate. Patriots and Seahawks continue their preparations today for Super Bowl 60. New England quarterback Drake May continues to say his right shoulder feels good after he threw at practice on Monday. Catch Super Bowl 60 coming up on Sunday night right here on 92.3 The Fan. This morning, reports said the New York Giants going to be hiring Matt Nagy to be their new offensive coordinator. NBA trade deadline, it's coming up on Thursday afternoon. Reports that the Cavaliers, among teams showing interest in Clippers guard James Harden. Word is the deal would have the Cavs sending Darius Garland off to Los Angeles. This season, Harden's averaged 25 points a game for the Clips. Cavs going to be in LA to take on the Clippers tomorrow night. Tonight, don't miss the NFL Pro Bowl games, courtesy of Westwood One. Coverage begins this evening at 7:30 right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Happy Todd Monken Day throughout all of Northeast Ohio. Happy Todd Monken Day. Think about it. When Todd steps out of his car in Berea today for his big press conference at noon, if he sees his shadow, 6 more wins for the Browns.
No, it's just 6 wins
or
for
is
the
it
Browns.
wait a minute, if he doesn't see his shadow, it's 6 more wins for the Browns. And if he sees James Harden when he gets out of his car, all the better. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin.
What side of the beard would he have to be on to see the shadow?
I think the beard makes everything a shadow around James Harden, doesn't it?
Well, it depends. Then does James see his shadow?
Doesn't matter
What
what
does that
James
matter?
sees. It's Todd Monken Day.
Huh.
Yesterday was Groundhog Day.
All right, I get it.
Todd Monken Day.
I get it. All right, okay, you win.
All show long, we're going to tell you who Todd Monken is. Going to give you the deep dive. The new head coach of the Browns. So we'll be keeping you up to date with that. At noon, his press conference, you will hear it right here on The Fan. 11 o'clock, Mary Kay Cabot will talk all about it with us. So we're ready to roll. And then we have the Cavaliers. Chris Fedor is going to join us at 1:20.
It's very interesting, Jeff.
Unless he has something to write.
Oh!
Big rumors overnight happened late last night.
About Lonzo Ball.
Chris Mannix of Sports Illustrated, first one to report the news that the Clippers are shopping James Harden, and James has kind of left the team and is home for quote-unquote personal reasons. And one of the teams interested, along with others, it's not just the Cavs deal, but the Cleveland Cavaliers, in a Darius Garland for James Harden trade scenario. Cavs wanting to get a pick or two attached to that trade. Your initial reaction is what?
No, I don't know. I'm not. First of all, we sat here yesterday and we talked about not trading part of the core four. And as I walked out of here yesterday, I was like, you know what? All right, I can feel good about that. I want to see what they're able to do on the periphery. But let's be honest, the Cavaliers are not scared to take big swings every once in a while. My first thought was, are they going to start playing with 2 basketballs if James Harden is on this team?
Which should be better than the 3 they've needed with Darius Garland?
Well, you can say it that way. And he just walked away from his. There are little things about him that just do not excite me. But if it's all said and done, the Cavs win a championship and they're able to, if they're able to win a championship, then I won't be mad. I can get over it. It's not a big deal. I'm not mad anyway. I do think it'd be an interesting twist to what we have right now to bring Harden in. How long would he be here, though? That's the other part of it. And and if you're going to let him go at the end of the season, well, then now all of a sudden you just gave up Garland for a rental.
Which might be the best move this team can make long term.
Okay.
I'm going to be on.
I'm a little
going to be
sour
on
on
an
it.
island on this one. 216-474-0092. Dan Mennigan's behind the glass. He's already in baseball mode, wearing a fabulous Milwaukee Brewers hoodie. Cam Manna is manning the phones for us. 216-474-0092. If I'm the Cavaliers and I could make this move, I would do it. Here's
would
why.
do it.
Here's why.
All right. Jeff Phelps tells us why this is a good move.
Well, why I think it could work. What's your immediate goal?
Get to the NBA Finals this year.
James Harden on this team could potentially give you a much better chance of that than Darius Garland. Darius isn't healthy. Will he be healthy? I don't know. Have they played well when he's been on the floor? 13-13. Without him, 17-8, for whatever that's worth. You know I've never been a fan of the Mitchell-Garland backcourt combination. Darius has youth on his side. He's 26, Harden is 36. That said, even right now, Harden is a better scorer. He's a better passer. He's a better rebounder. He's a better defender. And he has a better contract to help the Cavaliers long term. He has an option in his contract for next year. If he turns it down, he's out. And though you wouldn't have Darius, you would have no problems with the second apron, and you'd have the opportunity to go out and add to the team.
Are you then if you went to the finals, would you not re-sign him? Because he would be the missing element? Do you forget about the age at some point?
Maybe not, Andy. I don't even know that you would have to. I hate
you're good. You're good. I just want to make sure you're good getting rid of Darius Garland for. It doesn't matter who the player is for a half a year rental and nothing back.
Oh, it does matter who the player is.
Okay, all right. So that you get the player.
The player gives me a chance to win an NBA championship.
That's fine.
This year.
You haven't. But again,
they're not going to win the NBA championship the way this team is built right now.
You're getting rid of Darius Garland for essentially air.
No.
If you don't win the championship this year, you're giving him up for nothing.
Which they're not going. Well, that might not be true. Which they're not going to do. The way this team is built right now.
How may that not be true, Jeff? Because all I can see is because I do think Harden gives them a chance in the East. I think the East is down. I think bringing Harden in, as long as they can coexist, and you've got a point guard and you've got Donovan Mitchell, and now But I've already told you all season long I can't stand watching this team just jack up 3 after 3 after 3 after 3, and I can't tell you how many games I've watched of Harden where that's all he does.
You mean along with passing the ball like crazy to his teammates who can score like Evan Mobley?
It's not in my memory bank, but I hope it's true. If that's true, then I'm down with it, even if it's just for a half season. The long term, there's no. If they don't win a championship, this is truly a boom or bust, right? I think you said that on the conference call.
But Andy, it's also this. Do you think they're going to win one with Darius and Donovan in the backcourt together?
I know that if I saw the team that I saw in the beginning of the season last year, and these guys, and why'd you bring in Schroeder? Now you're bringing him in? You're bringing him in totally for the bench, right?
Well, I would
give Harden a rest. No,
well, or Darius or whatever.
But you just traded Darius. If you're bringing Harden, that's why.
Here's the thing.
I'm not dead set against it, Jeff, but I'm just not all in.
I'm not necessarily all in either. Our buddy Sam Amico, who was with us yesterday, has a great story on hoopswire.com where he talked to an opposing general manager who said the holdup is a pick and the Clippers adding compensation to the pick or adding a pick as compensation in the deal. And
we would get a pick, right? Okay. At least you can get some residual effect on it.
Which is an asset.
Yeah.
And the general manager's reasoning was this. They're not going to get a better player for James Harden than Darius Garland.
Amen.
And Harden and the Clippers apparently working together. This is not like I quit on my team. They're apparently working together to see if there's a trade out there that works for both sides because Harden has a no-trade clause.
Okay.
And the GM has said they'll attach a pick eventually because they won't get anybody better than Darius. Harden alleviates your cap issues for next year, I believe. I doubt that he'd be back next year. If he was, I'm sure they could figure that out. He's a significantly better player than Darius, even right now. And Darius isn't on the floor. And Darius hasn't helped you a whole lot this year. And James Harden is 6'5", and his defense, do a little digging. I've watched Harden over the years. He's a decent defender, and folks will tell you he's actually even better than that. I think he's a better defender than Darius, especially in the backcourt.
His apron salary this year is $39 million. Next year, with his player option, it's $42.3.
Not all guaranteed. Just like $13 million is guaranteed.
Well, that's the apron salary is what it's listed as. There's luxury tax against it too, which is the same number. So the cap hit's the same, and I mean, it's a 30. So you're right. If he leaves, think about what that does for your
It
relief.
opens up a lot of space.
Yeah, I mean, clearly gets you out of it. I mean, they're close to being out of the second apron now.
It comes down to this, I think, Andy. Do you think this team, as it's built with Darius Garland, can win an NBA championship? I don't think it can. And
I'm not ready to say that.
Harden could push you over the top, or
the cliff,
or it might not work. And if it doesn't work, fine. You've busted up something that hasn't worked for you. This is year number 4 with Donovan Mitchell. They haven't made it out of the second round of the playoffs. And it opens up space for you to try something different for next year.
So but you have to 100% believe you're not getting past the second round to make this
Andy,
deal.
You
had injuries. You've had injuries in this team.
Said, and I believe this. Maybe Kenny can figure it out. J.B. Bickerstaff couldn't. Kenny couldn't last year. How to make those two small guards work in the postseason. They haven't figured that out in 3 tries. Now, I know there have been injuries, okay? They haven't made it out of the second round. That's a fact. You don't go into the second apron to get to the second round of the playoffs and get knocked out.
Well, that's true. All right, I'll buy that.
And so this would be a big, big, big move. It would be a bold move, and I think it would give him a chance. I think it would give him a better opportunity to win than it would if Darius came back and were healthy. I know a lot of people have a bad feeling about James Harden, and I disagree. I think he's a really good basketball player. Is he a little out there? Maybe, yeah, maybe. Except all he does is produce. That's all he does. He produces. Even now, he's averaging 8 assists per game. He's averaging 8 assists per game. He has shown an ability throughout his career to do what the team needs him to do. And it started when he came into the league in Oklahoma City.
And are we worried about the side stuff with Harden? I mean, what makes you think he's going to...
stuff?
I mean, they're working together to get him out of there. I mean, does he want to be here? Does he want... I don't...
Well, he's got a no-trade clause. If he doesn't want to be here or somewhere else, he'll say no.
I mean, you can say that, but it's I don't... How is he get? You do have to worry about fit. How will he fit with this team?
My guess, I think he would fit better next to Donovan Mitchell than Darius Garland does. And he would certainly fit better with Evan Mobley, I think.
If I'm Kobe, I am talking to every one of my leaders on this team before I make that move. And if I get negative vibes about it, there's no way I'm making the deal.
This year, the guy's averaging 25 points a game because they need him to score a little bit more. When he got there, they didn't need him to score as much. He averaged 16 points a game in his first year. He was playing point guard. Hey, James, here's what we would want you to do if you came here. Donovan scores like crazy. We want Evan to get more shots. We'd like you to play point. We'd like you to facilitate. And you can, you'll still score your 20 points a game. But, this is a guy who 3 years in a row led the league in scoring. If you need him to score, he can score.
Well, that's true.
And he's showing that now, averaging 25 points a game at the age of 36.
When
he came into the league, he was 6th man of the year. When he was in Oklahoma City with Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant. Came off the bench, got traded to Houston, and went absolutely ballistic because they needed him to score. Now, have there been times in his career where you've thought, boy, that guy just doesn't get it? Yep.
Yes.
Dan would say that in the playoffs. And he might be right. But I just think the guy would give this team a better chance to win a championship than the team that's constituted right now. There are also other trade rumblings out there. Lonzo Ball's name's certainly out there. Jared Allen as well. So it could get really, really busy before Thursday. Guess where the Cavaliers play tomorrow?
Sacramento?
In Los Angeles against the Clippers.
Oh. Wait, what day is today?
Tuesday.
Sacramento's also on the strip, sorry.
They're playing in L.A. against the Clippers tomorrow. Folks, what do you think? What would you do? Are you willing to take the big swing, or would you rather try to see if what you have here can work? We're talking Cavs on Todd Monken Day in Northeast Ohio. It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
Do you owe 10?
and Harden's average 25 points a game. Cavaliers in LA to take on the Clippers tomorrow night. Tonight, don't miss the NFL Pro Bowl games, courtesy of Western One. Coverage starts tonight at 7:30 right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Happy Todd Monken Day to you, Andy.
And to you, Jeff.
Thank you
and
very
by
much,
the way,
Andy.
can we give a big shout out to Joey Chestnut? I mean, crushing it, setting another record, 17 and 7/8 bagels in 8 minutes. Way to
I
go,
thought
Joey.
he was eating groundhogs.
Oh, that would be nasty.
You could put one of those on
17 and 17,
put one of those
7/8.
groundhogs on a spit. That baby might be tender.
Wow. Welcome back to West Virginia Sports Radio. His name is Jeff Phelps. My name is Andy Bass.
What are you saying about the fine people in West Virginia?
I'm not saying anything, but I'm just, oh boy. You want to pick another state?
No, I don't want to pick any states.
All right, I could straight out just say Cincinnati. I could do that too.
Wow,
They're in our state too.
that's not very nice.
I had no problem with that.
That's not very nice.
I'm going to go Pittsburgh.
We're going to get
next.
back. We're going to get back.
I'll get
to
the whole AFC North in there if you want me to.
Todd Monken's
Baltimore.
press conference at noon.
Baltimore's comes with extra flavoring.
We're going to get right back into Cavs conversation as the Cavs
Old Crab.
apparently
What's that
in the
stuff
middle of all the rumors with James Harden
Old Bay,
and
yeah.
Darius
Yeah, Old
Garland
Crab.
and everything else. But it is Todd Monken Day here in Northeast Ohio.
All right.
Let's get to know Todd Monken
I would hope that's what we're doing.
with Baskin and Phelps.
We have to, don't we? Can't wait to hear him chat today. Todd Monken is returning to the Browns. It's his 14th stop in his long coaching career. He's been with the Browns and Oklahoma State twice. So 12 different organizations, 14 stops. His longest run at any stop was 7 years in beautiful Ypsilanti, Michigan. Woohoo! Yep, he was the defensive backs coach, wide receiver coach, and offensive coordinator for the Eastern Michigan Hurons, as they were known at the time, from 1993 to 1999. So there you go.
Wow.
All day long celebrating Todd Monken Day right here on Baskin and Phelps. The big rumors in the NBA, James Harden and the Clippers working together to see if there's a trade option that works for the two of them.
That's great. And will they work together if he can't get a trade
My
and he ends
guess
up
is
staying
he'd
in
be
LA?
back and play. Yeah. You know, in this situation, if the Clippers want to move on from him and he wants to move on from them, that's why he's not with the team right now. Last thing they need him to do is roll an ankle. I mean, anybody who gets him is going to get him because they want him for a big playoff run. So you want him healthy. I would think that's exactly what's going on right now.
I think it's a lot of fun when you go to Google and you hit James Harden leaves, and then you get James Harden leave OKC, James Harden leave Rockets, James Harden leaves Nets, James Harden leaves game. Okay, well, that one I can get. James Harden leaving Clippers, James Harden leave Houston, James Harden leave Brooklyn.
James
LeBron?
Harden, Leaf Club.
There's a GIF too on it.
LeBron
too.
James,
There's a
leave Cleveland. LeBron James,
big difference, Jeff.
leave Miami.
Oh, come on,
LeBron James, leave Cleveland.
Jeff.
Hey,
It's not the same.
Andy, this is a league where superstar players get traded all the time. Kevin Durant's been on
I know.
6-7 teams all the time.
6-7 teams, really?
Yeah, I'm
Interesting.
not cool enough to think that 6-7 is funny.
Trust me, you're right.
Will is in Pennsylvania. Are you in Punxsutawney, Will?
Oh yeah.
No, I'm somewhere on a highway. I don't know where.
Okay, all right.
Well, are you heading back to Ohio, or where are
From
you going to?
Punxsutawney?
Yeah, oh yeah. But yeah. I had to when you said barbecue, I was like, let me hurry up and get back to get these guys some groundhog barbecue.
Oh God. That sounds so
Put that
gross.
baby on a spit, Will.
Next time I bring some for you on Thanksgiving Eve, I'll make sure it says groundhog just for Jeff.
Thank
Just
you very
Jeff,
much.
yes.
Thank you very much, buddy.
So this
Although
is,
ground chuck is that's as long as it's not Buckeye chuck, you know.
Oh man.
Sorry.
So this has got to be like this is like a Jimmy move of 24 days. Like, we should have traded Darius last year. And if we're going to trade Darius, in my opinion, why in the world did we get rid of Hunter? I mean, he could do what Darius did. There's plenty of pieces on this team for that. I would rather have a younger guy than James Harden that we can keep for a longer time and then get Giannis in here. Like, I know we could still possibly get him, but I think that James Harden, like you said, he's consistent, all right? He's consistently asking to leave teams just because he's not happy, and he's chasing money. So, like, he's just coming here to chase a ring before he retires. I'd rather get somebody younger than put this effort in. He's a head case. Like, we don't need that in Cleveland.
Okie dokie. Will, thank you very much. Drive safely.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
I think the guy gets a bad rap because he shows up and he plays. You know, take a look at NBA players, star players, and how many of them bounce from team to team to team.
Nobody cares.
Who's nobody?
I'm just saying, people don't care if these guys go from team to team. I don't think that's.
But apparently, everybody does about James
Harden.
Harden.
On this one, though, based on what Will said, I mean, there's a history of. I don't know what's a nice way to put it. I know he said head case. I don't want to use that word. Stability. How's that sound? There's a history of stability on there. Is that a fair way to put it?
Stability of what? For whom?
Harden and what he brings to the team outside of his basketball ability.
All I know is that the guy is a tremendous basketball player.
I hear what you're saying. I think you're right, Jeff.
This is not just a basketball, flat out on the court move. I do think he would give the Cavs potentially a better chance to win an NBA title this year.
This year?
And they also nobody wants to deal with this. I'll deal with it. It gets you out of a problem. The problem is you have two small guards in the backcourt, and it hasn't worked for you. And if you get rid of one of those guys, take a better chance to win an NBA title this year. Let's say you don't do it anyway, okay? And Harden doesn't stick around. Great. All of a sudden you have cap flexibility. You have the ability to go out and add to the team because you have more money you can deal with. And you can get out of a situation that has not worked here. If you want to have great regular seasons, great. If you want to go deep in the playoffs, I don't think this works. And I'm not saying that just today. I've been saying it for a long time. But I also will readily admit, maybe they can get it together. Maybe they can. It hasn't happened yet. I personally think it'd be an easier situation to win with a guy like Harden on this team than with Darius.
Let me throw this at you. Here's how I feel, okay? You sound like a guy that if they can make this deal done, you would put the car in drive. I feel like I'm in neutral on this thing right now. Like, I could be thinking about going into drive, but I might slip back into reverse. Menigan, drive, neutral, reverse on a James Harden deal.
Park, take the driver's license away and burn it in front of their face.
So I'm thinking he's going
not
backwards.
A James Harden fan.
Is this about Harden? Is this about his ability? Is this about the long-term ramifications of this? You are the anti-guy. Like, I'm totally in the middle on this because if it happens, I see what Jeff is saying about what could happen to the offense this year. And if Harden buys in, I agree with Jeff. But I am unbelievably reluctant to do this. And I know Jeff feels like there could be something on the other side of it. You're essentially, especially if you know he's going to leave, he's not going to take his player option at the end of the year. You're giving, and I would need to hear what the Clippers got to give you a little bit more.
What would that mean for the rest of this year, anyway? If he's looking for a new contract and not picking up his option, he's going to be nothing but a solid citizen.
I would hope so. I hope you're right. And again, it's about hope and being in neutral. Now, explain to me why you wouldn't even think about getting in the car.
The reason I have absolutely no interest whatsoever when it comes to bringing James Harden onto this team is the fact that on the floor, you can build a case where it could possibly work. The problem is, I don't think that case is going to happen. I don't think Donovan Mitchell is going to want to give up the ball to James Harden, and I don't think James Harden is going to want to give up the ball to Donovan Mitchell. James Harden's defense is not much better than what you're getting out of Darius Garland. Is it maybe a little better because he's 6'5"? Sure.
Stop. Okay, so you've improved your defense.
Good. Congratulations.
You've
now
also
you're going to
improved
find your way into the
facilitating.
playoffs with a guy who's notorious for completely collapsing every time the pressure mounts onto him. Right here, the last 4 years in games of elimination when it has come to James Harden. You ready for this?
Elimination
in 2022,
games.
James Harden had 11 points.
Second listen. Go ahead.
In 2023, James Harden had 9 points. In 2024, James Harden had 16 points. In 2025, James Harden had 7 points. When the going gets tough, James Harden crumbles every single time.
And Darius has done what for you?
He's gotten you probably closer than James Harden will get you. Because James Harden will get you a headache.
Beg to differ.
James Harden will get you a guy who is a unbelievable passer and a first ballot Hall of Famer, and a play style that personally I despise watching, which also plays into it as well. I don't think this trade makes the Cavaliers that much better, and I think it gives them more headaches than anything else. And if you're looking at this as I want to win this year,
he wouldn't be here long term.
If you're looking at this as I want to win this year, I don't think it does it for you. And if you want to clear space for next year, there are better ways to go about this. I'd rather trade for Drew Holiday. You go get Drew Holiday right now. He would fit more what the Cavs want to do than James Harden would. And he doesn't need the ball to be super successful. And he's a bulldog on defense. I would go get Herb Jones before I would do this. I would go get Trey Murphy. There are a lot of other guys who are out there.
But would any of those
deals
deals work?
Yes.
Would they work?
Checked all of them on the cap. Yes.
Jim's in Strongsville. Hi, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Guys, Andy, Dan, I appreciate where you guys are coming from. I appreciate where the caller's coming from, but it's time to be realistic about Darius Garland. I love the kid. The kid can't stay healthy. He cannot stay healthy. He hasn't played and finished an entire playoff series in his entire career. He hasn't finished a season in his entire career healthy. I understand what you're saying, but you guys have this magical world out there where you think like there's something better out there for Darius Garland, a young player with a long contract that's very expensive. What exactly do you think you're going to get for him? This is what you're going to get for him. This is the way the NBA works. And this gives you flexibility.
It feels like it's nothing, though, Jim. It feels like you're getting nothing. If you get a draft, like maybe if you got can you get a first-round draft pick back from the Clippers?
According to a general manager who spoke to Sam Amico, yes.
All right. That makes me feel better. I'm okay with it then.
What do you think you're going to get at Darius Garland in the playoffs? What have we got in the last 3 playoffs with Darius? Nothing. Guys, he's still in a boot. He's this foot problem isn't going away. That's even a factor that I'm not even talking about.
Jim, tell me he's going to play this year. You can't, can you?
I honestly don't know he's going to get back on the court.
Neither do I.
Do you want me to go back and Zydrunas Ilgauskas, if you want to go back, if you want to talk about the injury problems, but Z was hurt 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
He missed 3 of his first 4 years.
Yeah, well, the first year he didn't play at all. So
that was one of his first 4 years.
Yeah, so he had 1 82-game season in his first 5. So
I understand that. Listen, honestly, Andy, I think this is the way you are, and this is what I love about you.
Yes,
I get it, man. I love Darius Garland. The problem is like the expectations in our heads and our love for him is not showing itself and playing out on the court. And it hasn't in years. I love the kid. I wish he would have lived up to his full potential. But I just think these injuries and you know what you're saying, the foot injury. I've also seen guys that have been out of the league with these types of foot issues.
I get it. Z had great doctors here in town that got him back and got him moving. I get it.
I just think this risk is worth it, especially when you look at this might be the best deal you're going to get for Darius Garland. You may be looking to move off of him at the end of the season, anyways.
Right, that's true too.
This is the best deal you're going to get, and it's for a guy who theoretically could come off the books next year for you. I get it. Nobody likes it. I get it. It tears at the heartstrings. I love this kid, but maybe it's time to have some jerks on this team because having a bunch of really nice kids on the team hasn't worked out so far.
And, Jim, if you're going to move off of him in the offseason, you can do that now and then be able to do something else maybe in free agency or another trade because you have flexibility. And it would be you'd have to look at it as a 2-part deal. We got this for now, but this for next year, if you're going to move off of them next year anyway. 216-474-0092. Folks, Cavs are in the middle of these talks, apparently. They are the team that, along with Minnesota, one of the teams involved here, talking to the Clippers about James Harden. What do you think? I'm willing to roll the dice because what I think they've put together here, though a great collection of talent, I don't think is a very good fit. Would Harden be a better fit? I'm willing to find out. It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan on Todd Monken Day, new coach of the Browns, press conference at noon. Andy's all excited.
When there's news that affects the Cleveland sports.
ACL in her left knee following a crash last Friday. The 41-year-old is scheduled to ski in the women's downhill event coming up on Sunday. Tonight, don't miss the NFL Pro Bowl games, courtesy of Western One. Coverage begins tonight at 7:30 right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You know, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, that's us, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7. That's 5 fabulous hours, live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free, which is the best price, and watch all of the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
It's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. We will be hearing Todd Monken's press conference. We're talking Cavs right now because they are apparently in trade conversations with the L.A. Clippers. James Harden and the Clippers trying to find out if they could maybe work a deal that benefits both of them. And the Cavaliers apparently showing some interest there. So we'll get right back to your phone calls, but you know, it is Todd Monken Day right here in Northeast Ohio.
Let's get to know Todd Monken.
I would hope that's what we're doing.
With Baskin and Phelps.
Todd Monken's wife is named Terry. So Todd is married to Terry. They have a son, Travis, and Todd's brothers are Ted and Tony. So there's some kind of a T thing going on right there. His parents' names are Ellen and Bob, so who knows? But
That's
there's a T thing going on. Terry, Travis, Ted, Tony, Todd. Parents are Ellen and Bob.
Ah. You don't play the name game with your family, did you? You didn't, did you?
No.
With initials?
No.
So I came from an ABC family, and then my family is ABC.
Yeah.
And we have a ton of, we pretty much used up, after my brother passed away, which today would have been his birthday, crazy. Everybody started getting named with double B's because my brother was Bruce. So they got all these B's in our family too.
BBs.
All, like, trying to think, there's at least two that I know. 2 or 3.
BBs. Cavaliers talking trade. You can also, rumblings about Lonzo Ball. And a couple of destinations mentioned for him, including going to Charlotte with his brother. And there's some Jared Allen tumbling out there, too. But the big thing is James Harden in a deal that might involve Darius Garland. Well, if they make a deal, it would have to involve Darius Garland. Cam is in Cleveland. Cam, welcome to the show.
It's the mayor, Jeff.
Oh, Ken, how you doing, bud? Sorry, it said Cam up on the screen.
I thought you were Cam Neely.
Cam
we were going to talk hockey for a second.
He must have put himself up there. Hello, Ken.
First of all, I think Andy brought up the fact that we got Schroeder the other day. Okay? Yeah. And here's the other problem. Somebody brought up, James Harden is the biggest crybaby in the NBA. Because if you don't like something someplace, I want out of here. If he gets traded, I just don't think there's easier ways of doing this if you're looking for a cap dump, and then you've got Schroeder for next year and whoever else. No, that doesn't work, okay? The Clippers don't have, ready draft picks tomorrow, okay? Their number ones are 30 and 31 or something like that.
Yeah, they've kicked him down the road like the Cavs have.
I'm not giving up a talent like that and not taking a guy that's ready to retire. Okay, I don't. And Madigan said I don't like James Harden's game either. He's a foul hunter. I hated his game forever. He can't shoot anymore, so he tries to draw fouls. And I literally can't stand the man. I'll be honest with you.
Speaks highly of you, Ken.
SGA has picked up his game as well. But this trade doesn't make any sense to me that you're taking a guy that's 10 years older, and then you've already got Schroeder. And I understand the size thing. I totally get it. I got 3 6'1" guards and 4 6'4" guards. Okay, I totally understand. That's why we wanted Ball. We hoped that was going to work out.
Yeah,
it didn't work out. Okay,
But Ken, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
The way the team is built right now, do you think that team can win a championship?
I do. Okay. I really do. The problem is, you talked about, I think Andy brought it up about jacking up threes. Well, as I said the other day, Jared Allen had this line that said, feed your local big man. And I think they're starting to do that. Even Kenny said that the other day. I think this is totally pure speculation. Harden he's been a crybaby his whole life, his whole NBA career. I don't want any part of somebody like that. I don't think it fits here, and I don't think Donovan would put up with that. I think it's totally. If he ends up anywhere, he's going back to Houston because they absolutely need a point guard.
All right, Mayor. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, Mayor.
I think this trade, I think people are looking at it as like a long-term move. It's not a long-term move. What it would do, I think, if they pulled something like this off, would give them a better chance to win a championship this year, perhaps. Again, it would be fit. I think Harden would be a better fit than Darius. And then if Harden doesn't return next year, which I would assume he wouldn't, that would be part of it, it gives the Cavaliers an opportunity to improve a basketball team. They could make moves in the offseason. They would have flexibility. It gets back to they're going to have to figure out, do we think this team, as it's built right now, can get us to where we want to go, which is an NBA championship? If they think yes, well, then they don't make this move. And Ken thinks it can. All right, so he wouldn't make the move.
I know you keep saying that he wouldn't pick up Zion, but why would you walk away from $42 million?
Because he would want something like 80, 90 million guaranteed. There's only like 14 guaranteed in that trade or in that contract.
13.3, yeah.
So that's the reason why. He'd be looking. He'd be looking for a payday.
He's got a 15% trade bonus in that too. So
yeah, the word is that he would not pick up the option. Wayne is in Los Angeles, California, where the Cavs will play the Clippers tomorrow night. Hello, Wayne.
Hey, Wayne.
Good day, guys. I would do this deal in a heartbeat, and if I'm Gilbert, I would applaud it because we need to win now, and we can't wait for. I mean, he's an elegant player. He plays like a gazelle. I like him, but we're not going to win a championship with Mr. Garland. I'm sorry, because you can tell already, just playing a team like Orlando, how the matchups are just different. And the way
we crushed Orlando last time we played them, though.
Right,
with guys that are hurt.
There was a certain element that wasn't there that they could pick on.
You're talking about last year? You're talking about playoff time, or are you talking about now?
I'm talking about now.
Oh, I thought we destroyed Orlando.
And that's without Garland. Garland doesn't create the matchups to get us to the title. Harden would, and I need Harden for right now. I'm not thinking about next year or the year after that. And you know what else, Andy? I'm not trying to win a personality contest. I'm trying to win. So I would think right now to make this move in Cleveland, you need to do it. You need to go for the championship. You need to win now because that window is closing.
Well, if there's a franchise that knows how to do it, it's this one. So I don't disagree with what you're saying there, but maybe we're watching two different Orlando games because that was probably one of my favorite games of the season. I don't know. Just looking back, let me go back to the last Orlando game. Am I nuts? No.
And now in his mind also includes the playoffs, right?
114. I mean, we beat him 114-98 and beat him 119-105. I don't know what he's talking about with Orlando.
I think Orlando's could be a nightmare matchup for the Cavs.
It wasn't. I mean, I know you're not going to compare the regular season, although they have what's his name's hurt. So I don't. Maybe that's why. I thought we dominated Orlando last week. So.
I asked because if it includes the playoffs, then you probably don't want James Harden.
Jeff is in North Homestead. Jeff, welcome.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Listen, I think we might be just on the same page because of our names. But listen, I really struggle with the caller 2 callers ago saying that James Harden can't shoot. It's like, what the hell are we watching, guys? Yeah. The guy is averaging 25 points a game. He's physical. And guess what? When he goes downhill to the rim, he does it with purpose. He's not just dribbling around. You can call him a free throw merchant all you want, But guess what? When you get to the rim, free throws are going to happen. That's part of the basketball game. What I like about this deal more than anything, it's not about this year. Yeah, of course, I think he's a huge upgrade right now. We have defensive guards in Schroeder and Ellis that we just picked up. We've gotten stronger at that position in the past couple days. What I think is crucial to this is it is going to inevitably open up all of the space next year. I don't want James Harden back next year. I want to run it this year and see what happens, because next year with that flexibility and getting Darius's contract off the books, it does give us an opportunity in free agency again. Everybody's overreacting about, oh, we're going to sign a 36-year-old or re-extend him. He's going to want $40 million a year. I think what they said was he was looking for a 2-year extension in the neighborhood of $80 million.
That's right,
that's
Jeff.
a lot of money. That's not money I want to spend. But at the end of the day, right now, Harden makes us better. And if anybody thinks otherwise, I just don't understand it. Forget the attitude. At 36, guess what? We might find out that he's switching teams because he wants one more shot at winning. And maybe with a player like Donovan, who's headstrong and is a great leader, he'll be able to keep that under wraps. You know, everybody just thinks because of past, it always dictates what your present and your future is going to bring. That's not always the case in life, guys. People need to stop overjudging that stuff. The facts are the facts. Harden is a top 25 player. In efficiency, he's number 24 at 25. Darius is in the 60s. 17-8 without Darius. Guys, the numbers are telling. And here's one more quick point, and I'll let you guys go. Lucky enough to have a ex-Cavs player who trains my daughter on a weekly basis, ex-Cavs guard. We were talking about Darius's foot injuries in specific, and I asked him because of his career as well. He said with those toe and foot injuries as a guard, you're always driving, planting. That's going to nag him the rest of his career. Did he say that? No, but he said that that's something that he's going to have to manage the rest of his career. It's not just going to go away, guys.
And
so you have to keep that in mind too.
Good luck to your daughter. Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate
it's weird to me, and who knows, but a great toe injury, and saying great because, you know,
yes, because
just
that's
don't
what
want
it
to
is
say
called.
big toe, yeah.
Sergeant Hulko.
On each foot. That's weird. I've had
maybe his toe's not so great.
I've had injuries to that before. Man, you just can't push off. And my hope is that Darius gets past it and has a phenomenal career. But
I've got a good foot
those are
doctor for him
serious.
if he wants to go see him.
Oh, I have a good one.
I have an excellent one. I have two really good
I
ones.
have the Cavs team foot doctor.
I have the guy that helped Z.
Well, there you go.
And another guy who's fantastic that I coach with.
Ding! That's wonderful. It's wonderful for both of us, Andy.
Yes, look at that.
We know people.
Do you have any bunions or whatever? Do you have any of those?
No, just want to take a moment and say in the playoffs, James Harden, 7 free throws a game, 6 free throws a game, 5 free throws a game, 5 free throws a game, and 4 free throws a game.
They don't call as many fouls.
When it comes to the playoffs. Oh, yeah, funny how a foul merchant can't get fouled in the playoffs.
Andy, it's weird. I don't think Dan likes James Harden.
I like sitting in the middle of this today because like I said, I'm neutral. I'm like Switzerland on this argument. I can go either way, and the chocolate's pretty good.
Bob,
I'll
welcome to the show, Bob.
Bob.
Interesting conversation, guys. Number one, the Cavs are not going to win a championship with Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell at guards. An earlier caller said he didn't want to lose the asset that Darius Garland is. In actuality, Darius Garland is a liability because he's only an asset when he plays, and he doesn't play that much. So when he sits on the bench, he's taking up a roster spot, and he's draining money. And we're getting nothing for it. And does anybody want to go through 4 more years of, can he play tonight? Is his toe hurt? This is an opportunity to improve the team short term. And then even if Harden doesn't come back, you've got, going forward, you have many more options. And while Harden may be a head case, Darius Garland is a toe case. And that's not going to get better. So this is an opportunity to lose the liability and move forward.
Bob, you sound like a businessman.
Well, it's a bit. Basketball's a business.
Yes, it is. All right, Bob. Thank you very much. Toe case.
I do. There's no guarantee the toe problems are going to hinder him for the rest of his career.
No, there isn't. Again, I don't look at it that way. I think they're in a big jam with the cap. And
toe
second
jam?
apron, and toe jam's easily cleared up.
Yeah.
But this deal, if something like this happens, it gives you, I think, a better chance to win this year and takes care of a problem that this organization is going to have to take care of, or it's not going to be able to function moving forward.
I agree with that. So that's where the cap space luxury could be, and luxury might be the wrong word, but to have that kind of flexibility in the future would be nice. Yes.
It's Todd Monken Day here in Northeast Ohio. We'll be talking more Cavs coming up in the show. Todd Monken's press conference at noon. Mary Kay Cabot covers the Browns. She's joining us in about 4 minutes on Todd Monken Day here in Northeast Ohio.
It may be last call for football, but FanDuel is giving you a daily profit boost every single day leading up to the big game. Today's 30% profit boost is on the rushing markets. Rushing yards, that's what we're talking about. Over, under, alt rush yards, most rushing yards. They're all there, right? And you talk about some things like, Kenneth Walker, did you watch him play last game? Man, is he excited. Is he going to hit the over-under on this thing of 76.5 yards in the Super Bowl? How about lowering Drake May's rushing total to 30-plus instead of 36.5? All of those things sitting there. How about my man, Travion Henderson, and Ramondre Stevenson? You put them together, and maybe you have a chance for more rushing yards over Walker. All of these fun-filled plays are in there for you if you hit up FanDuel. So all you have to do is opt in each day and place an eligible bet.
ACL in her left knee following a crash last Friday. The 41-year-old, who will wear a brace, is scheduled to ski in the world's women's downhill event coming up on Sunday. Tonight, don't miss the NFL Pro Bowl games, courtesy of Western One. Coverage starts at 7:30 right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
If you need to make a beer run this weekend, relax. You won't miss a moment of the action. We are the radio home of the Super Bowl. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Welcome back to Todd Monken Day here in Northeast Ohio. Again, something about Todd seeing his shadow and wins, or not seeing his shadow and wins. That's going to happen today when he gets out of his car in Berea. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Jeff Phelps. My partner is Andy Baskin. Press conference for Monken coming up in 56 minutes or so.
Ooh.
And this young lady will be there asking questions. She covers the Browns for the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. She is Mary Kay Cabot. You can follow her on Twitter at Mary Kay Cabot, C-A-B-O-T. Hi, Mary Kay.
Hey, Mary Kay.
It's actually at Mary Kay Cabot.
Hey, what did I say?
I thought you said, maybe it cut out. I thought you just said Cabot.
No,
anyway.
I said,
he did say
Mary Kay Cabot. That's C-A-B-O-T.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, M-A-R-Y-K-A-Y C-A-B-O-T.
There you go. I'm driving to the press conference, so
nice.
I must have hit a dead zone there for a second.
Hey, by the way, before we get into this, it is Todd Monken Day in Northeast Ohio, and we're celebrating.
Let's get to know Todd Monken.
I would hope that's what we're doing.
With Baskin and Phelps.
Here you go. Todd graduated from Wheaton North High School in Wheaton, Illinois. He played quarterback. Other quarterbacks from Wheaton North: Chuck Long, who played at Iowa and then in the NFL with the Lions and the Rams, and Ohio Stater, Andy, and NFL quarterback Kent Graham.
There you go.
How about that, Mary Kay?
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Slam dunk. I don't even know why we even did a search. If we would have known that, we could have saved ourselves a lot of time and effort.
Before we get into anything with Todd, what's up with Jim Schwartz? What are we hearing? And you put something out on Twitter within the last 24 hours that they got to figure something out soon because Monken needs to know, right?
Yes. Either they've had that conversation already or they will have to have that conversation very soon because Todd has to assemble his defensive staff. He's already putting the finishing touches on his offensive staff, but he's not going to probably be able to wait much longer to make sure that he's got everyone in place on his defensive staff. And I'm sure some of those guys, too, are wondering what the future holds. So if they haven't had that combo yet, they must have it soon. But I wrote also a column over the weekend saying that I think there is a decent shot that he will come back, and I think he should. I think when things settle down and cooler heads prevail a little bit, that maybe he will see the wisdom in coming back here and coaching one of the best defenses in the NFL. And if he and Todd work together as well as they have individually, it could mean another chance for Jim to go out after this season and get more looks at head coach.
I'm wondering what the alternatives are there for him. And I'm also wondering, could the Browns, and this is just hypothetical, and Jeff looks at me like I'm crazy when I say this, but, I mean, he still has 2 years left on his deal. Could the Browns trade him?
Well, I suppose that's possible. I'm not 100% certain about that. But I know that they really want him to come back here and coach this defense, and we know that Myles Garrett wants that. We know that Denzel Ward, who I talked to the other day, really wants that. So that's what the Cleveland Browns are aiming for. And even if Jim has other opportunities, that's not the hope on the part of the Cleveland Browns. They want him to be the defensive coordinator of the Browns.
Do you think that Todd's reached out to his leaders on defense and said, hey, guys, is there a way we can make I want him, or how would we be if we don't have him? Do you think he's reached – maybe we'll find that out in the press conference, but do you think he's reached out to his leaders?
You know, I'm not sure about that. I don't know if he has or not. When I asked Denzel if he had reached out to Jim Schwartz, he hadn't done that yet and didn't feel like that was his place.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if Todd reached out to the defensive leaders, but I'm sure he's probably reached out to Jim. And I believe that by now, or again, it will happen soon, this conversation will take place and they will all try to find a path forward.
Todd Monken's working on the offensive staff, Mary Kay, and he's brought in a lot of folks from Baltimore. And who knew so many of them had University of Akron backgrounds. The offense worked in Baltimore. Can the same guys get the job done here?
Well, I think so, as long as, of course, they have the quarterback. You have to have a quarterback, and then you have to have some really good weapons for that quarterback. So if they can find and identify that quarterback, whether he's in the building now or not, and if they can add some pieces to the pass-catching pile, then I think that this staff and Todd Monken will be very successful with this offense, because he's been successful wherever he's been, as long as he's got the quarterback to do it. So I do think the future looks bright on offense if they can find their guy.
There's a bunch of things. I don't know why, but this keeps popping in my head. I'm just curious, and we'll come back to Monken here in a second. Your thoughts on the Browns' possibility of going over to Paris? Because I keep thinking, I'm like, here we go again. I wonder how this thing's going to look if they let them do this, and the expansion of trying to go over to Europe and play some more games.
Well, I mean, people really need to get used to the idea because Roger Goodell wants every single team playing an international game every single season. So this is part of the NFL now, and it's something that fans are really going to have to try to embrace, even though it takes their team out of the country for at least one game a season. It's really the wave of the future, and it does seem like the Paris thing is probably happening.
Mary Kay, we're all from Cleveland. We all want to see the Browns do well. You know, we cover the Browns. We have to be objective about it. We all want to see them do well. I look at the Todd Monken hire, and I think, okay, no reason to think that this guy can't get it done. And the guy that comes to mind to me is Bruce Arians. And those two guys have enough things in common career-wise that I think it'll be fun to watch and see how that plays out. I did a little digging between the two. Arians was a 14-year college coach before he ever moved to the NFL, and Monken was an 18-year college coach before he ever moved to the NFL. And each of them had one bit of college head coaching experience, and that's it. Both getting hired at the age, well, Monken will be 60, in 2 days. It was 61 for Arians. It's happened before. You know, my fingers are crossed that it can happen again with Todd Monken.
Yeah, there are definitely some parallels there, and they're both really amazing coaches, and they just didn't get their chance until later in life. And Bruce Arians really wanted the Cleveland Browns head coaching job on a number of occasions.
Yeah.
He really, really wanted that, and they did not give him that chance. But other teams did, and he went on and he won a Super Bowl, and he also won his second NFL AP head coach of the year after he was interim coach of the Colts, and he also won it that year too. So yes, I do think that there are some parallels here, and I think that, and I've been saying this since day one, I think Browns fans are really going to like Todd Monken a whole lot when they get reminded of what he's all about, what his personality is, and all of those kinds of things, as long as he has the quarterback and can win.
What do you think he'll say about the quarterbacks today?
I don't know. My guess is that he'll probably say he's going to evaluate the situation very thoroughly and see what he's got in the room now, and then try to figure out if he needs to add to the pile. And, you know, that will be his decision in part, and it will be the front office decision in part. So I think he's going to have a say in that, and I think he should have a say in that. And, you know, I think he'll have a great pair of eyes on who the quarterback should be, and then they'll all go from there.
Mary Kay, do you think he could possibly say something, you know, like a timeline on quarterback? I wonder, is this something that they would want to take into training camp, or do you think he'd like to know who he's going to be starting at quarterback before they ever even get there?
Well, in a perfect world, you would want to know who your QB1 is when you head into training camp, because you need all the reps you can possibly get. You're installing a new system. You have new coaches, new personnel, and it would be nice for them not to have to be in a quarterback competition in training camp. But that's in a perfect world. We don't know if they're going to be able to work it out like that, because you've got Deshaun Watson, you've got Shedeur, maybe you'll still have Dylan Gabriel, and perhaps you'll have another quarterback, whether that be a rookie or a veteran. So I don't think that they should do another four-way quarterback competition, but they might have to wait until camp to work some things through.
How do you if he doesn't have Schwartz in as defense coordinator, how do you think this thing will play out, and how many of those guys do you think they'll keep around?
Well, the defensive staff is still intact right now, so I don't know if he would add a coordinator to that or if he would promote one of these guys. Because if you add a coordinator, you would want to give him the authority to hire his own people. So I'm not exactly sure how that would work out. There are some very qualified guys on this current staff right now that could probably step up and coach these guys really, really well and coordinate this defense. So that could be one option.
When you look at what Monken has done in his past, Mary Kay, and tons of college experience, some NFL experience, obviously like double-digit years, but do you get the sense that he's a more pass coach, a more run coach? In Baltimore, clearly running was what they did, but they had Lamar Jackson at quarterback, which meant you had another running back on the field at all times. Or do you get a more balanced approach to him than what we saw from Baltimore?
Well, I think that he is very versatile and eclectic in what he can do offensively, and he's coached all different kinds of quarterbacks, all different kinds of systems. He's emphasized the run. Derrick Henry had some of his best career seasons under him.
Sure did.
Nick Chubb excelled under him here, and then yet he also really has taken pretty much every single quarterback that he's coached to new heights from a passing standpoint, including Lamar Jackson. So I think he can do all of those things. And I think what he'll do is decide who is his starting quarterback and then kind of go from there.
We will listen for you in the press conference. Anxious to hear what he has to say today. It'll be fun. Thank you, Mary Kay.
Thanks, Mary Kay.
Thank you, guys.
And again, follow Mary Kay on Twitter at Mary Kay Cabot, C-A-B-O-T. How you spell her last name? At Mary Kay Cabot on X. And read her in the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. I just threw out that Bruce Arians thought. It's happened before. And, what I think the Browns are hoping to find with Monken. I'll give you a little bit more on that and some more thoughts on Monken because, you know why, Andy?
Why?
It's Todd Monken Day.
I've got a fun question for you, too, when we come back.
Oh, good. I can't wait. It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
Vaughn said that she will try and compete in the Winter Olympics in Milan Cortina. Vaughn will try to ski despite suffering a complete rupture of her ACL in her left knee following a crash on Friday. The 41-year-old, who will wear a brace, scheduled to ski in the women's downhill event coming up on Sunday. Tonight, don't miss the NFL Pro Bowl games, courtesy Westwood One. Coverage starts at 7:30 right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Todd Monken press conference coming up at noon. You'll hear it right here on The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan or you know where else. Apple Podcast, Spotify. Oh, you can get it wherever you get your podcasts.
Monken press conference at noon. Todd Monken Day all day long right here on Baskin and Phelps, where we enlighten you with Todd Monken information. Dano.
Let's get to know Todd Monken.
I would hope that's what we're doing.
With Baskin and Phelps.
So, Andy.
So, Jeff.
Our new head coach is a graduate of Knox College in Galesburg, Illinois.
That's the school of Knox College.
Actually, it was originally called the Knox Manual Labor College.
Okay.
I thought.
Do you know what your alma mater's
interesting
original name was?
Combination. Kent State Teachers College.
Close.
Yeah, something like that.
Kent State Normal College.
Oh, there you go. So he went to Knox College in Galesburg, Illinois, where he earned a bachelor's degree in economics. So there you go. Knox also gave the world, not just Todd Monken, nope, the host of the Match Game, Gene Rayburn.
Really?
And
dun, 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 dun.
Whitcomb L. Judson, who invented the zipper.
Really?
So the guy who invented the zipper, Gene Rayburn, and Todd Monken. All Knox graduates.
Yeah, Kent State was originally established in 1910 as Normal School. It has been anything but.
The sister institution of Bowling Green State University.
On the same land grant. Very interesting that you would know that. And I do
know
believe,
my stuff. It was in 1910.
I also believe that Bowling Green and Miami were, I'm sorry, not Bowling Green, Miami and Ohio University are on the same land grant, because if you look at the architecture of all four of those schools, Jeff, you will notice that they are similar. Kent State and Bowling Green has similar architecture, and Miami of Ohio and Ohio University also has similar architecture.
I've got another one.
This is very deep conversation we're having here.
Dano, can you hit it one more time?
Let's get to know Todd Monken.
I would hope that's what we're doing.
With Baskin and Phelps.
So Knox College. Mm-hmm. When Todd Monken played quarterback there, Knox's team nickname, they were called the Knox Old Siwash.
What?
The Old Siwash.
What's Siwash?
Was their team nickname. It was an indigenous name, a name for indigenous people.
Really?
Yeah. And they kind of figured that wasn't maybe what they should do anymore. So they changed the name. Knox College is now the Knox Prairie Fire.
Oh, I like that. That's a pretty cool nickname.
Or the Prairie Fire. It is pretty cool, isn't it?
I like that. That's not a bad.
Yeah.
Well, it might be
Prairie
bad.
Fire.
Do you want to play my game?
You said you had a question.
You'll like this. So this is it. I'm going to ask both of you guys this question. You ready? Dan, yep. Ian?
Sure.
Ravens, Jesse Minter. Steelers, Mike McCarthy. Browns, we all know. Bengals, Zach Taylor. Who has the best head coach right now in the AFC North?
Best head coach.
Monken, Minter, McCarthy, Taylor. By the way, they're all
using
M's.
what criteria?
Right now, okay, let's just put it this way. You are now establishing a team, almost like a kickball game, and you have to pick the coach and the available players and coaches that you could take. Well, just coaches in this scenario are the four from the AFC North. Which coach would you pick? You have to pick one.
Zach Taylor.
Jeff?
Mike McCarthy.
All right. I just thought it was a fun little exercise there.
You're not going to answer?
I lean towards Mike McCarthy just because of the experience factor here.
He's been there, done that, and he has a good record.
Yeah. When I put it this way, Monken doesn't look as... Monken's a little more intriguing when I looked at it this way. I don't know. Just looking at the names of the... who would have thought that all three would have last names that start with M coming into it too?
Wow, that's heavy.
That is
it's kind of
very,
like
very
Todd's T thing in his family.
It's really weird,
Yeah,
isn't it?
everybody
Yeah,
with
or
the Ts.
another M, like
I mentioned Munkin's kind of similarities to the Bruce Arians resume. And Bruce, of course, ended up being a very good head coach in the NFL. But when I went back and looked at some of these things, kind of stunning that a guy lasts this long before he gets that first chance. And, it paid off for Bruce Arians. Let me give you some of these. Munkin currently has coached for 37 consecutive years before becoming a head coach in the NFL.
that includes college head coach, though, right?
Dano has some information.
According to Brian Windhorst of ESPN, the Cavaliers have contacted the Bucks about Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Mavericks about Anthony Davis.
It'd be good to bring in another injured guy all the time.
So 2 guys to keep an eye on with that one.
Now you're going negative.
Giannis would be unbelievable. And
yeah, I think that's one for all of us.
And Anthony Davis is always hurt, but he can play. Hey, he didn't want to come to Cleveland State to be a point guard, so why is he going
to? Let's go. How come?
Stupid growth spurts.
Yes, crazy. How would you get Giannis? Not to change subject.
You'd have to give up Evan Mobley.
Yeah, probably have to do Mobley. You'd have to get under that luxury tax line to where you could put multiple players together, and then probably call up a shaman and see if you could somehow do some kind of Jedi mind trick to get them to take Garland and Allen, and then eat your pride and give them Evan Mobley.
I don't know. If he was healthy, I would do it. Wouldn't you? If you knew he was healthy,
I would do it even if you weren't.
I mean, I like Evan Mobley, and
Would
I'm
you
not
give up Evan Mobley to do it?
Yes,
I would.
I think I would too.
You know how much I like Evan Mobley.
I know I'm the same way. I mean, you and I have been the president
defenders
and vice,
of Evan Mobley.
Yeah, the president and vice president of the Evan Mobley fan club for a long time. I think I'd do it for Giannis.
I just take notes at these meetings. That's all.
Oh no, you're like the treasurer.
I wouldn't trust. Don't trust me with the money.
You're the social secretary.
You show up at work and then get all the snacks.
How about I'll be media relations or something? I don't know.
Just as long as it ends.
I'll run the Instagram account. How's that sound?
As long as it ends in snacks.
Oh, that's true. That's not a bad point.
Here for snacks.
I don't know how you couldn't do that deal.
I think you'd have to.
I would just feel a little better if Giannis was healthier. That's all. That's all. I'm not trying to be.
Yeah, especially the history we've run into with calf injuries. It kind of tells you like, okay, let's really be careful with this.
Yeah, calf injuries, as LeBron said the other day, used to be ankle injuries were the big thing in the NBA. Now it's calf injuries, and calf injuries lead to ruptured Achilles tendons.
And sap your athleticism.
Yep, that's a really bad thing. So we'll be monitoring all this, and of course the trade talks that might be going on between the Cavs and the Clippers and James Harden and Darius Garland. But it's Todd Monken Day, so let me get back to this Monken.
You don't have any more of your sappy facts, do you? I'm sorry. Any more of your facts? The facts you're giving.
My sappy.
They're
facts?
a little sappy. Yeah, it's the music that makes it sappy. I think it's not actually the facts about him. It's just more about the. It's well played. The sappy music is well played, but now they become sappy facts.
Dan, sappy facts.
That feels a little hurtful.
Oh, it feels
He's
hurtful.
not trying to tug at your heartstrings with these facts.
It feels that way. He does.
He's not Hallmark
I
movie.
feel like it's Masterpiece Theater.
He's not.
Yeah, and I'm right.
Sappy, when you say sappy, I think of like the first minute of Up where everybody is in tears. It's the only movie I've ever seen where a word has never been spoken and yet I'm crying.
I kind of figured I'd do it this way.
I
would do all the fun off the wall ones before the press conference.
Yeah, those are
and then
fun.
I would do football ones afterwards.
Oh, those
there
are
a couple of football things.
Did they have a different? Did we use the NFL music theme for that?
Give me another one.
Let's get to know Todd Monken.
I would hope that's what we're doing.
With Baskin and Phelps.
Sappy. I'm right.
Ted didn't do sappy.
It's
Ted
sappy.
did fun.
It's sappy.
Todd's dad, Bob Monken, was the head coach of Lake Park High School in Illinois for over 30 years. The Lancers football field there, I've seen pictures. Bob Monken Field.
The good old Lake Park Lancers.
Bob Monken Field. 30 years head coach.
Where are you guys playing today?
Dano has more.
Playing at the Monk.
Oh, that's cool sounding.
That does sound cool.
That does sound cool.
Where are you guys playing? We're at the Monk.
That's pretty cool.
Ooh.
Chris Haynes, insider for Amazon Prime now, Los
By the
Angeles
way,
Clippers. And
are all these guys sending thank you notes to LeBron? Chris Haynes, Dave McMenamin, Brian Windhurst. Well done.
I saw Dave last week. Said I. Not to you, Jeff, to Dan.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
Los Angeles Clippers and Cleveland Cavaliers have ramped up conversations on a James Harden, Darius Garland package with both sides motivated to execute a deal relatively soon, league sources are telling Chris Haynes of Amazon.
So is this done? We think we're done?
No.
Where do you think we are? 10-yard line? About to push the ball in the end zone?
I think we're dotting I's and crossing T's. And reading language.
So I would say our phone calls went, and we might get back to Monken and Bruce Arians, but this is good. We got to go with this.
You got to stay with this.
I would say, you tell me, 2 out of every 3 phone calls we've had today from folks, nope, don't want James Harden, not doing this trade.
I don't think it's that. I think it's 60-40.
All right, you think it's closer to 50-50?
Yeah, it's closer to 50-50 than I thought
All
it
right.
was going to be when I walked in the door.
Then you riddle me this. You've been Switzerland. Dan couldn't be any more negative on James Harden, and I would do the trade in a heartbeat. What do you think the Cavs are thinking?
The Cavs are thinking.
What are the Cavs thinking here?
The Cavs are saying, can we win a championship? Like, remember, we went through this with LeBron. The Cavs are saying, can we win a championship now? What is this going to do to us long term as far as trying to get out of the second apron? Because they haven't had to worry about the second apron stuff until the last, 10 months. So I truly think so. I think they can be a better team with Harden as long as Harden's on board. And he would have to be because he'd give up his no trade.
Correct.
So I think that they're living in the now, Wayne's World, and they'll go for it. And I can see it. I totally can see it. Dan Gilbert and the guys that he puts in charge have a mission, and their mission is to win a championship every year. And I cannot belittle a front office that operates like that at warp speed. It may not always work, but they don't hesitate.
What are they telling you about Darius Garland if they pull this off?
Oh, well, I think there's 2 things. One, they're admitting that the core 4 thing didn't work. And that maybe Jeff Phelps is right that the redundancy at the guard position, it just doesn't work. And they want to try to go deeper than two in. I'm buying into why they would do it and what this does for the future. And I think they didn't like the fact that they were handcuffed by the second apron. And now they're going to get so far away from that. It's especially if Harden does not pick up his option, which is what everyone's saying. So,
I think there could be a real short-term benefit to it, which is Harden comes in and makes you a better team for the playoffs.
It's very Cavalier, though, isn't it? I mean, the Cavaliers are not scared to bring in a big name ever.
Moves, man.
Yeah, they will make moves. Yeah.
And then I think it alleviates an issue moving forward, where if Harden wouldn't pick up his option here, he'd be looking for a contract. I wouldn't think they would bring him back, and you get Garland's contract off the books, which opens things up for them to be active and build a team the way that everybody's used to building a team.
And gives them flexibility for next season.
Right. Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Do you want me to bring in the next season part of this?
Well, the next season part of it is what it's kind of like what you could get in a trade. You know what I mean?
I agree, but also in the next season part of it, you could have the Kobe farewell tour with a little bit of space if you want to bring him back.
You mean the guy whose name doesn't sound like Kobe but sounds like LeBron?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, Todd Monken's press conference coming up at noon. It's Todd Monken Day in Northeast Ohio as the Cavs are talking trade. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Oh, kids, you know what's coming up? Yeah, Valentine's Day. Oh, and there it is. You see it off in the distance. Love is in the air. And one person is on their knee and the other person is in tears saying, I do. Where's the ring? Is what I'm saying. What's that ring look like? Where'd you get that ring at? Oh, that's a fine looking diamond. Where'd you get it? Bookman and Son. Of course that's where you got it. Why? Because you did your due diligence. You went to a place that wasn't going to throw a credit app in your face, that was going to take care of you and give you all the time you need to check out every ring that's in the store. And if you want to do something custom, I guarantee you Josh can pull that off for you too. Bookman & Son, 8803 Brecksville Road. This time of year with Valentine's Day right around the corner and you're thinking about getting engaged, do yourself a favor and go talk to Josh and everybody at Bookman & Son. Maybe you want to get a nice gift for Valentine's Day. Let's not forget it's going to be here before you know it. You need to get a gift, Josh is there for you. So check them out. They're my good friends. They'll take care of you. Bookman & Son, bookmanandson.com, 8803 Brecksville Road. You tell them Andy sent you.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
What makes Mr. Hero so special? For starters, we've been a staple right here in Northeast Ohio for almost 60 years. The taste and quality of our food has customers hooked. Oh, and of course, the Roman Burger.
I crave the hero.
ski and the women's downhill event coming up this Sunday. Tonight, don't miss the NFL Pro Bowl games, courtesy of Westwood One. Coverage starts at 7:30 right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Todd Monken Day here in Northeast Ohio. The new head coach of the Cleveland Browns being introduced to the media and all of us Browns fans all across the nation in about 18 minutes. You'll hear it right here on The Fan. If during the press conference anything happens basketball-wise, trade-wise, rumors flying like crazy now, Cavaliers, Clippers, Darius Garland, James Harden, who knows what else, if things are flying, and if anything happens during the press conference, we will tell you all about it during a question. So we plan to sneak it right in there. You won't miss any Todd Monken talk. You'll maybe miss a Daryl Ryder question. And though that's hurtful, that's what we'll do.
Very nice.
Is that all right?
Yes, that works for me. Let me just tell you this also, along with our Browns coverage.
Tell me, Andy.
You can check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Daryl Ryder, recapping all of the latest Browns news and the moves ahead this offseason in free agency and the draft. And, of course, they'll be talking about today's big press conference. But you got to remember the show is moving to yesterday. This week's show was yesterday. I want to make sure you know that because that's what it says right there, especially with Westwood One's Pro Bowl games being broadcast live from the Super Bowl tonight. So don't be disappointed tonight. They went last night, just in case. But otherwise, that off-season special is there for you from 7 to 9. You can always listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. You can stream us on the Odyssey app, and you can watch every episode live right there on YouTube. Yes, you.
That's outstanding.
That's also the Fan off-season special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
I think that's great.
Except for tonight.
I think that's great. Dano, it is Todd Monken Day in Northeast Ohio.
Oh, it is?
I think it's as a precursor to the press conference. I think we should do one more, and then we'll follow up with more. So here we go.
Let's get to know Todd Monken.
I would hope that's what we're doing.
With Baskin and Phelps.
So Todd Monken's younger brother, we mentioned already, he has brothers named Ted and Tony and a son Travis and a wife Terry. So a lot of T's. Todd's younger brother, Ted, is also a football coach, Andy. He's the former head coach at St. Charles East High School, West Chicago Community High School, and at last report, now the defensive coordinator at Glenbard High School. But this is the one that got me. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
His younger brother, Ted, has also been at West Chicago High School, where he teaches, the badminton coach.
Oh, well, it's important to have a badminton team at every school, right?
Have you ever heard of a high school having a badminton team?
No.
Me neither.
It's not sanctioned by this state, I can tell you that.
No.
But that doesn't mean there isn't club badminton.
It was varsity. A varsity badminton team.
It's the varsity badminton team?
What it said. I went to the high school website and looked it up, and yes, it exists. It's a girls' team.
All right. Wow.
You ever play, like, hardcore badminton?
Maybe when I was younger.
We did it in gym class at Woodridge High School. So that was top-notch competition. That's a fun game. If you get into it, like, big time, not just knocking it around in the backyard.
Yeah. Yeah. It's right up there at the cornhole.
You ever watch it, like, internationally?
Oh, there's nothing I would rather do. I think about, what can I do tonight? Oh, let's watch international high school varsity badminton.
Maybe Ted Monken could be one of those coaches. Todd's brother, Ted, a badminton coach.
Is that...
Along with coaching football.
They do singles, doubles, mixed doubles with 5 to 7 players per gender.
There you go.
I'm curious, what states have...
Illinois, apparently.
Wow.
Illinois, apparently.
All righty. Looking at this, California has it. Arizona, Illinois, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania.
There you go. That's good news.
What is wrong with the state of Ohio? How do we not have varsity badminton?
When I heard about the talks with the Los Angeles Clippers, the words of probably the man I've respected the most I've ever dealt with as a member of sports media popped into my head.
Okay.
And that is former Cavs general manager Wayne Embry.
Yes.
And Wayne's such a gentleman, such a fine general manager, and just a really good guy. But his words, never fall in love with your players.
That would hold true if this deal goes through.
And that's what this made me think of, because, boy, they have been the biggest Darius Garland fans going over there at One Center Court. And Kobe Altman loves Darius Garland. I think Darius is a heck of a player.
Mm-hmm.
I've always said that. It's always been about fit with this group that they've put together now. But if you move on from Darius Garland, I don't know that you're admitting a mistake, but what you are doing is moving on from something that hasn't worked as well as they've wanted it to work. And I don't think you're going to move on from Donovan Mitchell. And I wouldn't. Donovan's a better player than Darius. And though Darius is a good player, you got to be healthy. You got to be out there. And I would get this. And I think it would put the Cavs in a very different situation, because they would be able to make moves moving forward, Andy, that right now are very difficult to make.
All moves are difficult for them to make.
Exactly.
This second apron thing is new for everybody.
Exactly.
So,
and this, after Harden wouldn't pick up his contract for next year, would put them in a different situation where they might be able to do some other big things to try and improve this basketball team. You know, you don't need a collection of 6 superstar players. I mean, it might work. You know, you need 2, 3 really good players and some other very good complementary players. And if you can put a team on the field that meshes well together, that's what you're looking for. You want that on the court, a team that meshes.
I agree. Again, you're getting. I'm still kind of neutral about this. I got to see how it's going to play out. I'm not I don't know why, but I bought into the core 4. This ends your core 4.
Well, Andy, all you got to do is drive down the street and you can see a billboard for it.
Yeah.
I mean, the Cavs have hammered this down our throats for a number of years, and that's okay. They've acquired 4 very good players.
There are a lot of reasons why I think this would be good for Mitchell, too. It takes the burden off of him. Like I said in the beginning, my first thought was, are they going to play with 2 basketballs or 1? Well, but we're kind of doing that now anyway.
There it is. Thank you.
So,
when Darius is on the floor, I'm not complaining here. He's a guy who looks for a shot. I mean, that's what.
Do we feel like this is done? Like this is going to happen?
No, I don't feel like it's done.
Dan, how close do you think we are on this deal?
In the NBA, a trade is not done until it's done.
Yeah,
exactly. Especially with the fact that now you're hearing rumors of Anthony Davis and Giannis Antetokounmpo out there as well. I have a feeling the Cavs are going, hey, can you give us 20? Can you give us a day, 24 hours? Let us sniff around a little more.
Deadline's not till Thursday.
I've still never thought the Cavaliers would be able to even engage their name in any talks because of this second apron. Now we're hearing them all over the place on everything.
Except for
it's just talk. It's just talk.
But it's that trade that we thought, okay, would you make something that bold where you traded a big-time contract for a big-time contract in hopes that it was a better fit to make you more competitive this year? I must tell you, I can't get the numbers that I've thrown out numerous times. 26 games for Darius this year, and the Cavs have won half of them, 13-13. And when he hasn't played, they're 17-8. I honestly think that's significant. I think it's telling. Now, don't ask me exactly what it means about what they're doing when he's not out there. I mean, I can give you my thoughts. Ball moves better, more guys get involved. I can't tell you exactly what's happening when he is out there, but I can give you a pretty good thought.
I mean,
two small guys who need the ball all the time.
Could you imagine, just based on some of the rumor stuff that we've kind of just been poking around with, could you imagine them playing after Thursday without Darius and Evan Mobley?
You mean trading Evan?
Yeah.
I would.
If you had Giannis coming in here, you would probably do it, right?
I would think if you traded.
If you're going to go big.
I don't think you could get. I shouldn't say that. I don't know that you could get.
Could you imagine
I
Mitchell?
don't know that you could get a guy like Giannis without having Darius as a trade chip. I don't know that you
Well, maybe you lose both of them in that scenario. You know, I mean, either way, like I'm saying, you could end up with, if you were trying to get Giannis and you traded Evan. I don't know how the numbers work out, so don't hold me to this. But you know, say you got Giannis in a Mobley deal, and then you end up getting Harden in a Garland deal. You don't think that that's possible?
I don't think Evan Mobley is enough to get Giannis.
Well, I'm just saying, what else would you have to put in there?
Like Jalen Tyson?
I don't know.
You might have to throw in future firsts. If, you know, you have them way down the road. Way down the road.
So Utah has most of them, don't they?
Yeah, well, they have 3, and then 2 pick swaps. So that's what went out there in that deal. We'll keep you updated on the Cavs. When we come back, get ready. Todd Monken being introduced as head coach of the Cleveland Browns. You will hear that press conference right here on The Fan.
Hey, it might be the last call for football, but FanDuel is giving you a daily profit boost every single day leading up to the big game on Sunday. Today's 30% profit boost is on the rushing markets. Rushing over under, alternative rushing yards, and most rushing yards in the game. You're talking about, think about it. You're talking about Kenneth Walker and 76.5 rushing yards. Over, under. Talking about Drake May. Can he go for more than 30 yards rushing or less? Maybe you're looking at 36.5 is what they're talking about, but is he going to have more or less? These are all things you can think about. Ramondre Stevenson or Trayvon Henderson, do they have a chance to have more rushing yards over Kenneth Walker? All kinds of fun little ways to look at the game off on the side. All you have to do is opt in each day and place an eligible bet to use on that day's profit boost. And we already told you about today's profit boost. We're talking about the rushing markets. Play your game with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60.
21 plus and present in Ohio. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800.
The Fan Studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores.
Please welcome the Vince Lombardi Trophy.
We are the radio home of the Super Bowl in Cleveland, WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan, the home of Westwood One's coverage of the Super Bowl. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Well, it's Todd Monken Day in Cleveland. The new Browns head coach was about to take the stage to have his introductory press conference in Berea. Monken, the Browns' offensive play caller in 2019, and was most recently the OC for Baltimore. We'll have it right here on 92.3 The Fan. The NFL Pro Bowl games kick off tonight in San Francisco.
We now go live to Berea for Cavalier general manager and head coach Todd Monken.
Up to speak, I actually wanted to give a little bit of context and background of what led us to this decision. You know, coming out of 2025, the first thing we wanted to do is say, okay, like where are we from a team standpoint? Where are we from a roster standpoint? And we looked at it and we said, hey, we're coming out of 2025. We have the 8th youngest defense in terms of experience, a group that's very complete at all 3 levels and that we feel really good about. On the offensive side of the ball, we looked and we felt like we had a number of young, pillar cornerstone pieces. But we envision a world where that side of the ball is going to have pretty significant turnover over the next several months. And then from a resource standpoint, we looked at the team and said we're flush with draft resources entering this offseason, as well as the appropriate amount of flexibility from a financial perspective. So as we looked at everything and we thought about what we needed from our head coach, particularly in this phase, the first thing we actually looked at is we wanted someone who could lead, develop, and grow a young team. Because quite frankly, we're probably going to be, if not the youngest, one of the youngest teams in football in 2026. The second thing that we wanted, certainly in the short term, was a coach, didn't matter the background, that had a very strong and adaptable offensive plan, given the amount of turnover we're going to have on that side of the ball, both in terms of personnel, scheme, you name it. In addition to that very specific problem, we were looking at individuals that had 4 key attributes. The first is something that we categorize as global intelligence. So that's not just cognitive ability or IQ, that's EQ and football acumen as well. The second is something that we term CEO leadership. So that's someone who has the ability to function at what we would call 30,000 feet, as well as the tactical level at ground level. The third, we wanted someone who had a demonstrated track record of innovation where they've been. And then the fourth, we wanted someone who had the characteristics of collaboration, given the head coaching position touches so many different areas in football operations in the modern day game. So what we did to assess all of those characteristics with many of the fine coaches we met with, we looked at their performance track record, where they've been throughout all their career, how their units have done. We did a number of reference calls throughout people who had been in direct working relationship with the candidates throughout all stops of their career. We did testing, we did work samples, and we also did the interview. And we combined all of that information to make a good decision about who would serve us best, who would serve the organization best with the problem that we're trying to attack with where our team is currently. And when we did that, Todd stood head and shoulders above the rest. Todd's like really, really, really unique. If you look at his history, his career history, this is a coach who has had high-level, innovative, adaptable offenses at both the pro and college level. Doesn't matter the personnel, didn't matter the quarterbacks, didn't matter what he inherited. He always found a way to have high-level and productive units. It became very apparent in everybody that we talked to about Todd how strong he was working and developing with young players. I think that's one of the beauties of Todd's experience is he does have pro and college experience as a coach, and that transfers in terms of how he leads and grows young players. The third, the mentors that he's worked for, most recently Kirby Smart and John Harbaugh, arguably the best in the business in pro and college, and the lessons that Todd has learned and applied from those coaches has been outstanding. And then the last thing is, he understands the job. I mean, the work that he did at Southern Miss, inheriting a program at its historical nadir, turning it around with few resources, shows he has the leadership, the gumption, and the resourcefulness to do this job at any level. So for us, we felt like he fit us like a glove. And we are so excited to have him and his family in Cleveland. I guess I should say back to Cleveland, Todd. But we're really stoked to have him. And so without further ado, Todd Monken.
Wow. Man, am I excited to lead this flagship, franchise, NFL franchise. I mean, it's been a long time coming. Really has been a long journey. And there's a lot of people as we get down the road here that I'm going to have to thank, but I'm jacked. I mean, I'm excited to be with the Cleveland Browns. I mean, it really, it's hard to even put into words. First off, I want to thank Dee and Jimmy, Whitney and JW, for entrusting me in this opportunity to help build a winning team with the NFL's most passionate and dedicated fan base, including the Dog Pound. Secondly, I want to thank Andrew. Pointed that way, but you're right there. I want to thank Andrew Berry. Crazy enough, in 2019, when I interviewed here, my contact was Andrew, and actually was the first gentleman that I met with when I came in the building. And I could tell right away that our alignment and his clear vision for how you build a roster and how you develop players, we were aligned. And I look forward to being connected at the hip and building this roster to a championship level, consistent championship level. He mentioned the last few years, getting an opportunity to work with Kirby Smart and John Harbaugh, two of the elites in the game. When you talk about getting a doctorate in coaching, wow. I owe a lot to them. They entrusted me to elevate the offenses at both places, which is a credit to the staff we had and the players we had, because you can't do it alone. You absolutely cannot do this alone. It takes an army, and I owe a lot of gratitude to them. The one thing I learned being with both of them, I always thought I understood what it meant to confront anything that gets in the way of winning football. And what's interesting is they get to the same point, they just do it completely differently. But it's an art, because ultimately, just like I would have with my son, just like our children, you're going to confront anything that gets in the way of helping them become the best version of them. And that's your job with something that you love. And that's something I've never taken for granted with any job I've ever had, is fighting to confront anything that gets in the way of winning football. And I owe a lot to Coach Harbaugh. He hired me out of Georgia, took a shot on a college coordinator, trying to elevate Lamar in the offense. And I learned a ton. He is elite at messaging with a team, especially with an NFL team, and how you deal with players and how you confront anything that gets in the way of winning without being confrontational. To me, that's an art. That's an art. Thank you, Coach. And then the last thing, Tony and Ted. College roommates. Drove up here to be here today. My father-in-law, Chuck. My son, Travis, proud of the man you've become, and his fiancée, Hannah. And my wife, Terry, been together 40 years, been married 34. Of course, she would say that's probably 6, because you're actually married to the game. So, but it's been an unbelievable journey. Thank you. I love you. Before I take any questions, I just want to. There's something that I've kind of always lived by, as a position coach, as a coordinator, and I will as a head coach. And Jim and Dee and Jimmy, they cut a check. They cut a check with my name on it. And you know what they expect? A freaking kick-ass football team. That's what they expect. And you know what they want? They want to become a winning franchise that our fan base in our region is proud of. And that's all they've been about, is how you build a winning franchise that consistently competes for championships. You know what? My job is to prove it every single day, and I appreciate that. Thank you. And with that, let's go with some questions.
For questions, why don't we raise our hands and introduce yourself, even though you may already know Todd. Reintroduce yourself too. Mary Kay?
Hi, Todd. Welcome back. Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com, Cleveland Plain Dealer. Well, I guess I'll start right off the bat with the question probably everybody wants to know. Will you head into this offseason with Shedeur Sanders as your QB1? And if not, what is your approach to the whole quarterback situation as you move into your new job?
Well, I think like any position on the team, that's still to be determined. Am I excited about Shedeur? Am I excited about all the quarterbacks in the room? Am I excited to coach this football team? Absolutely. I can't wait for them to get back and for us to get started.
Joe Reedy, Associated Press. Todd, you mentioned in a Harbaugh Coaching Academy video your 2019 stint here. There was a lot of drama that the coaching staff couldn't control. Now that you're the head coach and learning from Kirby and Harbaugh, how do you manage that so that there isn't that drama?
Well, first off, I learned a lot in that 2019 season. I think you learn a lot. In fact, you learn a heck of a lot more when things aren't going well than when it is going well. And I learned a lot of things that I would have done different, and I think collectively would have done different. And I've seen it from a different angle, different point of view. But I'm ready to move forward with this team, the 2026 team.
Chris?
Hey, Todd, Chris Easterling, Akron Beacon Journal. Just want to ask you, as a former quarterback, what is it you're specifically looking for in a quarterback? What is that trait? What are the traits that you feel like are critical for a successful quarterback, regardless of level?
Well, I'm just going to start with personality traits. I mean, when you talk about who's going to lead this team, who has the it factor, who has those characteristics that the team wants to follow and believes in them because the ball's in their hand every down. This game's going to come down to 2-minute situations, 4-minute situations where you've got to be able to execute at a high level. And we're just talking about some of the characteristics that you're looking for, let alone some of the physical traits that we'll get a chance to talk about later.
Let's go Scott, Dan, and then Jimmy.
Hey Todd, Scott Petrick from the Chronicle Telegram. You said it was a long time coming. When did you first start to think about being an NFL head coach? And did you feel you'd come close before? And then what does it feel like finally now?
Well, first off, I played at Knox College, and my dad were high school coaches, and my uncles were high school coaches, so that was just a dream. But I've been part of a team since I've been 5 years old, the Purple Pounders of Wheaton, Illinois, and it's the coolest thing ever to be part of a team. Let's just put it that way, okay? All I ever wanted to do is be part of a team and coach football. That's all. I mean, other than my mom making an Evel Knievel outfit or an astronaut, I was a football player every Halloween. That's all I ever dressed up as. You name it, that's what I dressed up as. When I was a kid, everybody else was getting trains, they were getting Army men, I was getting football games. My dad, everything was the little vibrating football game or talking football or rubber band football. Every single game I ever got was about football. So all I ever want to do is coach and be part of a team. To me, it's not until you get into the NFL that you ever process like the opportunity could potentially be there to be a head coach in the NFL. Obviously, you have to probably reach the coordinator level to where that becomes a possibility. And there have been times before where I've been close. And I believe God put you at the right place at the right time. And that is now.
Dan Lobby, Cleveland.com. This kind of goes with Scott's question. Obviously, you've been saying it's a long time coming. Did you at any point think something like this wouldn't happen for you? And does that make this opportunity more meaningful for you?
For sure. I mean, I'm not getting any younger. I mean, let's be real honest here. Although I'll say this, that the version you're getting of me now is a hell of a lot better than it would have been 15, 20 years ago. So I'll at least say that, okay? But you get to the point where this is God's plan, which is fine. To be an offensive coordinator in the NFL or even coach in the NFL, I don't think people really realize there's 32 NFL teams. There's approximately 68, I don't even know how many more there are, Power 4 jobs. So whatever job we have, be it in the NFL or a Power 4 school, there's only 100 of you in the whole world. That's all there is. Within a 30-mile radius, there might be 100 doctors, 100 attorneys. You talk about a small group, talking about an elite group of men. So sure, there's a time where you think that's not going to happen. But very appreciative for the jobs that I've had and the players that I've been around and the coaches that have helped me get to where I'm at, because you absolutely cannot do it alone.
Let's go Jimmy, then we're going to go Ashley, then we're going to go Terry.
Jimmy Watkins, Cleveland.com. Todd, you're known as a straight shooter. That's what they say about you. How do you set that culture of accountability in a way that doesn't turn players off, so to speak?
Great question. Like I said before, I think you have to hold the players accountable for what they say their dreams and aspirations are. And you have to find out what really do you want individually with your career, and then what do you want collectively as a team. And all you're doing is holding them to what their goals and aspirations are, like people did for me. I am who I am because my parents did that for me. They didn't do that to me, they did that for me. And that's the way I go about it, is I think it's different. I don't like the other side of it, but that's how I've gotten a lot better. And the people that love you the most, they're going to be honest with you. But all it is finding out what are your dreams and aspirations, and then let's fight like hell to achieve them.
Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com. Just wondering, being in the division, like what your impression as a coordinator was of this defense, and if you've had a chance to talk to Jim or anything yet.
Give me that again, the last part.
If you've had a chance to talk to Jim Schwartz or
I
anything.
have. I think to go against this defense 6 times over the last 3 years. Schematically, and more importantly, the players. Because ultimately, it's a player's game. That's what it is. It's our job as coaches to develop systems that allow your players to play fast. People talk about time speed. It's really not about time speed. It's about how they play on the field. And that's developing schemes, in my opinion, or systems, as Coach Harbaugh used to call it, with elegant simplicity, where they can function at a high level and play fast. And that's what you saw all the time with the guys that are here and the players that we have. But at the end of the day, I say this all the time, from an offense or defensive perspective, it starts with having elite players and then having an elite coaching staff with you. And then you can call the game freely because of that, because of the talent you have, and then because of the players, I mean, with the coaches that help it come to life. You know, that's what makes a coordinator elite. It's not one individual person. And when we get ready for the Browns, when we used to get ready for the Browns, excuse me, I mean, it'll be more fun and not have to worry about chipping 95 every down and distance, I can tell you that.
Terry, then Tony, then Mary Kay.
Terry Pluto, Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. 2 things. What you mentioned about the defense there. I'm just curious, where do you stand with Schwartz? Is he coming back, or what do you know so far?
Well, first of all, I think Jim is an outstanding defensive coordinator. I think we all would agree with that. But I think it's a little inappropriate for me to comment about that at this time.
And secondly, when you looked at the Browns from the outside, you just mentioned the defense, but just in general, you've been through some situations where it's been big turnarounds. I know Southern Miss, I think, were like 0-12 or whatever the first year, and that. What does it take to get, especially in the NFL, to get a turnaround situation going?
Perseverance, because it's hard. I mean, winning's hard. I mean, it is hard, but the reward is unbelievable. I mean, that's what was fun about the thoughts of being the head coach here. I mean, if you like a challenge, let's go. Let's get this to where we're the standard, and the time is now. The timing is now. It's hard. It's perseverance, mental toughness, surrounding yourself with the right people, staffing, and then player-wise that want to run into that smoke. Because not everybody wants to run in that smoke. Not everybody wants to look at it like it's 4th and 1 every day. And it is. It's 4th and 1 every day.
Nate, then Mary Kay.
Hey, Todd. Nate Alder, Akron Beacon Journal. Clearly, this means so much to you. So when you were at Georgia, you win the national championship back-to-back. You come back in the NFL. Did you come back to the league with the goal to become a head coach? Was that in your thinking?
100%. I called around to coaches in the NFL. I wanted to hear what it was like to be a head coach in the NFL. Because I tried to get a hold of Cliff Kingsbury and I couldn't. He was in like Tahiti or something. So that one, thank God I didn't get him because I might not have left Georgia. I got a hold of 3 or 4 other coaches, Kevin being one of them. And I asked him, do you enjoy being a head coach in the NFL? Do you enjoy everything that comes with it? It's not easy. It isn't. And to a man, all of them said they loved it, be it Matt LaFleur, be it Kevin Stefanski, and others that I reached out to, because it was the only reason for me to leave Georgia. Well, why else would I leave Georgia? We're winning, going to have good players, the culture's already set. So that was one part of it. The other part was the challenge of where we could take the team out east offense and how we could elevate Lamar Jackson. And like I said, I owe a lot to the players that were there and the coaching staff that we put together to help us do that. But ultimately, that was my goal, was to come back, to put yourself in a position to one day sit in this chair, be one of the 32.
Mary Kay, then Tony, then Daniel.
Yeah, Todd, on the day that Jim Schwartz supposedly left the building and said he wasn't coming back, Myles Garrett had a reaction to that on Instagram where he showed, someone hanging their head. Denzel Ward has said, I really want Jim Schwartz back here. So my question to you is, I know you can't go into detail about your convo with Jim, but what can you say to these players, or how confident are you that these players are going to like the direction that you're going to be able to go on defense, and will you be able to maintain the incredibly high standards of the defense even if Jim doesn't come back?
Well, first off, my anticipation is we're not going to change the system. Very difficult to go against. I'm not planning on changing the system. We're built for the system that they're in currently. And I'm not going to get into staffing because that's not at this time to get into that. But they can be rest assured that we're going to keep the same system. We're still going to let them attack. We're still going to let them play free. I can't see any other way. They're a big reason why I took this job. The defensive players. I didn't take this job because of Jim Schwartz. I have a lot of respect for Jim Schwartz, but as I would hope he has for me. But I took it because of the players that are here, the ownership, Andrew Berry, and the ability to build this roster from the ground up on the offensive side. So, and I said this to the other guys. I didn't think I'd say it, but I'm going to say it. When I was preparing for the Cleveland Browns, I wasn't trying to chip Jim Schwartz. I was chipping Myles Garrett. And when I was sliding a protection to the outside backers or Grant Delpit that were blitzing off the edge, I was sliding the protection of the players. And when I was worried about throwing to the right against Denzel Ward or Tyson Campbell to the left, that's who I was worried about throwing at.
Tony?
Todd, Tony Grossi, ESPN Cleveland. Welcome back. We're still here. It's common knowledge now that Baltimore wanted to draft Shador. How much did you contribute to that decision at the time with Baltimore? Did you do any personal scouting of him, and what were your thoughts back then?
I think it'd be unfair for me to comment on another organization's process. I think that would just be unfair for me to go in depth of where we were at in the draft. Obviously, we had an affection, like a lot of teams, of Shador's skill set and what we thought he could become. But I really wouldn't want to go in depth of another team's process.
Daniel?
Hey Todd, Daniel Yafusi, ESPN. A lot has been made about, the flexibility of your scheme and bending it to the talents of your players. But, from a macro view, when people envision a Cleveland Browns offense under Todd Monken, what do you want them to see?
Well, that's a question I get asked all the time. Like, what system do you run? What is that? And the way I'll try to phrase it is to score any way possible. I don't care what it takes to score. It's about scoring points. I would hate to put some sort of any type of connotation as to what system that we are, other than playing to our players' strengths. I think one of the things that our staff, including myself, have been able to do is take advantage of what a player can do and not what they can't do. Every player in the NFL is elite, and they all have a trait, at least one trait, that allows them to, I don't want to say this, allows them to function, play at a high level. You just got to find what that is and not try to put a square peg in a round hole, taking advantage of what they do. And I think that's what we've been able to do consistently.
Cool.
Hey Todd, Justin Cooper, ESPN Cleveland. Hey, after being here in 2019 and the well-documented struggles after the last 2 years of this organization, what makes you confident that you're the guy that could lead this team and turn this franchise around?
Well, it's interesting that you asked that, because in the interview, there was a question that came up about strength as a head coach, and the other was where your gaps as a coach, where you need help, where you can use people to fill in those gaps. And the other was, how would you envision yourself being unsuccessful? That's not even in my vocabulary. It just isn't.
Scott?
Todd, I got two quick ones for you. Are you going to call the plays?
Yes.
And then you've mentioned 95 a couple of times. How well did you know Miles in the year you were here, and how have you seen him evolve as a player since then?
Well, probably when I was here for that short period, I would say that I didn't know Miles very well, other than I loved his personality. I loved his charisma. I mean, always a smile on his face. At that time, I thought, holy cow, this guy runs like a wideout. This guy looks like a skilled player. I mean, this guy is, elite. And he's always had it in him, but you can just see the last few years, that his evolution in terms of blocking schemes, how teams try to prevent him from getting to the quarterback, which opens up opportunities for others. I think his awareness of what teams are trying to do, I think they've done a great job of moving him around, because that's important. That definitely gets into a coordinator's head in game planning of where he's located. You can see it with every team that plays against Miles.
Let's go Spencer, then Sable, then Cam.
Spencer German, Browns Roundtable and Locked On Browns. I saw there was a clip that you did, or you had, of talking about coaching Lamar and how, you even felt like there were some things that you could have done better working with him. So I guess I just ask, what did you learn from coaching Lamar for the 3 years you were there? And what were some of the biggest challenges and things that you kind of bring with you now to this job?
Well, first off, I think I didn't get to where I'm at as a human being or a coach without owning and then fighting like hell to fixing. And I think that's important in a relationship. I think that's important in life. Is there's a certain amount of, a bar graph here, follow me, of that 10%, 15% bitching, complaining, self-preservation mode that we can all get in when things go bad or things are tough, which that's life. That's relationships, that's coaching. But the other 85 to 90% is owning your mistakes because we're human and then fighting like hell to fix them. And that's what I've been about. The moment you get, excuse me, you're about to go. The moment that graph elevates and the other one shrinks, you're not in the place you want to be at. First of all, Lamar and my relationship was awesome. We get along great. We didn't have the success last year for a number of reasons, and it doesn't matter. Fact. You know, he was banged up. I would have loved to have seen it. He'd been healthy the whole year, but he was not. Doesn't matter. We didn't, at times, didn't give ourselves the best chance to be successful. Then you got to own that. That's part of what we do.
Todd, John Table with Fox 8 here in Cleveland. I covered you for a few years there in Tampa when you were with the Buccaneers. You mentioned how you've grown since your stay here in 2019. How have you changed as a coach in your offensive philosophy since your last one of your first spots there in the NFL in Tampa when you had to develop a Jameis Winston and a team that was young and was trying to take that next step then?
I would say what's changed dramatically, and I'm going to talk a little bit philosophically more than I will about the team itself. What's really changed the last few years is situational football, the analytics that have changed. Conversion downs, the way you approach down and distance in the game, when you're going to take shots, when you know it's 4-down territory. More and more teams are going for it on 4th down. It's conversion downs, not just 3rd downs. I get a big kick out of defensive personnel when it's 4th and 2 and they stop them and they put their fist up like it's 4th down. No, we're not punting. Like, teams don't punt anymore. Like, you didn't really get them stopped yet. And I'm not making fun of that or making light of that. That's just how the game has changed in terms of your situational awareness of where you're putting yourself in position to keep the football and maximize your opportunity to score points. That's what's changed the most in the game, is the analytical part of what wins, what drives winning. And that's just not down and distance driven. That's tactical driven, across the board, concepts, players, matchups, all of that. That's changed dramatically over the years. And that's one thing that getting back in the NFL is when understanding that the critical plays in a game that changed the game. When we ran that Mark Andrews fake sneak around the end here this year, that was something we'd oiled up for 3 weeks. That was a play off a play. That was Coach Harbaugh's idea. I don't care whose idea it is, where it comes from. If it helps us win, that's what's most important. But it wasn't just a fly by your seat of the pants, let's just see if it works this way. No, it came up in that situation at a critical time. And that's the difference when you're looking for margins that help you win close games, which is what the NFL is all about.
You're listening to the Todd Monken introductory press conference right here on 92.3 The Fan.
Todd, Cameron Justice, News 5 Cleveland. You talked about it a little bit, your approach in player development, but as that's an attribute that's been something that has been like top of mind for this hire and for you, what makes your approach to player development so unique and different, not just maybe in the young players and rookies that are going to be coming in, but the guys on the fringe, guys that are in that practice squad role looking to move up, and how do you approach that with depth as well?
Well, I think first off, as coaches, we could never forget that we have a job for our players, ever. That's why we have a job. And we're in the development business. I know that's just the start of it. I'm kind of repeating what you said. Because no one has a ready-made roster. You only have so many picks. That's what you have. So it's starts with the top that believes in that, then the head coach, then down to the assistant coaches that we're going to coach everybody. At some point, they're all going to play for us. At some point, that's going to come up. And the best way to build their confidence is to spend time with them. That's the biggest thing. And to develop every aspect of their game, that's in the classroom and on the field. And everybody has a hand in this. Everybody from sports science to our coaching staff to what we've seen at the beginning in terms of their skill set and how that fits with what we want to do.
Jeff Fidel, News Herald. Todd, you were asked about the quarterbacks at the very beginning. How would you assess the current receivers and offensive line?
Well, it's kind of a work in progress. It's kind of hard right now because right now we're spending the majority of our time on building an elite staff. I mean, that's really what we're doing right now. There'll be time for me to really get a chance to assess the receiver room. Most of it's been from afar, and same with the offensive line, and how we're going to construct the roster moving forward, especially offensively.
Joe to close.
Todd, two to close it out. Just what's your timeline as far as hoping to complete a coaching staff?
I don't control that. I mean, we're going to vet as many candidates as we can to get it right. When I was a head coach at Southern Miss, we lost a coach, and Pete Golding, who's now the head coach at Ole Miss, he was our 8th safety interview. Our 8th. Our D coordinator was absolutely livid of why it took so long. We didn't get the right hire. We hadn't found it yet. I think just like they all vetted for the head coaching position, don't get worn out. Make sure you get the right people at the start. And that's what we're going to do. So there is no timeline to get it right.
Just, you've been in the division a long time. What do you think it's going to be like competing against Baltimore and Pittsburgh and Cincinnati this year? Baltimore and Pittsburgh, obviously, with new staffs. You were involved with plenty of shootouts with Cincinnati when you were with the Ravens.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
All right, gang, that concludes our question.
Well, there you go. Todd Monken introduced as the new head coach of the Cleveland Browns. He had a lot of interesting things to say. We're going to discuss them coming up next on Basket and Phelps.
Win a pair of tickets to Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour 2 with Jelly Roll and Carter Faith on June 25th. That's Thursday, June 25th. Excuse me, at Huntington Bank Field. The code word for this hour is RIGHT, R-I-G-H-T, R-I-G-H-T. Get in by the end of the hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale Tuesday, February 10th at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Again, the word is RIGHT, R-I-G-H-T, and it's your chance to go see the Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour 2 with Jelly Roll and Carter Faith on Thursday, June 25th at Huntington Field. Code word, RIGHT.
Did it sound like Jim Schwartz is coming back to you? I'll tell you what it sounded like to Andy and me. And remember, everybody, not only is it Todd Monken Day in Northeast Ohio, it's 4th and 1 every day in Todd Monken's world.
When there's news that affects a Cleveland sports fan, Daryl Ryder is on top of every headline. Listen to his reports on the station with the most local sports talk in town. 92.3 The Fan, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Looking for more than just a job? How about a career that keeps your community moving? Kimball Recycling and Disposal is hiring CDL drivers and diesel mechanics right now. Kimball offers local routes, competitive pay, and a family-owned atmosphere where you aren't just a number. Whether you're behind the wheel or under the hood, you'll enjoy great benefits and the stability of an industry leader. At Kimball, we don't just collect, we contribute. Visit KimballCompanies.com today to see all the open positions. That's KimballCompanies.com. Kimball, recycling and disposal done right.
Scheduling your annual visit with University Hospitals is a simple way to take care of yourself. With primary care locations across Northeast Ohio and coverage by most insurance plans, it's easy to stay on track. From routine blood work and screenings to staying up to date on vaccines, your annual visit is a chance to catch issues early and keep you feeling your best. To make an appointment, visit uhhospitals.org/primary care.
East side, west side, south, it doesn't matter. If you are looking to build a brand new home, if you're looking to check out a model of a newly built home, if you're looking to remodel your current home, if you're looking to furnish your current home, whatever you're looking to do, there's one choice. And they've been around for 40 years. Perino Builders and Remodeling. Hey, it's Adam the Bull, and I love Perino. And how do I know they're the best? Because I've used them myself, and I couldn't be happier. My home looks brand new. And it's not, but you'd never know it. And if you want that same feeling, or if you want to build a brand new home, they'll build on your lot no matter where you live in the area. Through the good times and bad, Perino's always been there. They've passed the test of time over and over again. Why? Because they're just better than everybody else. You know it, that if you want to build a new home, remodel your current home, or furnish your home, there's only one choice: Perino Builders and Remodeling.
The best deal in Cleveland sports is Cleveland State Men's Basketball's downtown deal. For just $40, get a lower level basketball ticket against the Oakland Golden Grizzlies Thursday, February 5th with unlimited food, plus beer, wine, and non-alcoholic drinks. Buy now at CSUVikings.com/tickets.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
This is what Breaking Browns news sounds like.
Am I excited about Shedeur? Am I excited about all the quarterbacks in the room? Am I excited to coach this football team? Absolutely. I can't wait for them to get back and for us to get started.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan.
I want to know, is Shedeur Sanders Cleveland's starting QB?
I think like any position on the team, that's still to be determined. Am I excited about Shedeur? Am I excited about all the quarterbacks in the room? Am I excited to coach this football team? Absolutely. I can't wait for them to get back and for us to get started.
Well, Todd Monken confirmed that he'll call offensive plays. The 59-year-old has spent 26 years as a college coach, NFL assistant, most recently as the OC for the Baltimore Ravens. Now he gets his head coaching shot in Cleveland. The NFL Pro Bowl games kick off tonight in San Francisco. Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders makes his first Pro Bowl appearance with cornerback Denzel Ward heading to the games for the sixth time. Myles Garrett was also selected, but pulled himself out of the games. Courtesy of Westwood One, 92.3 The Fan. We'll have the action coverage starting at 7:30. Patriots and Seahawks both settled down in the Bay Area for Super Bowl 60. New England quarterback Drake May has been battling a right shoulder injury, but said last night his shoulder felt much better and that he threw a good bit during Monday's practice. 92.3 The Fan will have the coverage. Super Bowl 60 on Sunday night. And with the NBA trade deadline looming, Clippers guard James Harden could be on the move. NBA insider Chris Haynes says a number of teams are in the running, but Cleveland is ramping up talks with LA for a trade between Darius Garland and Harden. The 11-time All-Star is in his 17th NBA season, averaging 25 points and 8 assists. Cleveland heads to LA to play the Clippers tomorrow night. Stay up to date with everything Cleveland sports on our YouTube channel at 92.3 The Fan. Watch our live shows, best segments all week long. 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Todd Monken Day, the highlight. Todd Monken's press conference. We just heard him speaking in Berea as he was introduced as the new head coach of the Cleveland Browns. What'd you think? 216-474-0092 if you'd like to share your thoughts. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy to my right is Andy Baskin.
Yes. What'd you think?
You know what he sounded like to me?
A guy that's been around the block a few times,
Yep.
knows exactly what he's getting himself into.
Yep.
Knows how to handle a question.
Yep.
Knows how to divert when there's an answer he really can't give you.
Yep.
Gave you a little bit of information and showed you that he is very emotional and that he is passionate about what he's about to do.
He reminded me of Bruce Arians. We talked about that earlier.
That's fair. Yep.
And a lot of it is what you said, Andy. This guy's been a coach for 40 years. I mean, as he said, it's all he's ever done since he was like 5 years old is want to be a football coach.
Andrew said a line early on where he was laying out the criteria for what they were
Global
talking
intelligence.
It was track record, I thought, what was
Demonstrated
interesting.
track record of innovation.
Yeah, so does that mean that you're talking, I mean, track record, that eliminated one of the three candidates, I think, immediately as we got down the stretch.
The young guy, Nate
She just
Shieldhouse.
didn't have the history.
Well, and Todd has the history, but not as a head coach. And the attributes
None of them did, though.
collaboration.
I mean, other than Jim
Schwartz.
Jim did in
And-
the NFL. Yeah.
Yeah, and when Andrew was strong in his comments that Monken was head and shoulders above everyone else. If I'm Jim Schwartz, I'm like, well, okay, thanks. Just listening to that, if I had to wager your weekly paycheck on whether Jim Schwartz would return as the defensive coordinator, I would wager negatory, Big Ben.
I think you and most of social media thought that as well. I was just kind of perusing what people thought of the way that handled. Originally in the press conference, I thought the door is still open. The door is still open. But as the press conference proceeded and the way he talked about Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward and the guys doing
I wasn't
the work,
blocking Jim.
Yeah.
I was blocking 95.
Yeah. No,
We were chipping him.
But that's true.
Yep. He said about Jim Schwartz when asked, it would be inappropriate for me to comment at this time.
Yeah, that was the standard operating procedure line.
Yeah. After he said he has tremendous respect for Jim and he's a great defensive coordinator. And then he said, we're not changing the defensive system.
So when he said system, does that mean...
Name Jason Tarver mean anything to anybody? He's your linebacker coach. He's been with the Browns since Kevin Stefanski was hired.
Yeah.
The name Ephraim Banda mean anything to you?
Yeah, he probably is going to be your next defensive coordinator.
I would think might be Tarver. Might be Banda. Be one or the other. I would think it's one or the other. He's been your safeties coach since 2023. Tarver's been your linebacker coach, where JOK became a world beater and Carson Schlesinger looks like a Hall of Famer in waiting.
Okay. It sounds to me like, if Jim Schwartz is going to end up going somewhere, he's not going to be taking a whole lot of guys from here who are going to be locked in for the next 2 years.
Yeah, they're under contract.
Yeah.
And if you're not changing the system, well, then you're going to promote somebody who's been coaching in this system.
Sounds right.
Sounds right. It doesn't mean it's going to happen, but you're right. It's certainly the way it sounds.
The other thing, too, is if you, I don't even know if the Browns release him from his contract, if Schwartz even lands a DC job. How many are open still?
They're filling up. Raheem Morris apparently getting the job in San Francisco that Robert Saleh left. And
then it sounded like that was Schwartz's gig right out of the gate. Like, Shanahan's going to hire him in a second. Well,
if Vic Fangio decides to retire in Philadelphia, there's a gig that Schwartz would be all over. If they would want him back there, and I would think they would. I mean, Jim's a real good defensive coach. We all know that. Among the other things that Todd said, by the way, I like the fact that he talked about Knox College after we already did.
I'm so glad you were able to lay that out.
Laid that out for us. We appreciate that. Asked early about the quarterback. Still to be determined. Excited to coach these guys.
Avoided that like the plague.
Like the plague.
Yeah.
Still
Smart.
to be determined. I like what he said about Jimmy and Dee Haslam. They expect a freaking kick-ass football team. And it's my job to prove it every single day. That was good.
I think that's true. I think that the Haslams want to be able to walk away from getting ripped every time they turn around.
Yep.
And they're speaking right now, or at least Jimmy's speaking right now. So when we have that stuff, we'll play that back.
Yeah, you'll hear some of that. Well, we're keeping you updated on everything that might happen with
And
the
the
Cavs.
Cavs, too,
They have
man.
trade deadline coming up Thursday. I thought he said an interesting thing about John Harbaugh. He learned, and I didn't get, I'm missing a word or two, but basically he said, John showed me how to deal with things and teams and players and issues without being confrontational. Thought that was good. That's an interesting thing to learn, especially at that point in his career. Love the fact that he said the version of me now is a hell of a lot better than what you would have had 15 or 20 years ago. I think that's true.
It's a fair thing
Yeah.
for someone with his resume to say.
Yep. Straight shooter. He was asked about being a straight shooter, and he said, well, I think you need to hold your players accountable to what their expectations are. And then what their expectations are for themselves and for their team. And then he said, everybody likes honesty until you hear the honesty that maybe you don't want to hear.
I'm still kind of stuck on the Schwartz thing a little bit.
Well, you should be. I mean, it's a big deal. To me, Indy, it has to be resolved shortly as well. You know? If Jim Schwartz will not return, I'd be surprised if he does. I hope he does. I mean, he's a terrific defensive coordinator. I like him. I'd be surprised if he returns. If he doesn't, then you're going to, sounds like, if you're not going to change the defensive system, then you would want somebody who has coached that system.
Yeah.
And there are two guys here, Tarver and Bonda, who seem like the right guys for that. So maybe one of them gets promoted, and then you'd have to hire another defensive coach.
Is his ego bigger than, and then I started looking through some of the stuff. Do you have a ballpark figure of what you think he makes?
Who?
Schwartz.
$2 million.
According to what I'm reading, 5.
Bingo.
You're walking away from $5 million?
How much has he made in his career? I don't know. And at some point, you've made more money than you're ever going to spend.
That's for you to say, though.
You always say that, but these guys
you
aren't.
don't know
these
how
guys
people
aren't
spend their money.
But they're not morons with their money.
Maybe. I've seen plenty of these guys, especially the players. I mean, the bankruptcy rate is ridiculous among former athletes.
Like Todd Monken, Jim Schwartz has a degree in economics.
Okay.
My guess is he's just fine.
I'll wait. You go find me somebody who doesn't have enough money or somebody who doesn't want more money. I'll wait.
I'm just telling you, he's just fine if he wants to take a year or two off if he has to. My guess is he probably could. Probably could.
I don't know, man. You never know.
I'll give you that. I'm not going to go back if I feel miserable about my working conditions.
I could feel miserable for $5 million a year. I could.
Well,
I could go to work and maybe I have 2 years to work it out.
If you made $5 million last year,
yes,
you think you'd be okay?
I would hope so. But
okay, there you go.
Are you married? Do you have kids? Yes. So you could never have enough money.
But that's just after 1 year. This guy's made a lot of money. Money's not the issue here. I don't think.
How do you? I mean, first of all,
at this point in his life, it's pride, man.
You set the place on fire when you walked out the door.
Yeah.
Knowing you made $5 million a year.
Yeah.
Maybe you're hoping to get fired at that point. Maybe you know that's the best way they can fire you and have to pay you off, or at least come up with some kind of settlement.
Maybe. I'm not looking at Jim Schwartz and thinking he's coming back because of the money. Certainly he could. Okay, certainly he could. But, I love my players and all. Well, you've been coaching for, 30 years. You've loved all kinds of players. You'll find new players to love. Keep that in mind. If any coach loved his players, they wouldn't be changing jobs all the time. Unless they got fired and had to. So I hope Jim returns. I'd be surprised if he returns, and I'd be happy if he returned.
Yeah, I think after today, I'm more surprised if he returns.
Yep. I think
I had more hope going into this that Schwartz could return, but and I was watching body language too. It doesn't feel good.
When Todd said, "I'm not changing defensive systems," and he was asked about the players, and all, we're not changing systems. We're going to let them attack and play free. And then he said, and he kind of couched it, and we knew he was going, treading lightly. I didn't take this job because of Jim Schwartz. When
He
I
took
played,
it because of the defensive players. That
when
were
I
here.
played the Cleveland Browns, I was worried about the players, not Jim Schwartz. Okay. That didn't sound like a ringing, gosh, I'm trying to woo him back. Did it?
No. He did say he talked to him, but he wasn't going to talk about the conversation.
Right, and he wasn't going to say it.
I can only imagine what that conversation was like. Let's recreate that. Are you ready, Dan? Who do you want to be? We'll do it after the break.
We don't have to recreate it. We heard it the first time.
We didn't hear it. The conversation between Monken and Schwartz?
We heard all that Todd's going to tell us.
Yeah. Wouldn't you like to know what they talked about?
Thought he had an interesting line.
I have a feeling like only 40% of it would be able to be played on air.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. That's the only
But they
bummer.
talk, so that means they got past hello.
I will say this. In one press conference, Todd Monken has already passed the Kevin Stefanski total of dump buttons pushed in press conferences.
Oh, that's a good point, too. Good point.
So, hey.
He may have set a record for head coaches.
We got that fixed.
Folks, what'd you think? 216-474-0092. Todd Monken, new head coach of the Browns on Todd Monken Day. Cavs talking trade, Los Angeles Clippers, maybe others. We'll keep you updated on all of it, but we continue with Todd Monken Day next on Baskin and Phelps.
long, but Cleveland is ramping up talks with LA for a trade between Darius Garland and Harden. The 11-time All-Star, who is in his 17th NBA season, is averaging 25 points and 8 assists through 44 games. Cleveland heads to LA to play the Clippers tomorrow night. Stay up to date with everything Cleveland sports on our YouTube channel at 92.3 The Fan. Watch our live shows, best segments all week long. 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, what a day. 92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code LIKE, L-I-K-E. Enter the code LIKE at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock. You've got an hour for that. For your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Tim McGraw, Pawn Shop Guitar Tour 2026. That's at Blossom Music Center on July 17th as a part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions concert series. Tickets on sale Friday, the 6th, so that's coming up here shortly. And that'll start at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. 10 a.m. at livenation.com on Friday. Again, the code word is LIKE, L-I-K-E. It's all from Live Nation and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan, Tim McGraw.
Is that a barbecue stain on your white T-shirt?
What are you? Oh, good call. You got me there.
He looked.
You got me. That was pretty good. I actually thought you were going to make a Tug McGraw reference there, but you didn't do it.
No, I didn't. I didn't. That's Andy. I'm Jeff. Dan Mennigan behind the glass. Cam Manna taking your phone calls, 216-474-0092. We heard Todd Monken, new head coach of the Browns, who, when he was looking to perhaps leave Georgia to come back to the NFL with the idea of becoming an NFL head coach, talked to Matt LaFleur
and
Kevin Stefanski.
Interesting.
And they both said they loved being an NFL head coach.
Best thing ever.
So that was good. If you didn't hear enough about Monken from Monken, we're here to help because it is Todd Monken Day in all of Northeast Ohio.
Let's get to know Todd Monken
I would hope that's what we're doing.
with Baskin and Phelps.
Did you notice that Todd mentioned Knox College?
Oh, Jeff, you were dropping knowledge. Well, if you listen to everything Jeff said before the press conference, and you were listening with a friend who hadn't heard any of Jeff's, and you were dropping wisdom on him left and right, you'd be like, "Damn, I'm the smartest guy in the room."
He played for the Knox Old Siwash.
Oh yeah,
that was their nickname, and now they're the Knox Prairie Fire. But Todd played quarterback there, and we heard him asked as a former quarterback. He played quarterback at Knox, 2-year starter there. As a senior, 1988, first team small college All-American.
Nice.
He led the nation in pass attempts, completions, completion percentage, and he played through a broken leg in his senior season.
Oh, man.
Tough.
Next thing you know, he'll be in the Olympics with a ripped ACL.
Oh, isn't that something nasty? That is something nasty. The Jim Schwartz situation, obviously.
Lindsey Vaughn is who we're talking about.
Yes. She's 41 years old, tore her ACL going back to the Olympics. Like a week ago, she tore it.
Man,
good luck to her.
I got to say, that's pretty tough, though.
That's pretty nasty.
That's hockey player tough. Congratulations.
That's true. Monken had some very interesting things to say, but the stuff about Jim Schwartz was, I think, telling. We're not changing the defensive system. We want the players to attack and play free. I didn't take the job because of Jim Schwartz. When I played the Browns, I wasn't worried about Jim.
He said, all due respect, I didn't take the job.
I was worried about the players. And that's all fair. It didn't feel all warm and fuzzy. Let's just put it that way. And he said it was inappropriate.
It's not like Jim walked out the door all warm and fuzzy.
No,
let's be honest.
and Andy, I don't blame him.
I don't blame him either. It's the passion that made me want him to be the head coach.
Inappropriate to comment about Jim at this time. I get that. Jimmy Haslam then did a little meet and greet with the press. And Dano, he was asked about Jim Schwartz as well.
I think this, first of all, I think Todd made it clear, Andrews made it clear, I think I made it clear back on January 5th. We think the world of Coach Schwartz. I think Jim and Jim's future is the subject for another day.
Why can't you shed light on what's going to happen with Jim now?
Those conversations are ongoing. We'll talk about that at a later day. Today is to introduce Todd Monken as new head coach.
Thus, Todd Monken Day in Northeast Ohio.
So where are the conversations ongoing to? Are they about a buyout from his contract? Are they about just letting him sit there for 2 years and not coach? Are they?
Well, he gets paid.
Yeah.
Kind of like that. Look, Andy, he gets his money after all.
It's not a bad way to go. Tell Fearless Leader he's about to get ripped on the way out the door.
Boy,
no, that's
boy.
only if I had that money. Never mind. I'll keep it.
Good idea.
Come on down to rip me. That's fine. I'll take it for saying that.
Hmm.
Don't
Okay.
ponder that too long, Jeff.
More from Jimmy?
Yeah, this was a little bit more of expecting, expectations, that kind of stuff.
You expected this team was going to win more than 8 games the last 2 years, so even though, as you said, you anticipate having one of the younger teams, is the expectation that this team's going to win a lot more this year than they did last year?
Well, let's be careful with a lot more, Daryl. But do I expect we'll win more games? I do, and I think we'll have a better team, better football team, and I think it'll be. What's Terry say? They're ugly to watch sometimes. We're not going to be ugly to watch, okay? And I actually take that seriously. I mean, we want it to be a fun team to watch, a team that plays hard, plays smart, and most of all wins.
Okay. Addressing Daryl Ryder's question, and Terry Pluto, who's commented that it's been ugly football, and Terry's absolutely right about
So
that.
he's guaranteeing 6 wins then next year? Is that what he kind of did there?
Okay.
I'm just saying, man.
Okay.
I think we'll have more wins.
It's
Until my kicker sends it through the uprights.
every once in a while you hear
below
a
the
guy
uprights?
who doesn't do well in his opening press conference. If you're a Browns fan and you like old school football, how did you not love listening to Todd Monken today? That means absolutely nothing when it comes to coaching and winning on the football field. We hope he can do it, fingers crossed, because we'd all like to see the team do well. But he sounded great, didn't he? I mean, that's
Yeah, he won the. Was it an overwhelming win? I mean,
No, he did just
all the
fine.
judges score for him? He
did just
Probably
fine.
not. He did what he needed to do.
I
That's
thought
all.
he handled the questions he didn't want to answer very well.
Yeah, he was pretty good. He was very Kevin Stefanski like on that.
A little more blunt than Kevin, but that's
yeah,
okay.
I'm okay. I like that. I'm more curious on the press conference scale. Where is he on Dan Menigan's rating chart? Oh, come on. Are you serious? He was way better than that's your Kevin Stefanski bar, right?
Yeah, once you get past the profanity, if all you're looking for is profanity, there's a lot of stand-up comedians I can point you toward.
Man, you're about as much fun as the prep before a colonoscopy. Come on, man.
It's not as bad as it used to be.
That is true. Well, okay.
If you want me to be entertaining, I can drop an S-bomb there. Whoo!
Oh, come on. Okay, so tell me on a scale of 1 to 10, Stefanski's press conferences
You like
were what?
anybody's press conferences?
No. There are no press conferences that are enjoyable.
Not even the god Kyle Shanahan?
No, his press conference will really send you to an app.
Wow, you know what?
That guy really doesn't want to be there.
I don't know who. I would say the founder of analytics in baseball. You'd want to listen to that.
No, not at all. I've heard.
I could see you
I've heard
totally
Bill
being
James
into
speak.
that.
It sent me to an app.
Bob James is right.
Bill
James. That's right. Bill James.
Went to work for the Sox.
Yep.
Wow.
I've heard him speak. He'll send you to an app.
I thought it was
Okay, so
interesting.
hang on. I got to get his answer on this. Listen, what was Kevin Stefanski on the press conference scale?
Like
0
Bill
to 10.
Brooks decided to do a press conference, I would pay attention to that.
Okay, scale 0 to 10 on Kevin Stefanski average press
All
conference.
right, where does Kevin Stefanski sit on your scale?
I'm asking you, where are Kevin's? They're probably about a 3 or a 4.
Okay, I'm probably closer to a 2 in my mind, but okay.
Okay, where's Monken?
4. They're all bad. They're all bad.
Just what are you looking for? You looking for Letterman?
No.
You looking for a monologue?
I am looking for people to finally realize that press conferences are just not an enjoyable listen, and that there are many better ways.
In the mind of Dan Menigan.
What, do you want these guys to walk out these press conferences and say, hey, everybody, how you doing? Hey, I see we have a lot of celebrities with us today. Mary Kay Cabot is here. Hey, Mary Kay.
Hi,
Oh,
Mary
look over there.
Kay.
There's Scott.
If
Oh,
we could
man.
resurrect Don Rickles and have him do a press conference, I'm in.
Rickles was good.
Or you know what? We could do Jeff Ross, and in that way you get all your profanity and he insults people.
I'm going to vote for Jeff Ross. I'm totally voting for Jeff Ross.
Jeff Ross would be a good time. We couldn't air any of it, but it'd be a good time.
Tell me if my gut instinct on this is wrong. My gut instinct tells me we're going to hear something about Jim Schwartz by Friday at the latest.
We may hear by tonight or
Yeah, that's what
tomorrow. Yeah.
Andy, Friday at the latest.
Yeah.
It sounded to me like they're just like looking.
The question is, how are they going to close the book?
Yeah.
That's it.
After what we heard today, both from Jimmy Haslam, but especially from Todd Monken, it just screams to me, hey, this isn't going to work, and we're gonna move on. And we love the defensive system, and we're going to keep playing it, which means Jason Tarver, come on down.
I got news. The way this thing ended, if they want him to stick around, he's under contract for 2 years. They could tell him to report to a porta potty on the job site where they're putting in the new dome. That's his new office.
Jim could coach him up. Coach up the construction workers.
No, it'd have to be coached down because they got to put it in the ground because the FAA apparently. He's got to coach him down.
You're just bad.
If they wanted to, I'm telling you. Remember, I used to work at a television station that when people were reassigned, it was owned by a newspaper. You would pack up your stuff from the TV station, and they would move you into an office with other people who were kind of waiting out their contract out at the printing plant. And they would just move you out. They could be sending him to the printing plant.
As long as they had Wi-Fi, who cared? Chris Fedor covers the Cavaliers for the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. And Chris is busy, yet he's taking time to talk to us next. Cavaliers, according to reports, in trade talks right now with the Los Angeles Clippers involving Darius Garland and James Harden, among other potential deals. Fedor next on Baskin and Phelps.
like kudos from across the league, and then it'll be a very good thing. In many ways, Monken's in a win-win situation.
LA Clippers and James Harden are working through whether they can find a trade for Harden out of LA. One of the teams that has jumped out as among the most interested teams for Harden right now, the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Whoa, what?
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and boy, what a day we got in February for you. James Harden for Darius Garland. You into that sort of thing? We got Todd Monken. How does a man that was born in Illinois sound like he belongs on the cast of King of the Hill? I don't know, but we're going to find out a lot there. Got great coach voice. Actually, initially kind of sounded like Tiny Tim, and he just screamed his way into a real man's voice. But that opened, courtesy of ESPN and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Mac's got a new haircut. It kind of looks like Kim Jong-un. So we got that going. Well, you can't tell there was the only one that thought of it.
You're the only one that thought of it.
Come on.
Nobody else made that comment yet.
Nobody else has
I've
said.
had this haircut since Saturday, and nobody has given me
the first time that he's
And
seen you, though.
everyone's thought of it.
No one's thought of it.
No, it's a good haircut.
You went short on the sides. No one thought Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, no.
It's short.
Like, this is what Kim Jong-un wants it to look like. Yeah, no, understand.
We made it 3 minutes into the show.
Yeah, we did. But right now, he's looking at this. He's like,
Kim Jong-un,
I wish I could look like Mac Robinson.
He wishes he could have that front little part and everything.
With the
where
little
he just,
curls up
where
there.
he pushes it off to the side and everything. The Kim Jong-un hair is just, it's a straightforward, you got nothing on the sides, and then it's like a flat top on the top.
And by the way,
I could eat a sandwich off of his hair on the top of his head. It's like a plate.
And BT Dubs. You don't practice dictatorship. So you got that going for you.
But you might be best friends with Dennis Rodman, so
That's true.
I don't know.
That's true. That'd be a hell of a
know.
wingman for Mac. Could use it. We got Jake Murren.
He's like, here's Carmen Electra. Have fun. And Mac's like, not today.
I got to go get a burrito.
I don't know. I got some minor league baseball players I got to be scouting tonight.
I got this grade that I'm going to give out for the Jaren Jackson trade. But maybe after that.
Can you believe it? 13 first rounders. It's the same amount as Oklahoma City. And then Dennis Rodman punched you to the moon.
We've got Jake Murren, man of the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. That's the fine upstanding young man right there, and Jake Murren. Of course, like our videos on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. We like to be liked, and subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel as well. Jake doing the producing as well. We got Big Wooch, Jake Volnick, doing the 2020s today. Hi, JP.
Hello. How's it going today?
Feeling good.
Good.
Feeling good.
That's good. Better than yesterday, I would imagine.
Yes, although the idea of trading for James Harden is kind of like whatever was working its way through my body yesterday.
Okay, so that means that there were moments where you're like, this might be a good idea. This might be going well. And then there's a lot of moments where you're just worried about it.
Mostly, am I going to spill my guts right here on the floor? I think that's more where we are with the James Harden trade.
Really? Just so anti the James Harden deal.
And I don't understand. Have all of you been in a coma for the last 5 years to see what James Harden has become?
No. So, like, the interesting thing about this, on one side of it, you can be like, all right, the man does not show up in the playoffs at all. So you're making the deal so he could be a playoff game changer. And historically, I mean, he might be one of the better regular season players we've ever seen in the history of the sport. But when he gets to the playoffs, he just melts down. He also completely crashes out in every situation he's ever been in. He is human toxicity at its highest level. So, like, there's an acknowledgement attached to that has to exist. But on the other side of it, you're not really getting much out of Darius. And so if you can turn it into someone right now that's 25-8-6, it's not really the worst thing in the world.
I thought it's been really interesting. Again, I'm glad you brought this up because there are two different things at play here. I can no longer say that Darius is off the table or that Darius shouldn't be traded, right? Because of the toe injury, because of the recent injuries across the last couple of years. Like, I get it. If you're trying to win now, I understand that Darius, although he's still just 26, it might be time for that. That's separate than do you want to trade him for James Harden?
No, it goes hand in hand because Garland is the piece attached to James Harden in this trade.
Yeah,
like
no.
They have to go in concert together.
Oh, you can trade him elsewhere. You don't have. There's no rule saying you have to trade him for a 36-year-old washed-up strip club fanatic.
Right, but the trade that we're discussing right now and that the Cavs have been discussing involves Darius Garland for James Harden. Yes, in theory, you could trade him for somebody that isn't James Harden.
Let's do that.
You just want to do that, okay.
Yeah, that's better than trading him for James Harden.
Okay. All right, so you're saying that they just chose the wrong person to deal with and make a trade with.
Yeah.
You're more interested in the Michael Porter Jr. type. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, probably. And again, like Max doing the Kim Jong-un face now.
He's disgusted.
He's got the haircut. He's disgusted by this. Somebody's just told the dictator of whichever Korea that it's something he didn't like. I knew. I was just being dismissive because he's a little fellow and has a lot of bad habits. Now, this being said, back to this. Here's the thing. James Harden probably is going to take away some of the touches from Donovan Mitchell. If he doesn't, James Harden off the ball.
Not probably, he will.
James Harden off the ball is about as blah as it gets. He doesn't defend. Like, I love people like, well, he's a better shooter, he's a better rebounder, he's a better scorer than Darius Garland. He's also 36, and he picks most of his spots based off of what are the strip clubs like in this town. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think we got the clubs to satiate James long term.
I mean, I lived in Houston. There are a lot of strip clubs in Houston.
He wants to go to Atlanta. Why?
There are a lot
Magic
of strip clubs.
City.
Well, he had his jersey retired in one of the strip clubs when I was in Houston at the same time. I'm not kidding. I always tell people this. Like, there were, when the first place I lived in Houston, there were more strip clubs than there were gas stations.
Yeah.
At one point, there was a whole article. New York Times did it. There was 100 strip clubs in the Houston area. 100. Houston has more McDonald's than anyone in the country with 125. Like, there's just as many McDonald's as there are strip clubs in that city. That's an insane thing.
And we have too many McDonald's and not enough strip clubs.
We only have dozens.
That's true.
They have
That's
more.
true.
They have more strip clubs in Houston than we have McDonald's here in Cleveland. That's how many strip clubs there are.
And we don't have enough damaged women to fill enough strip clubs for James Harden.
Well, Houston's got a lot of those.
Exactly.
They got them.
By the way, Houston, Atlanta, L.A. I mean, it makes a lot of sense.
So,
when you think about
our
those
strip
towns.
club scene isn't good enough for James Harden?
I think that's exactly what he's going to get bored.
Couldn't this also be a good thing, though? Like, if James Harden doesn't have strip clubs.
He's going to take up crocheting.
If he doesn't have strip clubs around, really.
He's finally going to play defense.
If he doesn't have, and there are strip clubs around here, obviously. I drive by enough of them going home. But,
And then you stop in just to see what's happening.
I don't stop in.
Because you support local business.
I don't support those local businesses at this point in
Anna,
life.
the Amish housekeeper, if she's on that pole these days, you know
married
what I'm saying.
Married man. I'd be killed if I stopped into those.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Wink, wink.
Oh, yeah. You're such an idiot.
You and I just don't belong in the strip clubs.
You're such an idiot sometimes.
Hey, is this Motley Crue? I haven't heard this one before.
No, you would instead of falling in love with the stripper, you'd be trying to give the stripper life advice.
Listen.
You can get out of this. You don't need to do this. I think you're better than this. I really think you're better than this.
You've got a pulse. Your friends over there, dumb. But you've got a pulse. You really, your eyes light up when you walk into the room here. And by the end of it, she'd be calling her father and saying, Dad, I'm coming home.
And you think you saved one.
And James Harden would be like, Dad, I'm going to Magic City.
Meanwhile, her dad would be like, you know how much money you were making there? Like, what are you using this guy for? You want to go work a minimum wage job? You're cleaning in $3,000 a week there.
They have to sell the family farm because
that
I
was the
talked her
only
out of
source of
stripping.
income. Like, I had this epiphany. I talked to this guy, Nick.
These tariffs are really rough on us, man.
The dad's like, you're clearing easy six figures. What are you doing?
I think people talking themselves into James Harden are...
Well, it's not talking themselves into James Harden.
It's
more
talking
the idea,
themselves out of Darius Garland?
You're talking yourselves into the idea that you want to see change. And this is where, so like yesterday we talked a lot about Giannis, and part of the reason why I was like, I want Giannis here, let's do this, is the idea that I want to see this mixed up. I want to see this changed. And if they have to come to the conclusion that the core four is broken, it doesn't work, at least they're doing it before the deadline, and so we can get some action in on this. Like, this will infuse me with energy associated to this Cavs team. Because
we're just bored with the amount of success.
It's not amount of success. Right now, I don't think they're going to do anything in the postseason. I mean, maybe you win a series. Maybe you're out in the second round.
So James Harden's the guy that's going to get you over the top?
I don't know if it's James Harden, but if a James Harden trade then all of a sudden facilitates a Giannis trade, and then all of a sudden we're cooking with gas. Like there's layers to this.
Okay,
but
what
it
if
gives
it
us a
doesn't?
look. It gives us a look that we currently don't have. Right now, what we have is a guaranteed nothing burger. Darius is too injured, and it's not going to happen.
If I had told you a year ago
guaranteed nothing burger
that they were going to trade Darius for James Harden, we would have all laughed.
For sure we would have, but that was before Darius had a million different injuries and proven that he can't stay on the court.
I believe he had a bunch of different injuries before last year. But
well, no, that's fair. But like they've continued, and they've shown in a way that like you can't rely on Darius in a big time spot. I like Darius. I think he's a good player. James Harden right now at 25, 8, and 6 is a really good player too.
If there was a second deal behind this, if it goes Giannis, James Harden, and Donovan, okay, I can at least understand that. And I can really get behind the idea of all right, it's a win now. It's the next year or two, you have to win a title. I hate zero-sum things like that, where it's if you don't do it, it's a massive failure, and then we're going to stink for 7 years after. But I can at least get that. But James Harden is the least serious NBA player ever. He is.
No,
He doesn't play defense. He doesn't play defense. If you don't give him the ball in his hand, he gets lost like a puppy.
It's the playoffs. It's the playoffs for me.
And the
regular
playoffs.
season he's great. The playoffs, he's just been a mess. Even last year's series, Game 5, he absolutely stunk up. Game 7, pivotal Game 7 series, he can showcase that he's a different James Harden. He goes 2 of 8 from the field and absolutely lays an egg.
And why is no one talking about the fact that he's 36 going on 37?
Well, we are talking about that. That is a big component to all this.
That's the worst part of this.
The idea that he wants out in Los Angeles because he wants an extension. So if you sign him, you're probably going to have to do so with the idea that it's not just this year. It's probably either next year and the year beyond that as well. Like there's a lot that comes with this, but you're trying to showcase to Donovan Mitchell that he's got a reason to go ahead and stay with this team long term, and you're making the moves that will suffice it because this core 4 isn't it.
I'm all about making the moves that help Donovan decide he wants to stay here long term. They have to make sense. And I think Clevelanders who are embracing James Harden, it's simply, well, he's not Darius Garland. That's not enough good. That's not a good enough reason for me to trade Darius, and it's not a good enough reason to trade James Harden. The Giannis thing I get, like turning Evan Mobley and whatever pieces you can into Giannis Antetokounmpo. That makes incredible sense because Giannis pairs with Jared Allen. He pairs with Donovan Mitchell. You can do a lot of different, and you've got the shooters to kind of go around him. Like that substantially gives you a better chance of winning a championship.
For sure.
James Harden just does absolutely, he's not a winning player. And that ultimately, in a town like this, guys, you're going to like him when he's scoring 25 points a night in February. And you are going to hate him when it comes to April, May, and June. You just are. Because that's who he is. At some point at 36, there's no changing it. And by the way, and wildly successful player.
With that.
Wildly successful. Good for him. He has become one of the best players. He's a Hall of Famer.
Might be the greatest player to never win a ring.
Yeah, and there's a reason for it. Like, he's everything you need in the NBA in this era to win a title, and he hasn't come close. That is as big of an indictment as you can have on a player. I want the Cavs to get better. I'm open to making the Cavs better in any myriad of ways. But this strikes me as desperation, and you do.
Oh yeah,
when you talk yourselves into being desperate, that's when you screw yourself over.
What do you think
hard.
the past 24 hours have been? We're in on Giannis, we're in on Harden, we're in on Anthony Davis. Like we're in on everybody because they're just trying to shake the snow globe. They're trying to give themselves a different look so that Donovan feels like they're not just wasting this season, and then also they can go into the offseason with all sorts of room with cap and everything, like the financial room that you need. And like it's just. Yes, it's desperate. There's a lot of this that is desperate, but this is where they're at right now.
Giannis makes sense. Giannis is not desperation. Giannis is trading tomorrow for something that feels certain today. Makes sense. Anthony Davis, James Harden, any other team is making this kind of deal, and we're making fun of them. Any other team. 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got Joe DeLeon, A to Z sports draft analyst, and the Ruffino and Joe show at 3:20. John Fanta, he might have some takes here. Cleveland's own NBC Sports. We'll talk Garland for Harden, Mobley for Giannis, and Todd Monken's press conference, which we will get today extensively. As well as the latest with the Cavs rumor mill there. We got Albert Breer of the MMQB coming up at 5:20 today, and so much more from you guys. 216-474-0092. James Harden for Darius Garland. Who says no? We'll keep talking about that desperation with the Cavaliers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Probably. I think if you're Cleveland and you're looking at it, you don't do this move if you think that Garland is the future or if he's going to be part of this team with Mitchell for the next 3 or 4 years. I don't know that they think that. I don't know that they're convinced of that. This, to me, again, I see what the Cavs are looking at with this season. Like, this has the potential to make them better for 1 year. Not for 2 years, not for 3 years. I would be terrified of whatever contract you might have to give James Harden at the end of the season to keep him. But for 1 year and this postseason, I would do it because I think it makes them better.
Chris Mannix on with the Morning Boys earlier today of Sports Illustrated, giving us his take. He, of course, was the person that sent out the tweet last night that set the world on fire, that the Cavs and Clippers were somewhat engaged. I can't remember his exact verbiage. Do you remember?
No, somewhere around there.
That definitely was more than like they've had talks. It seemed a step more serious than that. But what was that, Mac?
I think it was advanced discussions.
Advanced discussions. Somebody does need to give me like the crib notes, because there's preliminary discussions, advanced, and then we had the Chris Haynes thing that said earlier, I think it was about an hour ago, that they've ramped up conversations.
Well, I think ramped up is better than advanced discussions.
I think advanced is like the second. Okay, there's preliminary, advanced, and then ramped up. I mean, that's basically you're rounding home, buddy boy, and you can see. You're rounding third. You can see home from there. Had to remember how baseball worked for a moment.
It's okay. You only talk sports on the radio. It's
That's
okay.
true.
We don't talk enough baseball, I guess is what that means.
We can make that happen. Now, I'll tell you exactly how it's going to happen, because I do think there are people saying, could this be a salary dump? Yeah. And I think there's a chance that you could just have Harden the rest of this year, not re-sign him in the summer. He gets to go to Atlanta or wherever the nicest strip clubs he can find are that will still have him. And then you obviously get well below under the second apron and have more freedom to do other things. I see it working out this way. James would join the team some point this week. They would go off on a tear because James Harden is still a good regular season player.
Yeah.
And then right around the second round, he would disappear. Donovan would be left on an island, and the Cavs would be bounced out in the second round of the playoffs again, at which point you're no closer to kind of where you want to be, and now you have one less asset to move in Darius Garland.
But you get to then have a ramp up for this offseason, because now you'd have the cap space to go after Giannis if he doesn't get traded in this trade deadline, and you'd also have the cap space to be able to welcome on in one LeBron James.
But you don't have the picks for it. I think that's the thing. Like with Giannis,
that's why I think it's so important that why they're stressing the attached picks in this deal already. And so, like, why the big discussion over this right now is whether or not the Cavs can get a first round pick in return. And so, like, part of that is adding to the bevy of picks that they don't have, because right now they only have one first round pick that you can trade.
We do have a little bit of an NBA trade coming in here, a three-way. Chicago, Minnesota, and Detroit have agreed. No, we're talking strip clubs again. To a multi-team deal that sends Jaden Ivey and Mike Conley Jr. to the Bulls, Kevin Huerter and Dario Saric to the Pistons.
Huerter, I hardly know her.
And Detroit also receives a 2026 first-round protected swap. So we got that going for us. So trades aplenty. We have the Jaren Jackson trade. I have no doubt that in the immediate, this half of the season, that James Harden would make you better because he's healthy and he's ready to play. But every James Harden outcome is the same.
Yeah, you'd be having to go against history here. And we have, 15 years of history that tells us that James Harden just does not do it in the postseason. And that's tough. Like, why is Cleveland going to be any different? That'd be the question you'd have to ask yourself. Why is this team and why is Cleveland going to be any different?
I also struggle with how a 26-year-old two-time All-Star, who admittedly played 75 games in the last 2 years, is worth a 36-year-old malcontent who's quit on 4 teams in 6 seasons.
Because now that malcontent's averaging 25, 8, and 6.
Yeah, honestly, the more we talk about it, this feels like a salary dump. And I understand what that opens up.
That is a big part of it, yeah.
I understand what it opens up this summer. I don't know. The East is wide open. I don't like selling this low. Like, I know you're going to have to take a hit on some of the value of Darius Garland. I understand that. But selling this low on Darius just feels like I think a lot of fans are thinking we're more serious about winning a championship this year. This feels like trying to take a step back before you take a step forward.
Oh, but again, we don't know what comes out of it. This is why the next 24, 48 hours are so exciting, is because it feels like this is setting up to then potentially be an even bigger deal. Maybe that's Giannis. I don't know what else the bigger deal would be. Could, I guess, be Anthony Davis. But like it's setting itself up for the Cavs, second time I've done that now, to really shake this thing up. And I think that's exciting for fans, because fans at this point are tired of what the core four has become.
You sound like a man who hasn't eaten in 40 days.
I sound like a man that's excited to watch Cavs basketball and be excited about it again, is what I sound like.
Is being a game outside of the second seed not enough for you?
It isn't right now, no. Knowing where this team is going to go, this team isn't going to do anything in the postseason this year.
What makes you think it is with James Harden?
Well, you're at least shaking up the roster. You're giving it a different look. I've seen what this core four is.
Yeah,
I'm good.
I think so. I do think there's an element here, and I think there's some with you and some with fans, where we're so starved for a move because Kobe Altman has been so steadfast in not trading one of the core four that honestly anything sounds good.
I'm itching right now. I'm like a crackhead. I'm itching for a move. Give me something.
I think you talk.
This has been juice for me.
I think listen, it certainly makes the Cavs more interesting to talk about. But this feels a lot like Kobe Altman trying to save his job. This feels a lot like Dan Gilbert kind of desperately chasing a title. And I'm saying not all these things are going to be true, but some of them are true. And you only act desperately if you've convinced yourself you're desperate. And like, guys, there's a chance that if you get through this and you don't have Giannis or you don't bring back LeBron and Donovan doesn't get his championship, he's still not going to sign here. And I think I understand we want to keep Donovan here at all costs, but we do have to be
all of this.
But we do have to be reasonable about this.
But no, there's risk attached to all this, but also just doing nothing is also going to give you a end result that'll likely lead with Donovan being gone too.
Doing nothing is better than selling low on your second player in 2 weeks.
I don't think they look at it as selling low. Like you heard Mannix. Mannix thinks this is a good trade. Like there's NBA people that think this is a good trade for a multitude of reasons. Now there's also a bunch of people that think James Harden can't do anything in the postseason. But what this does do is it shakes it up. It gives you a different look, and it shows to Donovan that you're obviously going to make some sort of moves or some sort of change because right now it doesn't seem like this core four is going anywhere.
So what happens if the moves don't get you any farther in the playoffs?
Well, same thing that would happen if you ran it all back this year, continued to go forward with this team, and nothing happened there as well.
No, I mean, not really, because you'd still have Darius to trade. You'd still have Jarrett to trade. You still might have Evan to trade.
In the process, showing Donovan that you are willing to go ahead and make big, bold plays and big splashes.
Have you not shown him that previously? You're in the second apron. You traded for Donovan in the first place. Like, you have been bold in all of this. You fired J.B. Bickerstaff after one of your better regular seasons and brought in a coach and one of Donovan's best friends to be on the staff. Like,
I mean, these are big swings.
Bold things.
These are big swings that they're taking. And yes, does it feel like Kobe Altman's got the directive, you have to do something this year or your ass is grass, like you might be done? Yeah, it kind of feels that way. Yeah, it does. It feels like he's working with a sense of urgency for sure.
I just don't love that so much of the ideology on any of these moves are, well, it's not working. Yes, it is. They're one game outside of the 6th seed. They've had a bad regular season. But, like, you just traded DeAndre Hunter. I like Keon Ellis. He's not worth to you what DeAndre Hunter is, because now you have a real problem at having not enough forwards again, or bigs, or hybrid bigs, whatever you want to call what DeAndre plays, that small forward, power forward kind of combo now. Dennis Schroeder's a nice backup point guard. And certainly – if Darius is off here, he can start for you. Okay, it's still not worth a 6'8" two-way player that had a bad month. Like, there is a part of me that's like, all right, if you go around, the only way you can really screw yourself in this long term is if you go around selling low on players. I think you sold low on DeAndre Hunter, and I think you're selling low on Darius Garland. And I understand the immediacy of this, but then the Cavs are creating the immediacy. And that, to me, this is just dangerous thinking. I've put too much stock in those guys know what the hell they're doing to then look at this and go, well, all right, but maybe something bigger's coming behind it. That feels a little like wishes, hopes, and dreams for me.
I don't know. It feels like maybe it's a lot of hypotheticals, though, that every situation ends in bad. Like there's Tom Haberstraw had an article, 35 minutes ago, where he laid out the path that he believes where the Cavs could end up with Harden, Giannis, and LeBron all on the same team as early as next season. Like this
the
is
all-AARP team?
This is where people are. Yeah, but I mean, think about how impactful that would be. Well, it's the
I'm just
NBA.
gonna score a
Nobody plays
$170
defense
a game?
anyway. It's the NBA. We'll be fine.
You do in the playoffs. They do
the
play
NBA.
defense in the No.
I'm not worried about
In
it.
the regular season, nobody plays defense. Fair to say, or very few teams play defense. In the postseason, you kind of have to defend.
They'll be fine.
With James Harden, 90-year-old LeBron, and
James
Giannis?
Harden, Donovan Mitchell, Giannis, and LeBron. They'll
It's
score
Giannis.
more. It's like Team USA from 5 years ago. What are we talking about?
That's actually Team USA.
How am I worried about
Team
that?
Magic City
Why?
and Team Greek.
That's an NBA All-Star team from 5 years
You
ago.
just want
like
name
they're starting on it. They're still good.
Like James Harden.
They're still good. This is the part that's driving me crazy.
But
they're still good.
But they're not as good as their
Harden's
brand
25,
value.
8-6. Giannis
In
is
the
28,
regular season,
Giannis is
what does he do in the
28-10.
postseason?
Giannis is 28-10. You're acting like these guys can do nothing.
No, I'm not putting them all in the same boat. Don't do that.
LeBron's like the
don't know why I'm
15th
saying
best
it that
player
way.
in the NBA right now. He's not a scrub.
Yeah,
what are
but
we
he
talking
doesn't play
about?
defense anymore because he can't. He's not the same defender he was 5 years ago,
Listen,
and that's so much bigger than
who's
all
gonna
the
play
offensive
defense
stuff.
is my biggest concern. I'll live. Let's march forward if that becomes the end result. There's too much
Not when
talent.
3 of the 4
There's too
best
much
players
talent
can-
on that team for me to be like, no, I'd rather have Darius Garland, Jared Allen, and Evan Mobley instead.
Haven't we said the same thing about this team, that there's too
Which,
much
by the
talent?
way, Darius is one of the worst defenders in the NBA.
Yes,
this season,
yes,
he is
but-
legitimately
so
147
you're
out of
not getting
155
any better
to
with
qualify.
James Harden, and you're
Darius plays the
complicating your
worst amount
problem.
of defense out of all the guys
But
we
you're
talked about.
complicating your problem by then bringing in a ball
If
hog.
we're worried about defense, though,
he averages
you
25
watch- you
points a
watch the
game because
Boston
he
series.
has the ball in his hand all the time.
You watch the Boston series. All they did
James
was
Harden-
they switched on to Garland and
James
hunted him
Harden
all
is
series
the most
long.
overrated
all they did
player
was
in
attack
NBA
Darius
history.
Garland. You can't bring
He
defense
is
to the
a
table
ball
when Darius
hog
exists and you want to
and
keep
a
Darius here.
melodramatic jackass. He has no business in the NBA Finals, and he never will. If he's your best player or second best player, you're not winning a finals.
So worried
with him.
about defense, but then when it comes to Darius, I guess it just doesn't matter.
No, nobody said that. The point is, you're somehow getting just as bad defensively. With what? Oh, well, he's a better scorer. Yeah, at the expense of your best player. Oh, he's a better rebounder. Okay, I need my two guard to rebound. I don't have 2 7-footers
assist
for
maker.
that right now.
He averages 8 assists a game. And by the way, he might be one of the best passers in the NBA. The way he can facilitate an offense is incredible. Legitimately one of the best passers in the NBA.
He's a
He
great
opens
passer.
up so many different things for a lot of different players.
He's a great anomaly. Not a great anomaly. He's a great contradiction because he's a great passer and he's the biggest ball hog in the NBA. And not the biggest. There's a lot in there. My point is, the Giannis thing, that's real. That is chasing a championship with the idea of this is the kind of guy that with Donovan changes the trajectory of the organization. James Harden is either about saving money or it's about changing things to say you change
It's about changing
and
things.
that's absolutely the dumbest reason to change.
Well, I mean, right now we're going nowhere with this core four. And what they're telling
did
you.
they number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference last year?
And what did it do for him?
They got him to the playoffs in the second round of the playoffs.
Yes. What is that? That did nothing for me. What, second round of the playoffs to lose to the Pacers?
Yeah. Okay. You think James Harden is getting you over the Pacers, or you think you get him
is that
over
what
anybody?
we're playing for? Are we playing for the second round of the playoffs? Is
No,
that
you're
the
playing
idea?
for better, which James
Because
Harden does not get you
Donovan's
there.
telling you right now that's not good enough. If we want to try to re-sign Donovan, him never making it to the conference finals the way he has his entire career, we're not doing anything to help the cause.
Yeah, and yet we don't attack that also. That this is also a part of it. Maybe Donovan's a second round player. With love and respect to a guy that I love watching play, it's not. Donovan's been incredible in the postseason. He's also had his disappearing act as well. James Harden
And that
isn't
might be
suddenly
the
going
end
to bring
result.
him to life.
That might be the end result we end up getting to, but I'd rather see us try than run back
This isn't
Jared Allen
trying.
and Darius
No,
Garland, who's
this
hobbling
is
on
saving
both
money
broken
and trying
feet.
to act like you're trying to win damn championships. That's not a serious NBA player. With love and respect to James Harden and all the strip clubs out there, he's not a serious NBA. No.
What do you mean he's not a serious NBA player?
He's not an NBA champion. No, he's
Well, no,
been
he's not
on
an NBA
teams.
He's not
been
an
on
NBA
teams with
champion.
more talent than
But
this
he's
one.
a very serious
and has
NBA
gone
player.
less farther in the playoffs. I could have just said. Screw it. 216-474-0092. I had to make the
Why
point
did you bail?
the hardest way possible.
Screw it. It's only 2:40. If that happens at 6:30, I get it.
I think that's the James Harden approach on defense.
If that happens, right? Or we call that the Darius Garland approach now on defense.
The I'll screw it was because I took the longest way to make the simplest point ever, and I got frustrated with myself. James Harden for Darius Garland. Who says no? And 1, More big trade domino down on the NBA. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
When there's new
for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Catch the Fan Offseason Special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Missed a moment in our show? Use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Joe DeLeon coming up in about 40 minutes. We'll talk the Browns and the Senior Bowl, who were the big winners and who were the big losers, and whether the Browns can afford to pass on a quarterback in this year's draft. And we also have to get to the Monken Man. That's right, Todd Monken. He cursed in his introduction. Could not be less like Kevin Stefanski. Bang biscuit.
Yeah. We'll have to decide. Was it a good press conference? Was it a bad press conference? I don't know. I thought it was an average press conference. Spoiler alert. We went right down the middle. I thought it was an average press conference.
We do not ride the fence on this show. You're going to have to pick a side here by the time.
Can't do it. You know me, just always riding that fence. Just never making up my mind.
But you do it so well.
Never making up my mind, clearly.
Let's get to Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. It's Quick Hits.
All right, the big trade that already happened today. Jaren Jackson Jr. and a bunch of guys to Utah for a bunch of guys and 3 first-rounders. I believe at least one of those are the Cavs first-rounders. But again, Jaren Jackson Jr. basically for 3 firsts. I now submit to you.
Yeah?
I think we have to amend the Stepien rule. Not only do I think you should not be able to trade your first rounders in consecutive years, I also don't think you should be allowed to trade more than 2 first rounders at a time. This is ridiculous. I'm cool when it's Giannis and you get 5 first rounders. That makes sense to me. Jaren Jackson Jr. is a very nice player.
Triple J.
Dejounte Murray is a very nice player. Neither of those fellas is worth, I don't know if I said fellas, neither of these guys is worth 3rd and 4th round picks. Owners and GMs have to be stopped.
Wasn't it like Desmond Bain that also got just a boatload of picks as well?
Just too much.
Mikal Bridges. Mikal Bridges was like 5 picks in total.
And again, like, if it's LeBron, if it's Giannis, if it's Kevin Durant.
What's the qualifiers? If you won a league MVP, then you can like add on X amount of picks?
I think it's got to be a silver list. Adam Silver has a list of guys.
He just has an obvious list in the NBA.
You can trade for more than 2 first-rounders.
Nobody knows the list at all.
No.
You have to call up and ask, are you on the list?
Exactly.
And then you can find out from there, because the list has to be always moving. It's got to be a moving list.
Yeah.
It's got to reflect the times, and Silver's got to have complete discretion to all of it.
Yep, and he can deny who is and isn't on the list all the time.
We're getting really close to denying Chris Paul trades, though, with this.
I'm fine with it.
Okay, because people don't like when the NBA, kind of puts their hand in the pot and says we're doing this.
But 3 first rounders for him, 4 for Murray, 5 for this is just too much. These players aren't worth this. And what happens is, I don't know. Why does anybody like it? What is this pornographic fetish that people have? Oh, Memphis has 13 first rounders now. Oh, so does OKC.
Yeah.
Why do I give a rat's ass?
I don't know.
Y'all been on Trade Machine too damn much.
All right, Patriots owner Robert Kraft, like his former head coach Bill Belichick, not selected for entry into this year's Pro Football Hall of Fame class. What's the ha for? What's that about?
Some fun times you got to pay for.
Well, he already did.
Yeah, he did.
That was the Orchids.
Yeah.
We did that. That was, he
saw a couple guys that looked like Mac there.
He paid for that one. He did. Oh, come on.
So he didn't
kind of like the Mike LaFleur. Did you see? He's got the Mike LaFleur haircut is what it is. You see LaFleur getting on the jet?
I thought
he had the straight sides just completely chopped off.
I thought LaFleur had the Jeff Hafley. Because Jeff
Hafley kind of has
John Eric Sullivan and their new assistant GM all have the same cut.
Yeah.
It's like Stephen Ross went shopping at the Twink store.
At the what store?
The Twink store.
Oh my gosh.
So Robert Kraft.
Yeah, so Robert Kraft didn't get into the Hall of Fame,
Yeah.
and a lot of people are upset by it. I don't think we're going to have 5 days of why didn't he get in? This is ridiculous. I don't think we're going to have that. I think it's just going to be 1 day maybe, half of a day of the idea that Kraft, who obviously should get in, just did not get in.
I don't think owners should be in the Hall of Fame. Not since like 1990. Congrats on, having the greatest job in the history. Like, what has Robert Kraft done for the NFL?
There are good owners and there are bad owners, though. So I kind of like the idea of rewarding owners that understand how to stay out of the way and then let people work and then have success.
Isn't being a billionaire and winning Super Bowls, isn't that enough reward? Like, there are guys who shorten their lives by 30 years.
Well, yeah, I don't think the Hall of Fame is the end aspiration for these billionaires.
We have coaches that are like, I don't even know the name of my youngest 3 children. I've never seen them. I know they exist. I sired them, but I've never met them because I'm too busy winning Super Bowls. Owners are like, I hired that guy. Okay.
Well, but some owners aren't, though. Some owners are Jerry Jones, where they go crazy. Some owners are the Haslams, where they are very, very involved. And so there's levels to the ownership attached to all this. And so I kind of like the idea. You reward the really, really good owners and the ones that understand, obviously, how to build a championship team. And then the ones that don't, well, then, okay, they just don't get a seat in the Hall of Fame.
I think what's really interesting is that the Pro Football Hall of Fame has missed the greatest opportunity to milk the Patriots way over multiple seasons. And now we're just going to get all next year.
Next year,
it's going to be Belichick, Kraft, and Brady.
And then Gronk's in there as well. There's like 5 different Patriots that are going to be up for it next year.
Gronk's going to have like a half a brain cell by the time they get to him.
I kind of like getting rid of them all in one fell swoop, if I'm being honest.
Is it because we don't want that many Patriots fans near us for 3 straight years?
You give them one season, they get all in at the same time. It's all one big deal, and then we don't have to think about it again. They get the Hall of Fame game, and that's it. We can do like a Patriots versus Patriots. We can do A squad versus B squad if you want. I don't care.
I'm going to go 10 toes down on this one. Owners in the modern era, they do not deserve to be in the Hall of Fame.
When did people start saying 10 toes up in reference to dying?
Oh, I didn't know that was 10 toes up.
I've heard this in the past couple days. I've heard it a couple different places referenced. It's like, when I'm 10 toes up, and that's supposed to signify that you're dying.
I did not know that.
Yeah, that's a new thing. Yeah.
I'm really going to have to work this into my vocabulary.
You'll get there. Yeah, you'll get there. Yeah,
I just thought 10 toes down was you're
firm.
clenching your feet
you are firm.
into the earth to be immovable.
You're standing on it.
Okay.
Is the idea.
The White Sox signing of Japanese slugger Munetaka Murakami signaled the team might be more competitive in the near future, and they spared no expense in getting him. On top of the 2-year, $34 million deal they gave him, they also installed a bidet in the Sox locker room, something he noted was missing when he met the team and saw the facilities, and GM Chris Getz couldn't stop bragging about having it installed. Is it funnier that Murakami asked for a bidet as part of signing, or that Chris Getz is proud he sealed the deal over installed a butt waterer?
Which can be like a $30 buy on Amazon. It's like not even an expensive thing and takes 5 minutes to install.
Listen, when what baby wants, baby gets.
I mean, it doesn't have to be expensive.
This is $1.50.
This is the easiest thing in the world. And so, and by the way, last week, actually, really, this last weekend, I was back into my I want to buy bidet mode that I get into every 3 months.
Was it because of Murakami?
No, it wasn't. This happened because I first saw that story yesterday, and so this was before that. And so I put them all in the Amazon cart, and I was getting ready to check out, and I was like, I think about things. Sometimes it's impulse, but a lot of the times I think about things for a while. And then Elise is like, let's give this one a minute or two more.
Yeah,
yeah. I don't think she thinks it's going to be a game changer the way I do.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely convinced it'll change me. And then I'll look at people and be like, oh, you use toilet paper. What kind of low quality human are you to rub toilet paper on your behind?
Who
That's what it's going to turn into. Right now I do it. I use toilet paper, so it is what it is.
Who's the person that talks so highly of bidets that it's now,
I think it's going to feel dirty if using toilet paper to clean. But I don't know. I've never even used a bidet.
Who have you heard espouse the glory of bidets that have changed your mind in this way?
It's like 15 different people have told me bidets are game changers
Who's
for
like
themselves.
The number one comes to mind, go.
Well, Dustin Fox was obviously a big component of it.
I always say, mirror my life after Dustin.
He was a very big component of it. But no, I tell you that show I listened to in Kansas City, Laszlo, and their whole crew, they all got bidets, and they're all behind bidets, and I just feel left out. I'm like, you guys, all they do is talk about how great it is all the time, and it just has it has me thinking as if I need one so badly, but I can't pull the trigger. I just never pull the trigger on it.
I just think the idea that Murakami was like, No bidets? What the hell?
Yeah,
and they were like,
because people, this is another reassurance. People that they don't have the bidets, they don't know what they're missing. Like me right now, I don't know what I'm missing.
wait till he ends up being the biggest bust in free agency history.
Right, is someone going to go in there and rip the bidet off the wall?
Oh, you just know the bidet jokes write themselves.
It's like the old story with Sammy Sosa in the clubhouse where he always had this. He had this big boombox and he just blared this music at insanely loud levels, and it would piss off everybody. And then when it was basically at the end of Sammy Sosa and he started to stink and it wasn't going well, Kerry Wood came over and took a bat and he just took it and broke the boombox right in front of his face. Like, things like that happen when you start to stink.
Is that why Kerry's arm fell off?
No, he was overused.
No.
No. Like all the great pitchers
No,
in the
he just didn't have a
in the
bidet.
early 2000s, he just got overused.
That's what happened.
They just didn't understand that you can't throw that many pitches.
No, you throw a lot this way, and then you're with the toilet paper and behind. He wore out the elbow.
20 strikeout game. Kerry Wood was the man.
He'd still be in Major League Baseball throwing 101 mile an hour if they had just had a bidet in Wrigley Field. There's that extra usage.
The extra usage.
He's a 6'5" guy. Everybody knows it.
Think about the toilet paper cost that we could be saving here. You know, that's the other side. Like, think about the toilet paper cost.
You will not convert me.
Think about it. I'm not converting myself. I don't even have one in my house.
You sound like you want to, though.
I do really badly. Really badly. And I don't think I'm going to ever be able to pull the trigger on it. I don't think I will.
We just talked about it. It's like a $30 purchase.
That's what makes it so funny to me. Is I can't get myself to just hit the buy button.
I think it's because
there's just some part of me that cannot do it.
I think it's because Elise is telling you no.
No, she's not telling me no. She's just saying think about it a little bit more.
Which I think is her telling you no.
And then I think about it. No. If I wanted to, I just buy it and it is what it is. But like, she tells me that and I'm like, you're right. I just need to think about it a little bit longer, but I've been thinking about it for like 2 years now. How much longer do I need?
Is this like a visualization thing?
I can't stand.
You like visualize you using the bidet?
The idea that if it disappoints me, if it lets me down, I don't know what I'll believe in life anymore. There's the excitement of the unknown with the bidet that exists and I enjoy.
You know what I think you have to do?
Well, buy a bidet, clearly, but I'm not going to do it.
Well, I think you have to call Dustin and say, I just need to use your bidet once. I need to do a test run.
There's like a warm up period with the bidet. There's not like an instant everyone loves the bidet. It's like a 2-day, like, you got to get used to it.
I'm gonna have to house sit for 2 days.
You got to get comfortable with it. I'm not house sitting to experiment with the $30
They've got a guest
bidet.
room. They've got a really nice basement there. Just got redone too. Telling you.
I know. He invited me over to like pick things out of his closet and set her as if his like closet's like a Champs or something like that. And he's like, just come on over, pick some things out. And I'm like, okay.
I'll use the bidet on the way.
Yeah.
Maybe if you eat enough fiber, you can get 2 in 1.
The problem is that I'm gonna enjoy the bidet in the one bathroom, and then I'm gonna need it for the other bathrooms as well. And then this is gonna be a real issue. It's gonna be a real issue. Well, what am I gonna do? Like, go upstairs?
One bidet not enough?
Because I'm gonna look at it like, how do I not have this in every room? And then it's before you know it, we've just gone too deep into bidets. You see how I need the time to think about it? I need the 2 years to think about it.
No, I don't. Because I thought about it. I said, nope, I'm good.
One bidet begets another bidet, begets another bidet. And then could you imagine having one upstairs and then being like, I gotta use the downstairs one. I feel like gross.
Bidet by bidet.
Getting grossed out thinking about it.
Oh, dear Lord.
I'm sorry, guys.
These things we pray. Todd Monken, his press conference. No more bidets in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
then now it goes back and forth. And wherever the ball is on the last possession, that's who gets to make the final call.
Well, can you defer being head coach to the second half?
I'll do it in the second half. We'll see how things go in the first half.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports draft analyst, coming up in just about 20 minutes here. Pick his brain on the Senior Bowl. Maybe which previous quarterback prospects he think could be the next Tim Darnold. And, of course, we are on Cavs watch right now. Will they make the trade for James Harden, and why? Will that lead to a trade for Giannis, and why not? So many things to get to in this hour, but we're Todd Monken today.
Yeah.
We had he showed more emotion in one press conference than Kevin did in 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
He cursed. He said the S word. And he overall seemed like a straight shooting son of a gun.
I like that. He was asked point blank. You seem like a straight shooter. What comes from that? And then I don't know. I didn't get a fiery Monken. I wanted a little bit more of a fiery Monken. It was very emotional Monken. I don't know that I didn't see that coming, but I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, I think I would bet if he was being honest with us, there had to have been a moment in his life where he thought, well, I'm just not going to be a head coach in a major college program or in the NFL. And so
had to have crossed his mind a lot.
I think there was some of that there. I know he had a couple friends there today. I know a couple of Browns defensive staffers were there today. So
on that though, I really enjoyed the idea that he was very straightforward about why he went back to the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I thought that was really refreshing because he could have been like, no, I thought it was a good job to be a coordinator for Lamar, and I thought we'd be in a winning situation, and I would have been happy to do that job for a long time. He's like, no, I called Kevin Stefanski, I called Matt LaFleur, I called all these coaches to be like, is the job I have right now better than being a head coach in the NFL? And they're like, no, being an NFL coach is awesome.
Yeah. Well, and especially now, can you imagine Todd Monken still at Georgia with the way the portal is cracked wide open since he left?
It would be a completely different scenario for him, yeah.
But no, I mean, listen, you had kind of said there was somewhere in the middle. I think that's the right read on it.
I don't think he won it. I don't think he lost it. I just thought it was like a very average, okay, this is a press conference.
I have a theory on this.
All right, what do you got?
I think we got muted Monken because I think the Browns were kind of like, let's warm him up slowly. You know what I mean? Just like
don't go out of the gate.
I think he was trying. I think he was trying to match who Todd Monken is, and maybe who Andrew Berry and kind of how this organization has presented itself recently.
Okay.
And I think he was trying to find the middle ground, and I think he did. Like, I thought he walked a really good line of, when I'm going to say things like straight ahead, I'm gonna say them. And there's also some coachisms in there that I thought were smart plays, like whether it was the quarterbacks or really anything else. There are a lot of really kind of smart sidestepping of questions.
I'll say this, at least, and he spoke for a long time, but like he did at least have some takeaways that we're going to get to, obviously. But like there were some things that he said where you're like, all right, we wouldn't have got that previously, so that's a good step.
Well, that actually brings us, because obviously we got questions about will Jim Schwartz be back and what that might look like. Albert Breer is going to fill us in on that, by the way, at 5:20 today, because Albert actually had put in his most recent mailbag. Though while the Browns are still trying to convince Jim Schwartz to stay as DC, the soon-to-be Raiders head coach Clint Kubiak could also look to hire him in Vegas. And I think that's interesting because San Francisco's now off the board, as they've hired Raheem Morris. There are the bountiful jobs I think Jim Schwartz could sell himself on are starting to kind of fall the way of the dodo here. Well, today, Monken was asked multiple times about keeping Jim Schwartz. And I thought he made an interesting point about why he took the job and who he game planned against when it was Cleveland and it wasn't Jim Schwartz.
I said this to the other guys. I didn't think I'd say it, but I'm going to say it. When I was preparing for the Cleveland Browns, I wasn't trying to chip Jim Schwartz. I was chipping Myles Garrett. And when I was sliding a protection to the outside backers or Grant Delpit that were blitzing off the edge, I was sliding the protection of the players. And when I was worried about throwing to the right against Denzel Ward or Tyson Campbell to the left, that's who I was worried about throwing at.
Now, he also went on to say, I did not take this job to work with Jim Schwartz. I did take this job to coach these players. And it's funny. So many people said, Schwartz is cooked. And I was like, that was a Jim Schwartz answer to me.
Oh, so you're not moved off of anything?
No, I still think there's a chance, and I don't know what Jim prioritizes, but guys, the Vegas job is not better than the job he has. I'm looking at, I don't recall any other job he's been linked to other than the San Francisco one.
Maybe the Eagles job.
Fangio, I think, is staying for one more year.
But we don't. That's kind of what's up in the air, though. Is he might retire, and if he retires, then he's gone.
But even then, that's the team that fired you 5 years ago, and the guys that you got to be great are no longer there. So it's interesting. I think this is, if Jim takes the emotion out of it, this is the best job for it. And when I heard him say, I didn't come here to coach with Jim Schwartz, I came here to coach these players. Mm-hmm. I heard Jim Schwartz. I was like, oh, that's something Jim Schwartz would say of I love the organization, respect him. And he did. I thought he was overly deferential in some of the words he used to talk about Jim Schwartz. But mostly Jim Schwartz would be talking about Miles and Denzel and those guys. I thought he actually kind of perfectly walked the Jim Schwartz line today.
I thought it was interesting how protective they were to make sure that they didn't let anything upstage his moment today. And I think that is part of why maybe we don't have an answer with Jim Schwartz yet. Maybe that might be part of the reason why they didn't say anything today, is they wanted to make sure that Monken got the full day that he's been waiting 59 years in his life to get.
Now, I do think that in Andrew Berry starting the press conference, I thought Andrew Berry was really trying to let us all know.
He nerded it up big time.
But he was really trying to here are the 4 reasons, the 4 things we were looking for our next head coach. And how
but he started talking about EQ and IQ and everything in between.
But basically he was trying, and this is where Todd excelled here, and here, and here. And it was both he and Jimmy Haslam tried really hard today to sell the fact that this was a we decision and not a Jimmy decision or not anybody specifically, and nobody believes you.
Yeah, well, they also started over this weekend trying to sell us that this was their number 1 front runner by a mile, and this is the guy they've always keyed in on and the guy they always wanted for the job. And so, it's fine. They're just going to lie to us right now, and that's okay.
If that was true, guys, just so you know, what you could do is you can have a team of people that would kind of relate to the press, right? We got press something. We could call it that. And then over time, you could have these morsels fed to all your reporters who would then hear, oh, it's Monken, it's Monken, it's Monken. And then they would kind of help build that case for you. Yeah. If that was true, you could have done that. That was, I don't know if they have press something, P something.
Barry does love he loves the shock of it all, though. Still, I don't know. Even if that was true, and it's not, but even if it was true, I do think he just loves throwing everyone for such a curveball that he might just have so much more enjoyment of just it always being Monken and going through with it that way. But I don't think it was always Monken.
I just thought it was really interesting how Andrew and Jimmy wanted to really present this going forward. And my word to them is, show me, because if in a year's time Andrew Berry's fired, or if in this summer, if Andrew Berry's fired, or there's a mutual parting of ways, whatever Ivy League word salad crap you can come up with, we'll know the truth. This thing, when we're 3 years in and Andrew Berry's here and Todd Monken's here and they're having success, that's when I'll believe everybody was on board when you actually make this work out.
No, I won't believe that either because I have to stay with what I think in the moment. And in the moment right now, this was not their first choice. I would be surprised if it was their second, third, or even fourth choice, but that's fine. Now they have to go forward with it. But no, having success 3 years from now, that would change it in a way because then it would be giving them credit for something I don't think they have some great vision with Monken.
I think it's more everybody staying together for 3 years the way Stefanski, Berry, and to a lesser degree, DePodesta stayed together and stayed the course for 6 years. That to me is a sign of, all right, even if he was forced upon Andrew, Andrew learned to make the best of this scenario.
I just think it's going to be the same thing we talk about with quarterbacks all the time with this team. It's they're going to have to luck into it. They'd have to luck into the idea that Monken then all of a sudden 3 years from now is just awesome and great, and they lucked into the idea that everyone else had passed over on him.
I will tell you, I don't think we've seen the most Monken yet. I do think we got muted Monken.
Yeah.
I'm more excited for press conferences going forward.
Oh, no, definitely. Definitely. It's not a snooze fest. It's not going to be a snooze fest. Now, we came from some good press conference people, though. Hugh Jackson had some good press conferences. Freddie Kitchens had some really good press conferences, too. John Dorsey was great at them. We had a lot of good ones. There was a stretch of really entertaining press conferences, and then Stefanski just bored us for 6 years.
But what I want a good press conference, engaging, informative, and all those other things PDs always say hosts should be. I want that, and I want good football. Give me both.
I really would
Dan
only
Campbell
take,
gets it in Detroit.
I just need good football. I don't really even need the press conferences to be good. I just want good football. Like, that's the thing. Like, Stefanski could have been Stefanski. If he had been great at being a coach, nobody would have cared. And nobody did care, by the way. When he won 11 games and was in the postseason, nobody cared at all. In fact, we kept calling it refreshing. We were, oh, wow, he's a real adult in the room. He really has a handle on this. Of course he's going to give you media nothing. Why would he? You guys spin it in whatever way you want. You guys are the problem. It's dysfunctional. Everyone went with that for years until then all of a sudden he stunk, and then we started to care about it.
Fair. I heard some Dan Campbell today, though. He didn't go kneecap biter, but I heard, like, some of the isms are, like, football guy isms that, like...
You mean my Tomlin-isms?
No, Mike Tomlin, by the end, was just checked out when it came to... his isms.
You gotta be more of a fork. You're too much of a spoon right now. That's my favorite.
I honestly thought
I got too many forks, not enough spoons.
I thought Mike Tomlin.
What does it even mean, Mike?
Googled goofy colloquialisms to slip into. Like, I think he got so bored by going 10-7, losing the playoffs every year that he was like,
So what did Dan Campbell say that like blew your socks off?
Huh?
What was it? What was Dan Campbell's big line that you listened to and you're like, this is awesome?
Oh no, I mean just the isms.
The essence.
Yeah, like just he's a football guy. Like
no, there's no debating that.
I mean, Todd Monken did not kneecap bite today, and that was a little bit of a missed opportunity.
And I thought it was nice that Monken let us into his childhood, where he told us he was Evel Knievel once for Halloween, and then everything else was all football. So I guess he likes Evel Knievel, and then only football. If you talk about a football guy, Monken is a football guy. He couldn't even he couldn't give us anything about his life outside of an Evel Knievel football story, and then the idea that his wife thinks he's married to the game instead of her.
I'm going to go ahead and say most NFL coaches feel that, or most football coaches feel that way, but I liked hearing it. I like a little balance. Like I like some. I like guys that actually know their kids' names.
Oh no, and I told you I like a psycho. I
think we might get both.
I don't need my coach to be in a healthy, loving relationship with his wife. I don't need him to have a healthy, loving relationship with it. He's not my friend. He's my football coach. Be a football coach. Be obsessed about football in a way that makes your life in every area outside of football even unhealthy. I don't care. That's not my responsibility. Win me football games.
Can I tell you?
Yeah.
I also heard a little Bruce Arians.
Oh,
and
really?
That's about as high a compliment as I can pay, because I love me some Bruce Arians. 216-474-0092. You heard from Todd Monken. You heard a little bit of that press conference. I think a fair amount of people took it in the negative. Do you think Jim Schwartz is gone? And Joe DeLeon walks us through the Senior Bowl, walks us through the Browns' options in the draft in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Nick Wilson.
Content from our shows, including The Ken Carmen Show with Andy Lima, Basket and Phelps, and Afternoon Drive, all live each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Jake Volnick.
Hear all of the latest Cavs and NBA trade news right here, ahead of the NBA trade deadline, Thursday at 3 p.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We got John Fanta coming up talking Harden for Garland. Do we want this trade? Today might be a banner Fanta day. We had the Todd Monken press conference. We've got Cavs trade porn, basically. All these things going on. I'm not trying to set the sights too high here, but I would imagine John Fanta is on one today.
It's going to be an awesome Fanta. I'm so excited.
We also have Albert Breer coming up at 5:20, but the Senior Bowl was this weekend. The Pro Bowl is tonight, and although the game remains irrelevant, you can hear it right here on 92.3 The Fan. You're going to love every second of it.
What kind of lead-in is that?
It's the Pro Bowl. I can't sell it, but if you're a degenerate that wants to watch it, you can, or listen to it. You can listen to it right here on this station because we are all sports, baby.
What's the Vegas line set on it? Now I need to know. I used to bet on the Pro Bowl. That used to be a real thing for me in life. But now that we've gone to 7-on-7, I don't know. That might be a bridge too far, Nick.
It's
you? Never a bridge
I was
going to
say, I think I've heard
that was complete sarcasm.
Some of the things.
I didn't
Euro basketball.
Oh, not just Euro basketball, which I raised Charlotte on. We were betting some Japan baseball at the very end. It's like 1 a.m. It's the only thing that's going. You're basically betting on heads versus tails at that point. It's really not great. But hey, fun times.
But the Senior Bowl was great, and our next guest is always great. We like to call him our draft analyst, but he also works for A to Z Sports as a draft analyst, the Ruffino and Joe show on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Joe DeLeon joins us. What's up, buddy? What you got for us?
Not much. Appreciate you guys having me, and excited to catch up.
All right. Now, I do have to ask you, Jennings Dunker, is he everything I hoped he would be?
Okay, here's the thing with Jennings is that I think that he's somebody that's very easy to get excited about because he's very Joe. Cody Mauch-esque in the way that he looks. He's very I'm trying to think of the word that I'm looking for. He just comes off very gritty. Let's put it that way. My thing is though with Cody Mauch is Cody Mauch was a former tight end and he was really athletic when he was coming out of North Dakota State. I think that Dunker has the potential to be a starter in the NFL. But to me, he's just a little bit too slow. His feet are a little bit too slow for me to buy into him being a tackle and to be like a confirmed long-term solution. I know I'm bursting a bubble here. I think he's a decent player.
I want him as a left guard.
I think there's some limitations.
No.
Does that work if I want him as a
You're
left
saying
guard?
Not even a starter, potentially?
I mean, him bumping into guard and becoming a starter for a team is totally doable. He is a mauling guy. He is downhill. He's got some pretty solid footwork as a run blocker, but he's just a little too slow to play tackle for me, and I just don't think it's a guarantee that he's going to start because the foot speed thing is a problem.
You said very doable in the way of like, yeah, Jonathan, you go to the moon. It's very doable, sure.
It's not that improbable.
All right.
He will. There's a chance to start.
All right, you did say Jennings. Is it Jennings or is it Jennings?
You know what? That is a great question, and it's one of the biggest frustrations of the beginning of the draft process is there's a lot of guessing, and I feel like I never figure it out until the week before the draft. And I think that it's Jennings. I would assume that with a G that it would be Jennings.
Yeah, but at this point, you guys are all just like, you're happy you even know the names and not just by numbers, right?
Well, I've been tapped in enough to know the names, but it kind of gets to the point now I'm saying a lot of them out loud, and then now as I start to say them out loud, I feel like I'm kind of just making it up as I go. So it's automatically, I usually have a qualifier when it's a tough name to pronounce that I'm automatically apologizing immediately after, that I'm not trying to disrespect anyone. But I think it's Jennings. I'm going to go with Jennings until somebody yells at me.
All right, where are we at with Garrett Nussmeier? He seemed like he had a fantastic week at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, I think that Nussmeier for this quarterback class, there just being quite literally no options. I mean, the options in the second and third round they're terrible. There's really nobody that presents upside as a developmental starter outside of Nussmeier. And I think that he was solid enough in Mobile, and he played solidly during the game, that he could be that first quarterback that comes off the board in sometime in the second or third round, assuming that Ty Simpson is picked in the first round, which I think that will be the case. The thing with Nussmeier, for a team that maybe has the way that I see a path for success for him is that a team that's got a settled starter, for him to come in with no expectations, very random. This is no comparison, but like off the top of my head in terms of circumstance, like Jimmy Garoppolo when he was drafted in the second round, where he obviously didn't need to start at any time because Tom Brady was there, but there was maybe a little bit of a hope that at some point he takes over or he does well enough that he could be traded. Jalen Hurts is another example of a guy where, not a ton of expectations. You bring him in, and if he ends up being better than expected with the right environment, he becomes your starter, or you trade him to somebody who's looking for a quarterback because he looks good in the preseason. I think that Nuss has the tools in the background of having a father who's been a coach in the NFL will be enticing, but to draft him with a hope that he becomes a Derek Carr-esque player that steps in and starts right away, or like a Jackson Dartish guy, I think that might be a little bit too optimistic.
All right, this gets to the most important part here. Winners and losers of the Senior Bowl. What you got?
I mean, the biggest winner, without a doubt, has to be Caleb Banks. There's not a single player that I can say that made more money than he did from that regard of being the biggest winner, because Caleb Banks, the Florida defensive tackle, came into the year with tremendous tape. He was my highest-ranked prospect coming into the class because he's got just a rare ability at 330 pounds, 6'6", to move like he weighs 280. He moves like a defensive end, and he's got this gigantic build. He is the next coming of Chris Jones and has an ability to be somebody who's a 10-plus sack guy, but he got hurt at the beginning of the year. He played 2 games at the end of the season, so there's no sample size. We have no idea how to evaluate him, and he looked rusty in those 2 games. First day of the Senior Bowl, he was also rusty, and everybody was starting to get worried, and then he locked in. He got super amped up to go full speed and to really take it to every opposing offensive lineman that was in his path. And I thought that not only was he able to win a lot of reps, he was doing it in a way that was unbelievably impressive because his athleticism showed up in every single win, and he was dominating during the team drills as well. I think that Caleb Banks, being a mid to late first-round prospect coming into the Senior Bowl, he's one of the few guys that I would feel happy saying, yeah, he did enough for himself to be a top, somewhere in that range of 10 to 20. I think he's locked himself into that spot. I think a lot of times there's generally an easy overreaction to the Senior Bowl and for mock drafts just to throw guys into boards and say this guy's now going to be a top 5 pick because he had a good week. This is one of those rare circumstances where I think it's justified with how he looked and how rare of a player he is, and because of the circumstance of him being hurt and having good tape previously, to remind everybody of who he actually was as a prospect.
All right, Joe. In just top 10 in particular, what is the biggest, let's say hot take that like your draft world has been arguing over, disputing with, and really not come to a consensus on as it relates to the top 10?
Yeah, I think that with the top 10, the one hot, more so debate that is going to be really contentious is where Caleb Downs goes. I think that there's a lot of nuance that's being the Ohio State safety. I think there's a lot of nuance that's being removed from this discussion because Downs is absolutely one of the best prospects in this class. Top 3 prospect. He's got rare instincts. He's a really good athlete. He's been highly regarded with the 2 teams that he played with by Saban and by Ryan Day. And he's a guy who I think in the right team, or actually any team, is an immediate elevator of the group around him because he's almost like a middle linebacker that you can deploy at safety with his ability to know everything that's happening around him and to be able to attack downhill, to be a really good tackler, to be able to cover from range. It's just so much that you can do with him uniquely. But naturally, there's going to be people that say that Downs isn't good enough to go early and shouldn't go in the top 10. And I push back on those people because I think that if you're going to say he's not going to go in the top 10, the real discussion point is because he's a safety. And I think that there is a real likelihood that Downs goes later than people anticipate. depending on how he tests the combine, if he tests the combine, because safeties typically don't get drafted early. They also don't typically get respect when it comes to second contracts and to just free agency in general. I think Kyle Hamilton's a really good example, who went around the teens when he was picked by the Ravens, and he had one of the rarest physical profiles for a safety of a prospect that you've ever seen, and he's become one of the best safeties in the NFL, the best safety in the NFL right now. It just, there's a likelihood that Downs goes later, and I think that just because he does shouldn't take away from who he is as a player, and I think there's going to be a lot of dumb arguments that stem from this.
Joe, if you had told me 2 years ago, a year ago, Sam Darnold would be on the precipice of winning a Super Bowl and that Sam had maybe cleared all those ghosts and cobwebs out of his head, I think I'd be shocked. So if we look back at the last 5 or 6 drafts, are there any players that you look at and think could be the next Sam Darnold, certainly the next Baker Mayfield, of guys that were rejects, has-beens, never will be elsewhere, only to find it in their next stop?
Yeah, there's 2 guys that I'm intrigued by. One was a former early first-round pick. The other was a much later pick. Trey Lance, to me, is a guy that I will never quit, and I think that he fits the exact profile of what happened with Darnold, where he didn't have a lot of reps underneath his belt. He didn't play a lot of games in college. He was drafted based on talent and the tools that he was bringing to the table, and he was abandoned before he was given a chance to develop. And he's still super young, and I think that there's a path to seeing him in the right circumstance growing and developing and maybe getting a chance to start for a team if he maybe filled in for Justin Herbert somewhere. I think that him getting this time to grow, and the way that he's looked in the preseason at times has been promising. I know that he stepped in a little bit this year and it wasn't great, but there's still a path for him because he's so young. The other guy that I would throw in there that is going to be seemingly a commodity is Malik Willis for the Packers, who got first-round buzz because he was a really physically gifted player coming out of Liberty. He got picked by the Titans. He got abandoned really quickly by the Titans when they drafted Will Levis. In his time with the Packers, around a really good quarterback in Jordan Love and a really good coach in LaFleur, got the chance to grow, and his fill-in time was a really good example of what he could be if he was set up to succeed a little bit better. I'm really curious if somebody doesn't throw a lot of money at him and give him a shot to prove himself. I'm hoping he's not Matt Flynn-ish and he's a little bit more Darnold-ish and he gets a chance to grow. There's just a lot of these guys that have the tools, and Willis is one of them that just needs growth and the chance to learn to play the position before it's assumed he was a bust.
Joe, it seems like David Njoku's days with the Browns are numbered, and so it feels like it's going to be Harold Fannin, and then we don't know with the tight end room. Is there a tight end at 24 that you'd be intrigued by, or somebody like how's the class look like for that?
Yeah, there's 2 guys that would be really worthy of being a selection if they wanted to go. If they want to go all in on the 2 tight end set stuff and kind of do what the Bears did this past year, where they already spent an early pick on Kmet and then coming back around with Loveland. I think that Kenyon Sadiq maybe wouldn't work as well because he's not like an identical profile to Fannin, but he's a very athletic player. He's, I think, a more impactful run blocker potentially than Fannin, so he could be more in line, but he's just a really gifted athlete. He's super explosive. I think that provides you with a unique group of Sadiq and with Fannin. And then Max Clare, the tight end from Ohio State's gone under the radar a little bit. I think that coming into the year, he presented a lot of intrigue as like a Zach Ertz type of a player who's also been super well-rounded, a really reliable receiver, super smooth when he came into the league. And he's getting a little bit more attention as a day 2 prospect, but it wouldn't shock me with how weak this class is generally for maybe a team wants to take a swing on him, and maybe it's the Browns to take him in the end of the first round. I don't think it's completely off the table whatsoever.
All right, Joe, one final one before we let you go. A fair amount of pro basketball players are making their way back to college basketball. There was a report that the NFL is kind of keeping an eye on this to see if they could see maybe a couple pro players, maybe fringe NFL guys go back to college. I know you're a big college guy. We know you got the NFL on lock. How would you feel if guys who had played in the NFL in pro games suddenly found themselves back in college football?
Yeah, that to me I think would be ridiculous because it's a very different world of getting the chance to jump back down from the NFL compared to the NBA. The NBA I think is still ridiculous, but the physical development that not only do guys get when they're older, but also for the training that goes into the off seasons leading into the NFL with personal trainers and also with the working out in team facilities, that puts those guys in a completely different category. I don't think people realize the separation from just, even if we're talking about like a fifth-year senior in college and a guy who spent 1 to 2 years on a practice squad with an NFL team, that can't happen. I mean, talk about a safety risk. That can't happen. They cannot allow something like that to happen because there is just a difference in a grown man going up against an 18-year-old, 19-year-old in practice that's coming out of high school. Basketball players are so different in the regard that, there's some players that might be a little bit more physically developed, but for the most part, these college guys, they're all in that same range. Somebody who's going to be gigantic and fully physically built is going to maul an 18, 19-year-old. It just would be beyond disgusting if they allowed something like that. I'm hoping that it doesn't come to that because it would be really, really stupid. And to talk about something that would ruin the integrity of the game, that absolutely would.
Don't be scared. Don't hold back now,
when
Joe.
When you've made the sale, stop selling. I heard mauling. I heard barbaric. I heard everything I wanted to hear. I'm sold. Joe, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. Talk to you next week.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst, the Ruffino and Joe Show. Joe DeLeon there on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline.
First, the fan is looking for a winner. Enter the word DRIVE, D-R-I-V-E, at 923thefan.com before 4 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Cleveland Golf Show February 13th to the 15th at the IX Center. Unbeatable deals on golf equipment and accessories. Get tickets and info at clevelandgolfshow.com. It's all from the Cleveland Golf Show and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
We'll react to what Joe DeLeon had to say about many, many things. We'll also get into the latest on the Cavs and my one hang-up with the Giannis Antetokounmpo deal for the Cavaliers. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
John Fanta coming up in about 40 minutes. We remain on Trade Watch. Will the Cavs desperately trade Darius Garland for old bones, no defense having, no title winning James Harden's ass? Not that I have an opinion on it.
Yeah, clearly, yeah.
But we do have a trade in the NBA. The Bulls have traded Nikola Vucevic to the Celtics for Anthony Simons.
Mm-hmm.
And what I can only say is Billy Donovan and the Bulls thought to themselves, the Cavs are rounding the corner on all the guards in the NBA.
Yeah.
We've already got Josh Giddey. We've already got Kobe White. We got to get more. They've traded for
Jaden Ivey.
Royal Ivy.
I don't know where Royal Ivy even comes from.
That's a throwback.
That's about 20 years ago comes from.
Yeah.
So Jaden Ivey, there's one other guard that went in that deal. Oh, Mike Conley Jr. and now Anthony Simons. So
they should get like the Jazz and just get like all their big men and then just make a swap and then they just trade the team of big men that comes over for the guards and you meet in the middle.
I think Billy Donovan will not be happy until he has Josh Giddey playing the 5. I think that's how this is going to go. The point center.
Could we have like the shortest team in NBA history? Like, you know how the Rockets had every starter this year was 6'7" or taller?
6'7".
8'9". We could have the same thing, just the reverse of that.
Well, I mean, this is a party to my Short Kings quarterback room idea, which somebody's going to do. Somebody's going to trade for Lil Dylan and have Kyler start in front of him.
Yeah.
And then probably draft Diego Pavia in just the Napoleonic Conquerors quarterback room. This is the same thing. Kobe Altman and the guy whose name I cannot pronounce, who's from Lithuania, who's the GM of the Bulls, Karnisovas. That's what it is.
I got no chance either on that.
Quesadilla.
Quesadilla.
They're right now thinking, well, the Cavs have got Dennis Schroeder. They got Darius Garland. They got Donovan Mitchell. Even Keon Ellis is like 6'4". He's not even like a full 6'5", 2 guard. How do we match the shortness here?
Well, so Simons is like 6'3". Jaden Ivey is also 6'3".
Mike
all
Conley,
these guys they're all
6'1".
really short. Yeah, Conley is like listed 6'1", but it'd be a shocker if he's actually even 6 feet.
Yeah, Kobe White and Josh Giddey now look like giants next to these
Giddey's
guys.
got some size to himself, but this is it's an interesting development. Hey, can I tell you? You mentioned Napoleon. I found out a fun fact about Napoleon. Did you know? I'm just surprised this on you here. You know that where he was buried, his tomb, they have it set up so that if you're on the ground floor of it, you have to look up to him. And then if you're on like this like big stage they have that's up top, you then are looking down on him, but in like a bowing fashion. He wanted to make it where you are always being courteous, essentially, and giving reference to Napoleon.
So I did know this because about 3 weeks ago, I went down a Napoleon's tomb rabbit hole that lasted about an hour.
Because of course. All right. So I was picking up that you might be interested in that fun fact if clearly 3 weeks ago you spent an hour doing it.
Do you know how it happened?
No, I don't. I assumed that was his plans the entire time.
For some reason.
And they executed those plans.
For some reason, amongst others. There was a clip of the bad Napoleon movie with Joaquin Phoenix.
Okay.
Not being French. And he's just, I'm an American, but I'm playing one of the great Frenchmen ever to some. And so I was so engrossed with how bad it was.
Yeah, it was not a very good movie.
That then I went down the Wikipedia rabbit hole of Napoleon, and then it ended on Napoleon's tomb and how long it took to put together.
There's a lot for you to then tell me that he had a complex.
Because he was.
That's what you're going to finish with.
No.
Okay, all right.
No, you led with the right thing.
Okay.
It's something most people wouldn't know. But if you went he was also a short king. Be perfect in that quarterback room. See, that's where we kind of tie it all together. He's a tiny little guy. Can I tell you my only thing? I don't know if it's an objection.
Okay.
My only concern with a Giannis deal.
Yeah, I mean, because after the Harden conversation, I figured the Giannis trade would be like a layup of sorts.
Oh, Giannis is a...
And maybe that's the real goal of all of this, is like to get people on board with the Giannis trade. You have to then push out a Harden trade to get people angry and mad about it. And then it's like, what? No, it's Giannis. And everyone's like, oh, thank God.
Is this like when
thank God they got a real player.
It's like when the Browns put out the PSL pricing numbers so they could lop about 25% off that and
then
still
everything
gouge
looks
half
good.
of America.
It looks good in comparison.
No. My thing is, I don't like zero sum, like where there's like it's this or bust. And if you trade Evan Mobley and Darius, but certainly Evan Mobley, Darius, maybe Strus, maybe Jared as well for Giannis and Harden, you have to win the championship this year, next year. If you don't, what comes after it is an incredibly bleak time of basketball where you're not really going to have any means to get better on any given year because you're going to be without first-rounders for half of the time until 2032.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just a lot of bad. That's facing a lot of bad basketball with if you don't win a title in the next year or two, which, again, like, I don't know, Giannis, Donovan, and Harden beats OKC. That is as well built of a team. If this instantly made them the favorite to win the NBA Finals, I would just say, let's go do it. You got to chase championships. I understand the overlying mentality, and I empathize with it, even if we've killed it to a specific degree in American sports talk. Like, it's now become that's the only thing that matters. It's like, well, sometimes you do have to be prudent and run things the smart way. But I digress. Giannis here would be incredible. But the idea that you could put all this in here and run to chase a championship where it's not just OKC who's ahead of you, I think San Antonio is incredibly interesting and only going to get more interesting over the next year or two.
There's a lot of good teams in the West. Yeah.
And I like this maybe makes you the fourth best team in the Western Conference. And that scares the hell out of me.
Yeah, but I love the idea of, I look at it as longer than a 2-year runway, by the way, because if you make those deals, then Donovan signs the extension this summer, and so you have Donovan for an extended period of time. I imagine if you made the deal with Giannis, you would then sign Giannis for an extension as well, and so you'd have Giannis and Donovan, and maybe Giannis ends up getting injured, maybe he just ends up getting old. Those things are on the table, but the risk there, I think it would end up playing out where you'd have like 3 to 4 solid years of really high-level competitive basketball with, I would assume, a couple trips at minimum to the Eastern Conference Finals, and I would imagine a trip or two into the NBA Finals. And so, like, if the end result after 4 years is 2 trips to the finals, no championships, but you push the chips all in the middle of the table, and then we have to kind of, like, regroup from there, that to me is worth it.
I think, here's what I struggle with. Like, Habistro did put out the path for the Cavs to get Giannis and Harden now, and then LeBron in the summer.
Yeah.
You'd be 31 going on 32, 30, 36 going on 37, and 41 going on 42.
Yeah, no, you're an old team. No one's debating that.
And Giannis has already had an Achilles issue. Donovan's knees aren't going to get much better as an undersized guard. Like, I understand the name porn of it, and I understand that I understand the theory behind it, but I keep coming back to it does strike me a little 2012 Brooklyn Nets.
Oh, you see, I thought you were going to go for 2015, 2014 Kansas City Royals, where they won back-to-back titles and everything was, it's great. Like they did it, but then you had, the following 6, 7 years, 8 years of that of just kind of wandering around and not being particularly competitive.
I think people are thinking it's the 2007 Celtics. And I think what you're getting is the 2012 Brooklyn Nets, and I don't want that. It's a bunch of big stars who don't really like each other, who aren't really as good as they once were. You're paying name value for store brand merchandise, even if it's still better than a fair amount of the NBA.
So, but there's another side of this too, where you sit there and you do nothing, and then Donovan in the summer decides he wants to leave, and then you have no Donovan. You have Darius, who is perpetually injured. Allen, who half the fan base doesn't want on any given day anyway, and then Mobley, who is turned out to be a very nice defensive player and a slightly above average offensive player.
You can trade Donovan this summer.
Oh, no, you can.
But again, that is a path.
But then aren't you trading Donovan? Are you also then trading Darius? Are you also then trading Mobley? Like,
no.
You
build the thing from there around Evan, and you have Garland Insurance and Dennis Schroeder for 2 years after this, I think is what it is, 1 or 2 years after this. And then what you get back for Donovan is refilling the coffers from the first round side of things. And
I mean, you laid out how talented the teams are in the West. Like, if we're going to try to get there, that's really tough around a Mobley-centered team.
I disagree. I think it's the one thing they haven't tried. They've tried a lot around a Donovan-centric team and not a lot around an Evan-centric team. 216-474-0092. How aggressive do you want the Cavs to be at the deadline? And we're going to talk about that big question about chasing championships and whether now is the right time for the Cavaliers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it's Jonathan from my friends over there at Bookman & Son Fine.
Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
Winter Olympics right around the corner. There's one sport where I asked, if you win the gold, do you get a celebration?
Can something notorious be good for a sport? It's the Emerging Podcast Scene, presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, let me go!
It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Holy cannoli!
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
John Fantic coming up in about 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. We got more on Monken. A muted Monken, but an honest Monken in his opening press conference. We'll talk about that coming up in about 40 minutes as well. But a few things to pass along here. One, Carlos Santana, close to a deal with the Arizona Diamondbacks, so no reunion there. Could have been fourth time's a charm.
He's going to play till he's like 55, isn't he?
And he's going to be like a two-war player, and a lot of it's glove, but good for him.
This is his beer softball league.
That's good for him.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
We love us some Carlos Santana here. And then Draymond Green is on the block.
Gets to play with my guy, Geraldo Perdomo.
You just wanted to say Geraldo Perdomo. That's tough to say.
But it's fun to say when you get it right. It's a good one. It's a good one to say when you get it right.
When you don't. Draymond being on the trade block when he's averaging 8.5 points per game, 6 rebounds per game, and about 5 assists per game, all while playing a career-low 26.7 minutes per game. Feels like maybe you missed the sale date on that one.
Who were you talking about? I was focused on Geraldo still. Oh, Draymond, yeah. Well, now you see the reports out there that they're open to separation. Like Draymond was – that was more of a courtesy thing than it was anything in recent stretches. And now they understand that they need to do more.
Jared Allen for Draymond Green and a couple of firsts. Who says no?
And we're just going to have like the feistiest team ever. We just turn in from a group that just gets bullied to now between Schroeder and Draymond, we're just a bunch of just thugs.
How quickly before Draymond punches Evan out?
I hope not quickly.
That's not on the table? I don't want to trade for Bobby Portis because I think it's on the table.
The Poole party had it coming. Jordan Poole, I think he had it coming in many ways.
He was just talking. Should
have heard what he said. Whereas I don't think Mobley's not a spar. He's not a yapper. That's not who he is.
I think you're talking out of your fear right now.
Although I had a friend told me a story with Jared Allen that was none too kind, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, they were at this restaurant and she was with her dad and they were it's out to eat. Nobody else is there. It's them and the dad is like a big Cavs fan and so she's like, I'll just go up and say hi and I'll just like it's no big deal. And the dad didn't want to do it. She's like, no, Jared's going to be great about it. And they went up and was like, hey, can my dad take a photo with you quickly? Like he's just a massive fan. And he was like, no. And then told him to go away.
He is
never saw it coming with Jared Allen.
He is averaging a block and a half a year right now.
Well, that average is up now.
Yeah.
They welcome to the block party.
Now, I think the Cavs operating like it's championship or bust feels a little forced to me. I don't think the Cavs are one of the 2 best teams in the NBA right now, and even though they're 2 games out of the number 2 seed, I don't think they're in a position to go all in with this team. And now listen, Giannis is different. I'll say it. Giannis is different. You can get Giannis, you can get Mitchell. I can at least think maybe you have a chance against OKC.
Mm-hmm.
James Harden without a Giannis, don't worry. In the summer, we'll get something done with somebody of substance. Yeah, James Harden is a salary dump, and honestly, he's a guy that is an absolute locker room killer, even for just half a year.
I think that's why people are thinking Harden would be almost like the appetizer of sorts, and then there's a main meal that's coming on the horizon. That's why it's so important that they get a pick back in this whole entire ordeal. Is that like they're trying to get as many picks as they can and accumulate assets in order to try to be able to make an even bigger splash?
I would say, I think if you haven't broken through yet, with the way the West is rising the way it is, it might be more prudent to just have an honest conversation with Donovan, because I think anyone right now is reading this is Donovan's putting pressure on the Cavs. I believe that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I think it's okay to say to Donovan, hey, we might not be where we thought we'd be at this point. Let's give it another go this postseason. And if not, we'll talk this summer. I don't think you should force things that do not make sense, like a Harden for Garland trade, because that's desperation. Trading for Giannis is just smart. It's the same thing as trading for Donovan 4 years ago.
Yeah, at least we're on the same page when it comes to Giannis, because there was enough people yesterday that didn't even want to do that.
That to me is crazy. Like, he's 31. He is the kind of guy that dominates in the postseason. What I struggle with is Donovan. Like, I can't give Donovan LeBron power because he's not LeBron. He's a great player. He is top 10, top 15. And if he plays another 4 years here, he'll go down as one of the 2, 3, or 4 best Cavaliers ever. And I love watching him. I cannot say enough how much I love watching Donovan Mitchell play for the Cleveland Cavaliers. This also was never going to be, in my opinion, a 10-year run with Donovan. This was get Donovan, chase a championship. If it doesn't work out, part him off in the future for what you gave up to get him. That seems a little bit more sensical to me than get out of Garland because of tax implications. And you know what? Let's also make sure we trade Evan Mobley as well.
Well, I think they're still just there. That's the point, though, is that they did that all-in move, and they've not been able to cash in. With Donovan here, they haven't made it out of the second round. Donovan's never made it out of the second round, but he hasn't done it here. And so I think the urgency comes from not being able to cash in when you should have been able to. And so I never hate when a team, they stuck with it maybe longer than they should have, but realizes, all right, we made some mistakes here, right? We didn't do this 100% right. Let's not waste a season trying to figure out what we can then get right.
I just don't think it's wasting a season if you're where the Cavs are. Like, again, if you can get better from here, and it's discernibly better, you should do it. I don't think you should be chasing something that isn't that realistic anyways. Like James Harden and Darius, if that ends up being what it is right now, you might get to the Eastern Conference Finals this year because it's a weak finals. You're not winning the finals with those two guys as your best players.
No, but you're definitely not winning them with Darius Garland either.
And by the way, maybe fair, but at least with Darius, I like Darius better than I do James at this point in their careers. My only issue with Darius is obviously he's a non-starter on defense, and obviously he gets hurt too much.
Yeah.
But I think he's a better facilitator. I do think he's a better three-point shooter, even if James is the better overall scorer. And here's the thing: he's not a culture-killing turd. And I think we got to say it. Like we have to scream this into
with Harden, and because I think Harden's a much better passer than Darius is, and I think he's a better facilitator than he is. He's definitely a better scorer than he is. But that is part of the worry that you have is that yes, Harden is toxic. There's no denying that. If you make a trade for Harden, there's a couple risks that come in play. One, he might just all of a sudden decide he doesn't like you and get bored and just not want to do anything with it, which is a thing we've seen in multiple stops with him. That's on the table. Also, in the postseason, Game 7s, you saw it last year. You've seen it in his entire career. He just melts down in big-time ways. And so, do I think Cleveland's going to be the spot where he all of a sudden figures that out in life? Probably not. That's probably not reality. But the part I do like on it is that you're at least recognizing that you got to do something a little bit different. And I do wonder how much of this stems from the idea that the Cavs just aren't convinced Darius is ever going to be the same again.
Totally fair. But I think you now have insurance that you didn't previously with Dennis Schroeder. And I think we're trying to stave off a conversation from Donovan that's likely to happen this summer anyways. 216-474-0092. Are the Cavs treating this like championship or bust? Jim in Strongsville, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
I disagree with you wholeheartedly, Nick.
How dare you?
I know. Listen, this is not putting all your chips in the middle of the table. I think they've made the decision, and I can't believe you can argue. I like Darius Garland. Darius Garland also can't stay healthy. We also don't know when Darius Garland's going to come back because not the foot that's really messed up, but his other foot is injured. He's never put numbers up like James Harden. Look, if anything, what do you think you're going to get for Darius Garland being injury-prone the way he is and owed $90 million? This is probably the best you're getting. Even if we were doing this just to dump his salary so we can make moves next year, it's a good move because Darius hasn't given you anything. When was the last time Darius
is a two-time All-Star and is averaging 20 points per game in his career. What are we talking about? Or sorry, not for his career, but for the last couple of years.
Oh, the last couple of years. Okay, Nick. And you know what? And Harden's averaging 25 points and 8 assists.
Yeah, it's empty calories. All the guy focuses on is scoring. He didn't focus on anything else.
He's scoring. So Jonathan, help me out here. 8 assists, Nick, is just him focusing on scoring.
Yeah, if you have the ball in your hands 75% of the time, you're going to have some assists.
I just think you're looking at this the wrong way. I get that you like Darius, but
real quick, because I want to give you a chance to answer this. They're two separate things. There's would you trade Darius, which makes sense depending on what the package in, and then would you trade? I would not trade anything for James Harden. This is not, I mean, I don't care how much money you save. I don't care how much better scoring you get. It should, and I cannot believe anyone in this town who has or hasn't followed this guy's career thinks this is a good move.
Because he's a half-season rental, and if you listen to Fedor earlier, he has been good when he's been brought in. He's on a contract here. He's going to opt out, so he's going to be on his best behavior. You're not signing James Harden to a long-term deal. You're bringing him for this year. There's just so many benefits to moving this guy and moving off of Darius that I just don't understand. I think people have an emotional attachment. Darius is not part of the future. They wouldn't even be talking about this if they thought Darius was part of the future.
Darius is 26, and he's got this toe injury, which is going to be a long term. And buddy, we're up against it. We do have to run.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem.
Darius is 26. To say he's not a part of the future, and I understand, like, this is the easiest time to say this about Darius. We weren't saying it halfway through last year. And by the way, the toe was an issue that he's had injury issues. Just because the guy right now is at his lowest value, that's not when you trade somebody who's a 2-time NBA All-Star.
Unless they really do think that this is just what this is, and maybe they even have some more info on these injuries that are holding him back.
And by the way, because Jim was going to say something about chasing mediocrity or something like that, the Cavs have been the one of the 8 best teams each of the last 3 seasons. That's not mediocrity. The Bulls have been in the play-in for as long as I can remember. That's mediocrity. The Hawks, with Trae Young, we're chasing the 8th seed most years. That's mediocrity. Top 8 in the NBA with finishes in 4th, 1st, and then they're 2 games out of 2nd this year, which is easily traversable over the next couple weeks. That's not mediocrity. They've hit a ceiling. There's no arguing there. But this idea like the divisional round is the big bugaboo. If you can get Giannis, I understand. You want to chase James Harden, you get what you deserve on that one. John Fanta, NBC Sports talks Garland for Harden in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Basket and Phelps, and Afternoon Drive, all live each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnek.
Catch the latest Browns news all offseason long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you.
Yes, we are.
We got Albert Breer coming up in about 1 hour's time. I thought you were going to do a read there. That's why I was doing the pop.
Well, as always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
And that last time it was just choking.
Okay,
That's
good. All right, I didn't know.
Yeah.
If you died over there.
That's when I was hacking into the microphone. That's when I was just dying. I wasn't stalling for time that time. Those are two different pauses.
Okay.
Albert Breer coming up in 1 hour's time. We are on Harden Watch. Will it soften? Or not?
Doesn't sound like it. It's only ramping up. And I'm going to ignore your soften Harden joke. And we're just going to keep going through.
Yeah, keep making. Wait, just you wait till Haagen-Dazs Harden shows up.
He gets fat one time. He gets fat one time on protest. And he never sees the end of it.
Okay. You know what he's going to protest here?
Yeah.
Not a good enough club atmosphere. Okay? Not good enough dancers. That's what's going to be the problem here. The ball's going to be fine. What about the clubs?
I mean, we can bring escorts in or something for him. I don't know what to tell you.
Come on.
We can figure this out.
He likes dances.
We can figure this out.
Turn into
come
fun.
on. You don't get that turned up. You don't get the jersey to the rafters of the clubs without enjoying just everything.
Well, yeah, but that's not prostitution. That's getting a dance and paying for something after. It's called etiquette.
Yeah, that's class right there.
Yeah.
Is all that is.
216-474-0092. Do we have a good enough strip club scene for James Harden here to talk Harden for Garland? Whether the trade talk will soften. John Fanta, Cleveland's own, NBC Sports on the Make It Right Call, Kyle Wright hotline. What's up, buddy?
You guys are special. Extra special on this Tuesday afternoon. Great to be with you.
Well, how great is it going to be when the Cavs trade Darius Garland for James Harden?
What happened?
I almost called him John Harden. That's a different Harden, guys. All right.
Between this and Jaden Ivey, you're having a day with names.
Royal Ivey. All right. Let's take it from the top, John. Do you want James Harden for Darius Garland?
Well, the answer is yes. I would lean towards doing it because, in my opinion, and I know that there are concerns about James Harden and a locker room and what that entails, and that he's been one to be in the line of fire when it comes to, okay, did he affect that locker room's culture, that organization's culture? Here's the deal. The Cavaliers' window to win a championship is right now. It's right now. Not in 3 years, not in 4 years. We don't know what they're going to be as an organization then. To me, if I'm Donovan Mitchell, I say to this organization, you want me to be committed here. You want me to be around here. I'm a superstar in the NBA. I can go and be on a team where maybe I'm not the number one player. Maybe I am the number two on a tremendous team, even though he's a number one player in Cleveland and will continue to be, and I hope that that's the case. But we got to go after it here. The urgency's high. You're not winning a championship with the core four. The core four thing, we talk on this show every single week. You heard my thoughts on this last summer and last spring. That as currently constructed, the Cavaliers could not just make minor tweaks and little moves and expect to win a championship. The Eastern Conference is as weak as it's going to be. Okay, even Boston, who's missing Jason Tatum, right now I think the Boston Celtics would beat the Cavaliers in a 7-game series. You want to debate me on it? That's fine. We could debate all day long. The fact is, we walked into this year thinking this Cavaliers team could win a championship. And you can't sit here and say on this Tuesday afternoon, as currently constructed, that you feel good about that at all, that you feel there's a higher than 10% chance that that's actually attainable. They have to go after it. Darius Garland carries more unknowns than certainties, and I respect the fact the Cavaliers are trying to be bold. So I get the concerns, but this is something that at the end of the day, knowing I'm trying to win a title, knowing that it could create more flexibility for my organization, say it doesn't work, then I'm not tied up with Darius Garland's money situation. But the hurdle that I think is keeping this from happening is James Harden wants to know wherever he's going, he can get the extension because he is not going to get that in Los Angeles. That's why this is occurring. And if I'm the Cavaliers, like if it has to come with those parameters, that's why I hesitated at first. If it has to come with those parameters for a 36-year-old, that's where I get hesitant.
All right, so which one of these teams in the West are the Cavs beating in the finals with James Harden and Donovan Mitchell? Minnesota, Houston, Denver, San Antonio, or Oklahoma City? I'll save you the 2 minutes. None of them.
None of them.
So you're trading Darius to lose 2 rounds later, probably in quick fashion, maybe 4 or 5 games?
At least you get there, and you don't know what can happen. I mean, you don't know if a Tyrese Halliburton thing can happen on the other side. Just trying to be real here, guys. That's sports, and things can happen in a postseason that are unpredictable. But look at the NFL playoffs with the Jarrett Stidham thing. So here's what I do know. I do know that it's currently constructed the Cavaliers win a round in the playoffs, and that's about it. So if you keep it status quo, and you want to keep it status quo, you're delaying the inevitable. At some point, this thing's going to get this thing. If you let it sit, and you say, you know what, we're just going to keep the core guys, and we're not going to make a bold trade, and we're not going to go outside the box for James Harden, and you know, we're not going to be able to pull off the Giannis move, which I can get to that in a second. I don't understand why Milwaukee would do that other than a favor to Giannis. We could talk about it, but I get your argument there, Nick, but my counter back to that is, okay, so you want to make Donovan Mitchell unhappy? You want him to skip town?
That's fine. Donovan's not LeBron.
Well, hold on, but why are we acting like going to the NBA Finals is a bad thing? I like going to the NBA Finals.
Not LeBron.
He's not. And
okay, LeBron,
you would be giving him
LeBron,
power
no
that – well, no, there's usually about 5 guys in the NBA at any time are LeBron. They're guys who are worthy of moving heaven and earth to get to and keeping long term. I don't want to run Donovan off, but if my options are trade for fat, disgruntled, bad teammate James Harden and maybe give myself a better chance of losing in the Eastern Conference Finals or NBA Finals, I don't like that's desperate and dumb. I'm here to do sensible and dumb things when it comes to trying to keep Donovan in town, which Giannis certainly fits. Harden doesn't, nor does Anthony Davis. That's another really dumb idea.
Yeah, the Anthony Davis thing, I don't understand that at all. These are names. It's he's off the court more than he's on the court. His durability is a question, and there's a reason why the Los Angeles Lakers said we've had enough. Look, I would push back on the Donovan. Donovan Mitchell's still one of the best players in the NBA, Nick. I mean, he's a top 10 player in the league. Is he not?
10 to 15, but he is a guy that hasn't gotten around the second round of the playoffs, and no matter who's around him. Go ahead.
He's a guy who hasn't gotten through that marker of the playoffs for a couple of reasons. And the main reason right now in Cleveland is he and Darius Garland have not been able to coexist because they both need the ball in their hands to flourish.
What does James Harden need?
He has shown that there can be better results because he's got more of a body of work all-star wise. He's got more of a body of work as a superstar player than a guy who right now is getting screws in his feet.
And Kawhi did score. I mean, Kawhi scoring 27 a game this year, and he's never not since like 2020 he's averaged 19 attempts a game. Like Kawhi's still getting his opportunities and his shots. It's not as if James Harden is just everything there.
Yeah, but
so Donovan would still get his points. He would still have his opportunities.
Yeah, but he's gonna have to play off ball more because James off ball is useless
for sure. But that's also because the usage rate is really high with Harden because he's a great assist man, and he's also one of the best passers in the NBA.
I think he's a bit
overrated. I would also say, like, if you watch the Nuggets-Clippers playoff series, I'm not saying that
well, Game 7's a bad example there, John.
It is, but it got to Game 7 against the Denver team that I have an immense amount of respect for. And the reason why it got to Game 7 was because of Kawhi and James.
Yeah.
And Game 7 didn't go their way. It did not go their way.
But Harden just disappeared in Game 7. 2 field goals?
He softened?
He did.
Yeah. John, it's weird because there's so much about your side that I agree with, and there's so much about what you're saying that I've already told to Nick all day long. Even the idea of I don't know what you this is what you do. These are the moments where you go for it. These are the moments where you have your opportunities.
That's what I don't get.
And you take the stab at it. And by the way, why are we being so precious with Darius Garland, who as of right now, he's not going to be able to do anything. The core 4 to me is dead. I don't need to see any more of it to know that it's dead. But it is interesting because there's a lot of Harden, and he's having a really good regular season. I think he might be one of the best regular season players we've ever seen. But there is so much about acquiring a guy that you want for the postseason that historically just always seems to melt in the postseason. That it just bothers me.
So I guess my thought process with Nick is, Nick, on your argument side, are you saying that you think that Darius Garland still has things that he's going to prove as a Cleveland Cavalier, that this combo of Mitchell and Garland, that this core 4 can still go on a run in a weaker Eastern Conference?
Yes. Yeah, I think, and I don't know that Darius is going to be healthy enough this year, but do I think Darius is more valuable to this team than he's been, than his play would allow you to believe most of this year? Absolutely, because I've seen it 5 previous years?
What? Not in the playoffs.
Yeah, but
we haven't seen it.
You have seen, he's had good stretches.
Now it's okay. Now it's okay.
Well, no, you have seen stretches of him play well. And in fairness, you're right to say he's been about as reliable as James Harden has been in the playoffs. But I don't have to worry about a locker room turd and a guy who plays. I mean, listen, Darius would like to play defense. He just can't. James will not play defense if you lit his shorts on fire.
But to me, if it doesn't work out, then let's just say that which I don't think this is the case. I think wherever James lands, he knows that the Clippers aren't going to give him a deal. That's why he wanted this move. That's the only conceivable way that you can come to a conclusion of why this is all happening. And if I'm the Cavs, that's why this is getting held up, because one, the lack of draft compensation, and two, the Cavaliers. I don't know why anybody would want to give him an extension. To me, this is a let's try to go for it move. And to me, it outweighs what your current situation is, which is a team that I think at the end of the day is pedestrian and has its flaws. So, I mean, look, I get your side. I think that you can understand mine, and I want to say JP's side on this.
Yeah.
But I look at the NBA, and this is not a 4 or 5 year let's process it league. It's not. When the iron is hot, you got to go for it, or else you could be looking at Alonzo G basketball.
All right, so do you think this is setting up for an even bigger move? Do you feel like this is them clearing some cap space, getting things all ready to go, and this either means Giannis or potentially even in the offseason then LeBron?
Well, yes, I do. I do think that the Cavs are doing this for bigger move with a parentheses S, because they have to. They have to. Their window is right now. They have pieces that are valuable. Like, the other thing is, and if you disagree with the Garland Harden thing, you guys have known my feelings on Darius Garland. Like, when I saw this news break, do you know what I instantly thought of? Gosh, why did it take until now to do this? Like, that, to me, his value has decreased quite significantly. And I know that Nick, your counter is, well, because he was really damn good last year. That's why, John. And he got hurt, and that's not all on him. It's just part. But to me, this is setting up for a potentially bigger move and bigger moves. Their finances being in the second apron, you're not looking to get out of the Garland deal unless you're trying to figure your way through the money. And remember here, this is an owner who he has championship aspirations. And I do think that Dan Gilbert is looking at his franchise and saying, I know what a championship looks like. And it doesn't look like this. And the guys that I'm paying are not producing at the level that I want. And the Cavs are I believe in the Cavs and the way they're run. I believe in their people and their front office. We often talk about the football and the baseball teams because they generate a lot of clicks for how they're run and what they spend on and what they do and all that. But the Cavaliers are a clean shop. And I think that's probably what is most interesting about this, is because you're talking about an organization that I think Nick and JP, you'd agree, has had really strong culture. Like, whether they're winning at the highest of levels in the postseason is a different story, but it's had strong culture, is respected around the league, has done things the right way, and trying to organically build this. And when you're organically building something and then this story drops, you say, well, that's not them. It's not the character of their organization. Yeah, but it's the character of the NBA. And not everybody's going to be the Boston Celtics. Not everybody has Jaylen Brown, and Derek White able to lean on them while Jason Tatum is out for the year. It's just not – those cases don't grow on trees. So this is setting this – you would think that this is setting up for more, that the Cavs are just getting started. But I think more than anything, guys, the Cavs look at the East, and I get your point about who's going to actually beat any of the Western teams, but they look at the East and say, we can make the NBA Finals. And once we make the NBA Finals, if we have a rhythm, if we have that crowd behind us, why not us? Why not us? And what would that lead for us in terms of financial flexibility and to show other stars we're serious? We're serious about winning championships.
John, we got a boogie. You got about 45 seconds. What did you think of Todd Monken's introductory press conference?
All business. Love the emotion in his voice. And I'm excited about Coach Monken because I don't have any other way to feel. I'm a Browns fan. And did I love the hire when the news dropped? I had just come on your show, I believe, the day prior. And that was not at the top of my bingo card. But willing to give him a shot. Very curious comments, related to Jim Schwartz and stuff that can be unpacked. But, in 10 seconds, what I could say is I'm just excited to watch a new look offense and an offense that has some upside, God willing. My fingers are crossed. I wish him the best. We're all behind him, winner tie.
John, great clock management skills, buddy. We appreciate you. We'll talk to you next Tuesday.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate you.
John Fanta, NBC Sports, on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say. And if you want James Harden here, I have some good news for you. That's coming up in about 5 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan.
Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is what Breaking Browns news sounds like.
I learned a lot in that 2019 season. I think you learn a heck of a lot more when things aren't going well than when it is going well. And I learned a lot of things that I would have done different, and I think collectively would have done different. But I'm ready to move forward with this team, the 2026 team.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Here's the deal. The Cavaliers' window to win a championship is right now. To me, if I'm Donovan Mitchell, I say to this organization, you want me to be committed here. You want me to be around here. I'm a superstar in the NBA. We got to go after it here. The urgency's high. You're not winning a championship with the core four. The Eastern Conference is as weak as it's going to be. The fact is, we walked into this year thinking this Cavaliers team could win a championship. And you can't sit here and say on this Tuesday afternoon, as currently constructed, that you feel good about that at all, that you feel there's a higher than 10% chance that that's actually attainable. They have to go after it. Darius Garland carries more unknowns than certainties, and I respect the fact the Cavaliers are trying to be bold.
John Fanta, NBC Sports, Cleveland's own, in the previous segment there, giving us his take on a potential James Harden for Darius Garland trade. Points to Anthony Allant, who works with us part-time, also has many other jobs, very successful young man.
Mm-hmm.
He wins Twitter for the day.
Okay.
He has photoshopped James Harden into a Cavs jersey, and I think it's pretty accurate estimation of what you'd be getting with James Harden in Cleveland.
Yeah, what does that look like?
Obese.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so hold on. The James Harden obese thing is really funny to me because he got mad at the Rockets and then got mad at basically everyone in charge there and Daryl Morey, the whole everything, and then he just put on a bunch of weight, and then he came back and he was awesome for one game. Like, just was like, oh my, and I think he did it just to prove that he could, and then just took the rest of the season off. Because it was like, I think he wanted to prove that he not only could get as out of shape as he wanted, but then could also be a bucket, and then made his point and then was like, I'm done here.
This is a really good point. Andrew Friedman asking the question, a true fat perhaps?
Oh, not a true fat. He's a fake fat because obviously the fat has melted off. And now, hold on. His body wants to be fat, though.
It does.
That's the difference here.
You can tell.
His body wants to be fat.
Those hips don't lie.
The amount of cardio he has to put into in order to maintain any semblance of even looking a little thick from time to time, like the amount of cardio that he does for him to look like that is insane.
That's why he goes to the strip club.
That's what makes Zion so impressive all the time. Is
But
that
they
like
do the dancing.
Like Zion's a true fat, not even a question.
Oh, yeah.
Because Zion has worked tirelessly to be anything but a fat, and he maintains fatness.
Here's what I'll say. A year after James Harden is done in the NBA, he will evolve into a true fat. Once he doesn't have the cardio to do this anymore, he's going to make Charles Barkley 5 years ago look like Charles Barkley now.
That's like the guys that do all the Tour de France and everything, all the bike riders that they just gain so many pounds the moment they're done being professional bike riders.
Now, for all
true fat status for James Harden.
Wait, I thought you said he was a fake fat.
No, I flip-flopped right in after we went through it. I hadn't talked it out.
You fat-flopped.
Initially, I thought fake fat, but then after talking it out, he's got all the qualities of a true fat.
That's true. God bless him. I should want him more here, but I don't. Here was Brian Windhorst on NBA Today. Now, is that today?
That's ESPN, yes, today, like an hour ago.
But it's NBA Today from today.
Like an hour ago.
Really lame joke, but wanted to make sure we got it in there. On a Garland for Harden swap.
From what people I'm talking to, there is real momentum for this. I think everybody in their head, Darius Garland is getting in his head that he's going to be a Clipper. James Harden is getting in his head he's going to be a Cav. He's going to get taken care of. The Cavs are under pressure to perform in the playoffs. And James Harden has an incredible record of performing in the regular season. His playoff record is mixed.
That's been his
So
MO,
that is going to be a thing. Like when James Harden gets there and he gets paid this money, whether it's just guaranteeing next year's salary or whether he gets a wink-wink understanding of more in the future, James Harden is going to have to deliver because they are going to be saying, 36-year-old James Harden, we need to win now. This is a win the Eastern Conference now discussion from the Cavaliers, and that is going to be skin in the game.
All right. I think James Harden will really have to get his head around playing in Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Darius, you're going to go be injured in L.A. now. What is Darius Garland wrapping his head around playing for the Clippers?
I mean, it's what happened to Colin Sexton. It's like, good luck. You'll figure it out or you won't. We don't really care.
That is so dismissive of Darius Garland.
What do you mean?
You'll figure
it out.
Sexton.
You'll figure it out or you won't. We don't really care.
Darius is no. I think the point is Brian's making this point about how each player is wrapping their head around it. James Harden, in his worst nightmare, never thought he was going to play in Cleveland. That makes sense. Darius is going to it's a very, very warm city.
I know, but it is a lot, though.
Get to play with Kawhi.
Yeah, but Darius thought he was like a major part of this core four. I'm sure when the season started and got underway, when he was talking about how they would have won the NBA Finals if he had just stayed healthy, this was going to be the revenge season for Darius. And then now it's been the season from hell, and then he won't even finish it on the Cavs. He's going to finish it in La La Land. Like, we want to talk about life coming at you fast. This has got to be a whirlwind for Darius.
So here's the thing. We're 1 year away from James being a free agent, signing elsewhere, and Darius getting healthy from people crapping all over this trade. And I think it's laughable that guys, the Cavs championship window isn't open. It closed the second OKC opened up.
I don't know that people laugh at it because you got the money off of the books for Garland for the next 2 years that are worth $90 million. So like even if Harden doesn't work out, if at the very end of it you got off of Garland's contract, who's been perpetually injured and not a performer in the postseason, I don't think fans will laugh at it.
Until Darius goes out there and has a good season like he had last year. There's just a lot of recency bias to the Cavs moves. Like trading DeAndre Hunter because of one bad month doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
I don't think I'll live with regret off that, by the way. I don't.
One more time?
I don't think I'll live with regret off of that if you get rid of Darius. I think I'll live with the idea that the way this team is constructed with Donovan, it doesn't work. The two of them don't work together. So, like, if he has success in L.A. on his own and he stays healthy, congratulations. I'll be happy for you, but that's not the expectation.
I think everybody here is chasing ghosts.
It's almost like Stefanski. You just need a new start and a new fresh environment because this one isn't it.
I hate to be the guy saying this because it's not necessarily how I think about life in general or even sports in general. I like the anything can happen in sports. The Cavs do not have a championship window. The roster build that they've done has failed. It's failed to get where they need to be by now, which is to be being an Eastern Conference contender.
Why would you hang on to it then?
I wouldn't. I would wait to see what happens this summer. If Donovan says he's not going to sign an extension, I'd retool this thing around Evan Mobley.
Yes, I think what this is right now is.
And by the way, I wouldn't sell low on Darius just to help that conversation this summer.
But I think that is what a lot of this is to help that conversation and to make sure that you do everything to make sure that when Donovan gets to that spot in the summer, he wants to sign the extension.
Yeah, I think if trading Darius for a guy who I don't think is going to be here this summer.
I don't think this is it though. That's where I think a lot of Cavs fans are as well. And we might end up being proven wrong with this, but like the idea is that this is the first of multiple moves to be had.
I'll need to see those other moves.
Yeah, and that's what's tough. Like so, and this is why this combo is tough.
None of this is worth signing 41-year-old, going to be 42-year-old LeBron this summer. LeBron's old. LeBron's still a very good basketball player, but moving off Darius at basically what's going to be, if James doesn't re-sign this summer, is a net negative or a complete loss in Darius Garland. Guys, LeBron's going to be here a year. You're not going to have another question about Donovan's future a year from now?
I'm just not as committed to staying with Darius as you are. Like I'm fine if he goes off and has success, great. But the expectation right now is he doesn't work with Donovan. He's perpetually injured. I'm fine with being done with this. I wish him the best of luck, but I'm fine with being done with it.
If you can bring me a compelling case to trade Darius for, I will. James Harden is not.
No, but it's tough. He doesn't have value right now across the NBA. You're seeing what his value is. His value is he doesn't have value.
And wait.
Cavs don't have time to wait is the problem.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
What is this thought of they don't? They're not winning. They're not winning a championship this year or next. They're not. That is closed. They don't have the wings to do it in this league. And trading for James Harden is not the solution, and nor is it the bridge to the solution, nor is it the bridge to the bridge to the solution. It is arranging deck chairs on the Titanic to say you tried to keep a player who, honestly, this is the kind of stuff that we all got tired about with LeBron, but I could do it because it was LeBron. I love Donovan. I want him to be here. But if our windows don't align, I'm choosing to retool around Evan Mobley. And yes, it might take you a year farther away from where you want to be. But that's better than, hey, let's make sure we just get something or anything or just get out under the contract of Darius Garland. This is desperate thinking.
Now, the East is open, and if all ends up with...
Isn't.
Well, if it ends up with NBA Finals trips, I'm not going to be sad about it.
Yeah, you're going to love getting swept in the NBA Finals by OKC.
What's wrong with going to the NBA Finals?
Because you get swept.
You're not going to get swept, first off. But like, if you get swept in the NBA Finals, what's wrong with that?
Why are we the floor with you this year?
Hold on. Why are we so upset about going to the NBA Finals? Why is that a bad thing? If that's the
because
outcome,
you have no chance of winning.
You have no chance of winning now anyway.
Yes, but this doesn't give you a better chance.
You have no chance right now anyway.
Yes,
so
but this doesn't give you a better chance of winning.
Turning my nose up to a 4-game sweep in the NBA Finals.
No, you're turning the nose
What's wrong
up.
with that?
No, I'm turning my nose up at getting one series better. Ooh, we got to the Eastern. Thank you, James, for getting us to the Eastern Conference Finals. We won 2 more games. No.
The East is open. You can attack the East here.
Yeah,
like
but
if the NBA Finals, if you make it to the NBA Finals and you get waxed by any of the teams in the West, okay, I'm going to live with that. I'm going to have a fun time going to the finals.
This championship window stuff is for the birds. And we just have to be honest, but we can't because we have to make believe that it's possible and that James Harden is the guy that's going to bring it all together.
It's about more than just James Harden, though. And I think that's the idea in this. It's not just about James Harden. There's more at play here than just James Harden.
Yeah, I'll believe that when I see it. The Lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Ethos. Learn more and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. Sam Darnold led the league in turnovers.
try to transform this offense.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Thursday mornings at 8:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Win a pair of tickets to Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour 2 with Jelly Roll and Carter Faith Thursday, June 25th at Huntington Bank Field. Enter the word WOW, W-O-W, by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets on sale Tuesday, February 10th at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Albert Bria joins us in about 20 minutes here. We'll talk about Todd Monken. A muted Monken today in the press conference. We'll get his take on why it ended up being Todd Monken for the Browns. We haven't really talked to Albert since this, and we'll also get into the future of the Pro Bowl, which you can hear right here on 92.3 The Fan tonight. But let's get to the lead here. According to Chris Haynes, the Cavs and Clippers are motivated to execute a trade relatively soon involving Darius Garland and James Harden. Brian Windhorst on ESPN provided the latest on this potential deal happening.
From what people I'm talking to, there is real momentum for this. I think everybody in their head, Darius Garland is getting in his head that he's going to be a Clipper. James Harden is getting in his head he's going to be a Cav and he's going to get taken care of. The Cavs are under pressure to perform in the playoffs. And James Harden has an incredible record of performing in the regular season. His playoff record is mixed.
That's been his
So that is going to be a thing. Like when James Harden gets there and he gets paid this money, whether it's just guaranteeing next year's salary or whether he gets a wink-wink understanding of more in the future, James Harden is going to have to deliver because they are going to be saying, 36-year-old James Harden, we need to win now. This is a win the Eastern Conference now discussion from the Cavaliers, and that is going to be skin in the game.
Yeah, the Cavs are telling everyone they don't believe in this core four, and they're trying to find a way to keep Donovan as happy as possible. And with impending decisions this summer, I understand what they're trying to do. I think this is the beginning step, though. I think there's got to be multiple steps attached to this. I'd be surprised if it is just this deal, if it goes through, and that's it.
I think the problem is the only trade that's going to make me okay with James Harden is also getting Giannis.
Let's bring him here.
Yeah, I think Giannis is going to Minnesota. He could be going to Golden State. I don't know why San Antonio isn't more in on this idea, because Giannis and Wemby would be so much fun, especially because I don't think you'd have to give up Stephon Castle to get him, because I think Dylan Harper and a couple pieces might be enough. So I think you're in like the fifth spot for a Giannis trade. And listen, again, Giannis, Harden, and Donovan, that's a really interesting mix, and maybe you have a chance to do more than I thought in the NBA Finals. Donovan and James Harden. I just have seen James Harden do this now 6 times.
All right, so that's the hard part. The hard part is he always ends up quitting on teams, and then he always ends up falling up short in the playoffs. But I'm not going to let Darius stand in the way of that. There's a part of me that feels very refreshed by the idea of just breaking up the core four and then finding a new way to go about this, because I think we all know where this is going, if not. John Fanta, NBC Sports, joined us last hour. He explained why he'd be in favor of the Cavs acquiring James Harden in a Darius Garland trade.
Here's the deal. The Cavaliers' window to win a championship is right now. To me, if I'm Donovan Mitchell, I say to this organization, you want me to be committed here. You want me to be around here. I'm a superstar in the NBA. We got to go after it here. The urgency's high. You're not winning a championship with the core four. The Eastern Conference is as weak as it's going to be. The fact is, we walked into this year thinking this Cavaliers team could win a championship. And you can't sit here and say on this Tuesday afternoon, as currently constructed, that you feel good about that at all, that you feel there's a higher than 10% chance that that's actually attainable. They have to go after it. Darius Garland carries more unknowns than certainties, and I respect the fact the Cavaliers are trying to be bold.
One, just because we came into the season thinking they could win a championship doesn't mean we should still be thinking that now. Two, this is about saving money more than it is about winning a championship. And I get it. Like, we're pursuing the great drug that is hope, right? Well, save this money, and you could do something big this summer. You could also roll it back with Donovan Mitchell and Evan Mobley and Jared Allen and no James Harden. So I don't really like the player fit for now, even though I'm sure he'll have a very good regular season, and people, you didn't want James Harden. And then in the playoffs, I'll take my victory lap.
That's typically how it works with Harden. That's been the ongoing theme. And right now in this regular season, he's having a really good regular season. There's just no other way to look at it. 25-8, wildly efficient. Like there's been a lot of good out of James Harden, but you're not wrong. That is typically how it goes. I want to shake the snow globe. I'm ready to see something new here.
Todd Monken was introduced. Oh wait, was that?
No, it's you.
Oh.
You had it right.
Huh? Todd Monken was introduced to the media today as the Browns' new head coach. He addressed Jim Schwartz's future as Cleveland's defensive coordinator.
Well, first of all, I think Jim is an outstanding defensive coordinator. I think we all would agree with that. But I think it's a little inappropriate for me to comment about that at this time. I didn't think I'd say it, but I'm going to say it. When I was preparing for the Cleveland Browns, I wasn't trying to chip Jim Schwartz. I was chipping Myles Garrett. And when I was sliding a protection to the outside backers or Grant Delpit that were blitzing off the edge, I was sliding the protection of the players. And when I was worried about throwing to the right against Denzel Ward or Tyson Campbell to the left, that's who I was worried about throwing at.
Now, he can hide under the coach's discussion of always like, well, the players make us who we are and all that, but that really was. I mean, the way he laid it out, that really was, in many ways, that was a slight at Jim Schwartz.
I think Jim Schwartz would say the same thing about coming to coach players and not coaching with other coaches. Also, I just realized as we were listening to him, tell me he doesn't sound like Marty Funkhauser from Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yeah, it's not raspy enough for my taste. He's got the raspiness, though. Funkhauser had a really abnormal voice.
That was just Super Dave Osborne.
Like a one of one. Yeah, and that's one of one, though. That's unique.
Like, I don't even know how you get that voice without just doing heinous things to your voice.
Todd Monken just sounded like every coach after like 40 years when their voice is just gone.
Sound like JB Bickerstaff after a bad night with the Cavs like 3 years ago.
He used to always have that happen. Bickerstaff had a hard time sometimes in those press conferences just getting through the words in general.
Yeah.
Cutting up audio for Bickerstaff was miserable.
Got to have throat coat. You got to do honey and lemon together. You know, that's what Elton John did the last 20 years after the Coke blew his voice out.
What, he did throat coat?
No. It was he had like a honey and water mixture that helped him save his voice.
So I tried doing honey and water for like early on in my radio tenure before I started doing the tea every day with hot water. I did honey, and then I just got really sick of honey.
Yeah.
I just couldn't do it. Every time I hated like coming to the radio station because then I would get like sick with honey, and I was like, it just became gross.
My dad used to do a spoonful of honey, just occasionally, just wanted that taste. He died at 51. I'm just saying.
Might have been the honey.
Did honey kill my father? We can't tell.
Might have been. Browns owner Jimmy Haslam also spoke with the media today. He talked about the team's process in hiring Todd Monken and his confidence in that decision.
You know, you go through a search process, and I think we started out with like 20, 25 candidates. I think we interviewed 9. I might be off by 1 there. And a search is, you know, it's a little bit like this. It's a little bit of a roller coaster. Somebody drops out, somebody comes in. You get better references or better test results on someone or worse, so it's a little bit of a roller coaster. I would say Todd was at the top of the list the entire time. I think our search lasted 20 days, and I'd say he was leading the pack or in the front pack the whole time, Terry.
How confident are you with Todd's experience that he can help give a long-term answer at that position?
Like highly confident. Now Andrew's got to help him. We need players, but I'm highly confident.
We don't believe you.
Did he say leading the pack or in the pack?
I believe he said leading the pack.
Okay, I didn't know if he added up with leading the pack or in the pack, because that would have changed it drastically. But yeah, we don't believe you.
And I appreciate you got to do this if you're the Browns. You have to be able to polish if like it was always intended to be him. I think they ran a wide-ranging search that landed on Todd Monken. I don't get caught up in the details as much. Like if Todd Monken goes out here and stinks as a head coach, it's not going to be because he was the guy they settled on. Right? It's going to be because he just wasn't good enough to be the head coach.
Yeah. And they've acknowledged, by the way, I thought it was interesting. A couple people have noted this, the idea that they talked about what a young roster this is. And then like young rosters don't typically do as well. All these other type of things. They didn't sound like a group that was trying to convince you they're going to win right away with Todd Monken.
Albert Breer, MMQB, joins us in 5 minutes. Ultimately, why did Todd Monken get the job? Albert's the man to tell us in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan wants to send you to Post Malone. Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour 2 with Jelly Roll and Carter Faith, June 25th at Huntington Bank Field.
Tune in weekdays at 9 a.m., noon, and 5 p.m. for the fan winning word. When you hear it, enter it on the contest page at 923thefan.com and you're registered to win.
Sign up now for pre-sale at postmalone.com.
Purchase tickets February 10th at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
From Live Nation and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, working to get Albert Breer. It's a busy week. You got the Super Bowl. I'm sure he's got Super Bowl parties galore.
I have seen him everywhere. Like everywhere during like Super Bowl Radio Row and all. He was on Dan Patrick's show. He has been, because he had this classic Albert Breer vest on that he would like the type of thing that if you thought, what would Albert Breer wear out in the wild? It was that, like the everything from the Stefanski collection and on. It was great.
So what I love about this is, you think, well, it's starting towards the off season here. Not for Albert, like the national NFL people. They had the Senior Bowl this last week, which you have to go cover because everybody's in Mobile. Now move it down to Super Bowl Radio Row, and then you get like 2 weeks off, and then it's the Combine.
Yeah, and then free agency a couple weeks after that. Like, it does become a pretty busy time, all things considered. Now,
I was just thinking from the travel alone over the first, like, these next 5 weeks, that's a lot for me.
Well, he gets
to travel like once every couple months.
Well, in training camp, I mean, he's gone everywhere. That's got to be an insane thing. I had a buddy of mine text me like, you guys out there at Radio Row this week? And it's like, no. And also with the way my kids are, I'm not really interested anyway. I was explaining how like Ken and Anthony's had this push to try to go there for a very long time, and the station they're just not really interested. And I'm like, maybe at one point I would make a big push for it, but now at this point I don't need any travel.
Oh, see, now that your kids are younger, you should.
No, I couldn't do that to Elise. I couldn't.
It's just a part of your job.
I know, and I see all sorts of people. I saw this one guy, a sports writer, a couple days ago, was like, "What's it like to leave my wife for a week as she then has to deal with all of our young kids?" And I'm like, "That sounds miserable."
Yeah, for her.
For her, yeah.
But you'd finally get some sleep.
Yeah,
I think that's the real important thing.
That is a nice thing. How do you think Albert feels about being everyone's Monday or Tuesday guest? Because you've been on Super Bowl Radio Row, and you know how this works. Whereas the days go on, that signifies what type of guest you really are to everybody.
I've never thought of it like that. I remember.
You get the heavy hitters as the week moves on. Early on is the easier guests.
I do remember in Atlanta in 2019 then, when we went, when I was at WFNZ. I do remember that, one, it's not like hosting a normal radio show, because it just becomes, hey, this person's coming over here, grab them.
Yeah.
And like you'll get some really cool guests.
Who is the coolest guest?
That's the problem. I don't remember. I just remember the ones that were like, why did we just do that 5 minutes?
And that's a lot of Tuesday, Wednesday convos. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Like, wait, why is this guy here? And then also, why are we spending 5 minutes with him?
So Christine Leahy, remember her?
Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah,
she came by. She was the sweetest human being. Just incredibly gracious with her time. Very nice. Wore the slinkiest kind of thing you could wear, which I'm only saying that because she gets up. We did very nice. Then we immediately go back on air because Deontay Wilder was coming over. Deontay stopped and said, hey to her, and then immediately put on the headset and said, that's a fine pizza, right to the microphone on a live radio. And we were like, why? You can't say that. He's like, I'm the champ. I can say whatever I want.
Who's gonna do anything to me?
And I was like, well, I'm not going to say a damn thing. You'd knock me through the roof.
Also, Christine Leahy might have turned around and socked him one if she'd heard it.
It's a fairly good point there. So we're going to see where our guy Albert Breer is. You know this man knows where the good Super Bowl parties are. On the Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline, the legendary Albert Breer. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Doing well. So are you at the Super Bowl already? And if so, what's the party docket look like today and tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm a little old for that. So I got a bunch of dinners lined up. I'm probably going to do a couple of parties later in the week, but I'm definitely not at the definitely not going at the pace I used to, for sure.
Yeah, it's like every night you can go to a party till like 3 a.m. How do people survive that way?
Yeah, I used to be able to, but I can't anymore, that's for sure. So, things will lighten up a little bit from a work perspective later in the week, and I'll be able to do a little bit more socializing. But yeah, I mean, I'm old now, so I don't need to be operating the way I did in 2010.
Albert, if I remember correctly, before we get to the Super Bowl, before we get to anything else, if I remember correctly, I think the Monken news happened on Wednesday of last week, And so we had talked a little bit about it, but we hadn't really gone that hard into it. So ultimately, why was Todd Monken the choice for the Browns' next head coach?
Yeah, I think there are a number of reasons. Like, they definitely wanted to think outside the box and kind of turn over different rocks than everybody else. And so, I think like the experience he had as a head coach, his ability to develop talent, and his ability to get the most out of people was a big part of it. I think whoever was going to get that job, a lot of it's going to be, like hinge on like who do we want to hand a roster that's got a promising rookie class and a team that's got 2 first-round picks over 2, right? So, I think a big piece of this was always going to be the development of Mason Graham and Carson Schlesinger and Quinshon Judkins and Harold Finn and all those guys. So that's the first piece of it. I think the second piece was they really liked his offense and the diversity of the scheme and his ability to fit different players into the offense, and then I think it's his experience also working with different types of quarterbacks. And, you can look at just his time in the NFL and working with, if you want to go way back, I think it was Dave Garrard and Jacksonville, Jameis Winston in Tampa, Baker Mayfield in Cleveland, the last, 3 years, Lamar Jackson in Baltimore. I just think you look at the breadth of experience and, the ability to maximize guys, that was really it. So, I'd say those 3 things really, like, the draft and development element of it, the diversity of the offense, how difficult it was to defend. And then, like the diversity of different quarterbacks he's worked with, I think we're all sort of part of what they were looking for, when they brought him in.
Well, he sidestepped everything around Jim Schwartz. The one thing he did say about Schwartz was like, I didn't come here to coach Schwartz. I came here to coach Myles Garrett, almost just implying that it was like the players were the ones that, and the reason why, not anyone in particular on the coaching staff. So you've been updating it every day. I've seen with your mailbags and everything else. Can you tell the listener what you've heard with Jim Schwartz?
Yeah, so, I think it's still sort of in a holding pattern. The Browns will still like him back. He's got a couple of years left on his contract. Todd Monken obviously has jumped in on the recruiting effort. But I also know, Jim was pretty upset about not getting the head coaching job and has told people that he was not planning on staying in any other role but as head coach. And, I think part of it is understandable from his perspective, wants to be a head coach again. And, figures if you don't see me that way, then I need to go somewhere else. So that's sort of where that has stood. Now, can they recruit him to come back? Maybe. The Eagles could be a factor here. If Vic Fangio were to end up retiring, which, it's gone back and forth on that. But, I think, Jim Schwartz got the pre-existing relationship with Howie Roseman, which I think is a huge piece of this. And then the Raiders would be another team. I think they would have a real interest in trying to come and poach him. So, I think everybody's trying to prevent this from being a hostage situation, where you're just holding a guy because you have him under contract. But, I don't think that the Browns are going to put him, are going to let him go without a fight. Obviously, that fight is now underway.
All right, Albert, the perception is that Andrew Berry wanted Nathan Scheelhaase and that maybe Jimmy Haslam wanted Jim Schwartz, and then Monken kind of becomes the everybody kind of chooses a different candidate together, and then that might maybe shine a light on the search committee led by Andrew Berry. Did this coaching search kind of impact Andrew's standing within the organization, or do you think that this is a sign of strength going forward for the Browns?
I don't think, I don't think it affected his standing. I mean, he has to get this one right, and if he gets this one right, he's good. If not, it's hard to see any general manager who hasn't won at the highest level getting 3 shots to hire a head coach. So I don't think it really changes anything. I hadn't personally heard that it was Jimmy was looking to push Nate Scheelhaase across the goal line there. But again, I think, you look at any of these, right? And if you don't view it as, we absolutely positively have to get I think you're looking at the wrong thing. So, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. But they're absolutely, I think now, if you're Andrew Berry, you've sort of tethered your ship to Todd Monken and sink or swim.
Albert, yesterday on the show we played this clip, and it was Connor Orr, and you guys were going back and forth, but Connor Orr was making the idea and the suggestion that Monken should distance himself from Shedeur. I think he went as far as to even say that he would get rid of Shedeur off the roster. And it sounded to me like you almost co-signed it. Do you believe that as well, that Monken should distance himself from Shedeur?
Well, I mean, did they ask about Shedeur? Yes. It was part of the questionnaire that they gave to all their candidates, right? How you develop Shedeur Sanders. So I think they have an interest in developing.
Do we lose Albert?
I think we might have lost him.
Who's playing at a really high level? You know, can they get him to that level? And that's the question. And I think Todd said it today in his press conference, like that. You know, no one's assured of anything. Now, like my question is, what does this look like if he isn't starting? What does this look like if Deshaun Watson's starting? Or I don't think it'll be Dylan Gabriel, but if Dylan Gabriel were starting, right? Like, and are you better off going with a clean slate? I think really, guys, that depends on what they add to the room. You know, like, so do I think if they were to find a guy in the draft they really like, that it would be the healthiest thing to have Shedeur behind him? No, I don't think that would be the right idea. You know, but if it's a veteran quarterback, like if they were going to go out and sign Kirk Cousins as a stopgap, and you have Shedeur coming in and competing against him, and I think it'd probably be mostly fine. So I think it's hard to really judge what the right thing is right now without knowing the full depth chart. But I there are certainly scenarios out there where I don't think it would be the right thing to go forward with Shedeur on the roster. It just depends on how you handle the draft and free agency at the position.
Albert, we got the Pro Bowl tonight. The Pro Bowl games, obviously, the change here. It's a 7-on-7 event. Does the NFL care about how cooked the Pro Bowl is, or do you think they're content with where the product is?
I mean, they do care, or else they wouldn't be pulling all these levers to try to fix it. I just don't think it's possible. I mean, the games, the sport's just not set up for an all-star game that doesn't mean anything, right? Like, it's just not. I think all these sports, it's like hard to get a really high-level product, especially with how athletes are handled these days, you know, in an all-star game setting, but especially football because of the contact element of it, right? So, you know, I applaud them for trying something new, but clearly this isn't really working either. When you have, you know, I mean, I saw the tweets, and it's like the Browns, like that the quarterback situation that we were all so critical of in the summer, like two guys off that depth chart now playing in the Pro Bowl, which I think sort of tells you where you're at with the whole thing. I think the one chance they would have to save it and create something out of it would be if you could somehow incentivize the players to go. That's what I think Hawaii was, you know, when that was really a retreat for star players, and you created a situation where, like, you know, they bring their families, and, you know, I told the story before, Peyton Manning would hold court at the pool. You know, it kind of became a convention for them. If you could create that scenario again, that might be a way to get more guys to come out. But in the way that it is right now, I don't see what the draw is to get guys to come in and participate.
Is the Rooney Rule failing?
I mean, by the numbers, yes. There's no question about that. Now, like, what does this look like? I don't know. Does this look the same way? You know, a year from now, 2 years from now? It just doesn't feel to me like there's been a ton of progress. So I think you'd be kind of crossing your fingers without a ton of hope that that's going to happen. I mean, look, like, you know, only having one minority and no black hires out of 10 obviously isn't great. And last year, I believe that number, I want to say it was 1 for 7. And that was Aaron Glenn, right? And I think there may have been, I'm trying to think now. No, I think it's just 1 for 7, right? So, you know, that's obviously not great. And where this goes from here is an open question. And I think, you know, when you have situations like New England last year where they hustled two people in, Byron Leftwich and Pep Hamilton, I believe, so they could push the Mike Vrabel, you know, higher across the goal line. Or you have what you had this year, and I think it was, if I remember, it was Ejiro Evero and Anthony Weaver, you know, like passing. And well, it wasn't Weaver. So I can't remember exactly. Oh, it was Pat Graham in Miami. You get those guys in the morning so you can hire, Jeff Hafley in the afternoon, then I think it is, you are in a position where you have to look at these things, and so obviously Vrabel was a phenomenal hire for the Patriots. I think Hafley will be really good with the Dolphins, but, I think it's hard not to look at those situations and say, we obviously need to look at this a little harder and figure out what we're doing wrong. Because not only is there not results, but, you see a process that's not being really truly adhered to by the spirit of the whole thing.
Albert, some sports talk pundits are saying that the Patriots-Seahawks game lacks a buzz. You've been to so many different Super Bowls here. Is there a buzz about this game on Radio Row amongst the media as compared to recent Super Bowls?
Yeah, I don't think it's quite the same, but that probably has to do with the star power. The Chiefs being here every year, Mahomes being here every year, like the stakes, which are like they had a chance last year to be an all-time team, be the first team to three-peat. Kelsey's star power, loaded Eagles team. Does this feel like it's like toned down from that? Yeah. And I think that's the way it's going to be when you have two teams that people are less familiar with, which is what this is. It's also a chance for those guys to, guys on those teams to become bona fide stars. It's obviously a great opportunity for both the quarterbacks here to take a real step forward in as far as how. I think that there's some give and take with it. And like what you lack in the pregame buzz, I think, you can kind of turn that on its head and say there's like great opportunity for some lesser known guys to become something that they aren't seen as right now publicly. But it doesn't help the NFL and the Q rating perspective, that's for sure.
Albert, in talking about the Kwesi Adofo-Mensah story, and then you find out a couple years ago he took 2 weeks of paternity leave. I think you're the perfect person to ask this because you talk to all these NFL guys as much as you do. People seemed like almost flabbergasted that people in the NFL would be perturbed or turned off by that idea that he took 2 weeks. What was the reaction when you talked to people about this story in particular? Was that a major part of it, or was it something that maybe just a lot of people online got all hot and bothered over?
Yeah, I don't think that element helped as far as making his case to stay, and that stuff had been rumored for a couple of years. It's a tricky one to report out, of course, because of the questions and the implications and everything else. And so, here's the way I look at it, right? I think you can look at it through the lens of a lot of other jobs where there are very important times of the year for you to be working, and where, legitimately you can affect the lives of a lot of other people with, what pace you're going at. And so, I look at training camp, right? And for the general manager, it's not just deciding how the star players are going to be deployed. It's, who's the 45th guy in your roster going to be? Who's the 50th guy in your roster going to be? Where's your depth? Who are you trading for if you see a depth problem out there on the practice field? This is all stuff that's really important to your team building and affects the livelihood of not just the players, but the coaches, the front office people, everybody. And so I think people look at it and say, and I think we've gone a little bit overboard. That's me personally on the work-life balance thing. I just think it's there are times when it's time to work, and so I think that's the way most people in the NFL look at it, is a lot of other people are counting on you in these situations. And, if you're not there in those spots, and then it looks to people there like maybe the evaluation part of it wasn't where it needed to be. Well, then you're going to have a problem, and, I think that sort of encapsulates, I think, where this whole thing was, where it's you have the people out there that are working with them that see it, and then their livelihood is being affected by the state of the roster. It'd be hard if you were in that situation not to connect the dots.
Albert, great stuff as always, buddy. Enjoy all that nonsense out there on Super Bowl Radio Row and beyond. We appreciate you, buddy.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Albert Breer there, MMQB on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say and get into the Browns quarterback position and Todd Monken in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
First time hearing from Browns head coaching hire Todd Monken in his introductory press conference today, but Browns still with plenty to figure out, not just on the roster, but with the coaching staff, with current Browns DC Jim Schwartz.
better off going with a clean slate. I think really, guys, that depends on what they add to the room. Do I think if they were to find a guy in the draft they really like, that would be the healthiest thing to have Shedeur behind him? No, I don't think that would be the right idea. But if it's a veteran quarterback, like if they were going to go out and sign Kirk Cousins as a stopgap, and you have Shedeur coming in and competing against him, and I think it'd probably be mostly fine. So I think it's hard to really judge what the right thing is right now without knowing the full depth chart. But I there are certainly scenarios out there where I don't think it would be the right thing to go forward with Shedeur on the roster.
We do have an update on James Harden to the Cavs coming up in just about 15 minutes here. But that was Albert Breer, live from Radio Row. A man who already sounded like he missed his bed. We're being real honest, Albert.
I mean, that vest had been doing a lot of work this week.
And it really is. Like, people don't understand what I remember when I went to the Super Bowl in 2019, it was in Atlanta, and I remember thinking, I'm going to do all these parties after Radio Row.
And then you got into none of them.
No, I actually got into several of them. And I didn't go.
I believe you, but
no,
what was the coolest party you got invited to?
My buddy, my partner Josh Parcell got into a bunch of them.
Oh, I'm sure he
invited me.
Yeah,
and then
I don't know. It was unnecessary. He's a good-looking guy. He's a good-looking guy. You're also a good-looking guy. I'm sorry, that was rude.
Do you think you would get into Super Bowl parties over there?
Super Bowl parties.
No. It's not hard, right?
Well, I mean,
you just have to be on lists.
Yeah, that's the hard part, is getting on the list.
No, it's not.
There are certain parties all the cool parties I think would be hard to get into. I'm sure there'd be other parties that are like,
Mike Francesa at cool parties.
I'm sure Francesa's at cool parties. I'm sure Breer's at cool parties, and then there's also like the other parties that are just kind of very, I don't know, meh. That are put on by like whatever
if
food
you say
wants
Diplo,
to sponsor.
I'm punching you out.
I didn't say what's wrong with Diplo.
I think that answers itself. Now, aside from your slander, the point is,
right? You just didn't go to any of them, though.
No, you get exhausted. It's an exhausting. By 6 o'clock, I don't know how anyone had any stamina left to then go out. Like, I mean, my boy Parcell was out there till 3 o'clock in the morning most nights.
Well, once you go, you got to get invested into going.
He was also like 25 at the time. I think that helped him.
Well, and that's the other side of this. So Albert, like his whole career is the foundation of it is built on networking.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of networking opportunities at these events until 3 in the morning.
Dude, kind of okay.
Like, so you kind of have to go.
I did go one night. It was actually the night we ran in Francesa. And Francesa, my partner asked Francesa, what advice do you have for a young show? And he's like, you just got to keep going. It was the most Mike Francesa
and did he look
advice.
at you and was like, that's awesome?
And he was just like, my partner was like, man, that was so wise. And I was like, that was like Confucius saying.
And so who was putting on that party is what I want to know.
The funny thing is, I don't remember, but it was somebody of substance at the time. Thank you.
It was like Jif Peanut Butter putting on a party.
But that was like Monday, guys.
Yeah.
And by Tuesday, I was done with the parties. Couldn't do it. Now, I do think it's funny that the Browns had 1 of 6 questions on an essay or on a test or whatever survey for NFL coaching candidates about Shedeur, and Albert's like, you draft a quarterback, Shedeur's going to be gone. Like, or you just keep him here and see what happens.
Yeah, so it was a big point of contention within the Connor Orr audio that Connor was so dismissive of Shedeur and was like, this is bad for Monken, keep him away from, I'm paraphrasing, but basically Monken should distance himself, and it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, if you're Monken, and this is one of the things I said yesterday, the idea that it's a win-win. Like, you either, if you don't fix Shedeur, nobody's going to say, wow, you couldn't do it. And if you do fix Shedeur, then people are going to look at you as if you're some sort of quarterback whisperer. This is not a bad thing to have Shedeur here. He's not going to ruin a young quarterback either. The suggestion that Albert made there is kind of insane.
Yeah, so this is a common thought in the NFL. Like, the whole Cam Newton can't be a backup thing. And there is a cult of personality that people are speaking to. To me, that's on leadership. Like, I do think there's such a dichotomy of the NFL as these big, tough-ass, male macho, alpha males. I'm going to kick your ass if you look at me wrong. And then it's like, hey, they've got a rookie quarterback. We can't have Shedeur behind him.
Would they say it about Dylan Gabriel? Of course they wouldn't.
Yeah, well, because, again, it's not really about Shedeur. It's about the cult of personality around Shedeur. And the truth is, listen, I'm not sold on 90% of the quarterbacks you're going to bring in. That doesn't mean Deshaun, Shedeur, or Dylan Gabriel are going to win you a lot of games in 2026? I don't know. I just know that, 39-year-old Kirk Cousins that is neither mobile or rocket-armed, two things that it does seem like the new head coach likes out of a quarterback, to bring him a slow-footed, weak-armed quarterback in the AFC North feels a little bit like we're trying hard to do something you don't have to do.
No, you don't have to do this.
So, it's weird to me, Monken's answers on Shedeur today,
Do you
where
think he
he's
should have gone harder in the paint of being like, that's my guy?
No, he did the right thing, which is, hey, nobody's guaranteed a spot here, and they have to work it out. But now you have to match that with actually letting it play out.
Yeah, I thought his answer was pretty good, all things considered. I think people wanted more. I kept seeing my Shedeur people wanting a little bit more. Listen, we're at the spot where he at least said his first name, okay? We're way ahead of what Stefanski was in this process.
Don't forget the video from late last week. They dapped. They dapped hard.
It meant something, okay? It meant something to me. It meant something to you. I thought it was the exact right thing, because it's the exact right thing that we would tell you guys right here, right now. Nobody's saying Shedeur's guaranteed to be QB1 next year. He's going to have a shot and an opportunity, and if he's the better quarterback in training camp and he looks better than the other quarterbacks, then he gets a start week 1.
Yeah, and I just think it's funny with young quarterbacks, and you can say this about Dylan Gabriel too, to be fair, that a lot of people go, oh, I didn't like what I saw as a rookie, he's a scrub. That's not really how the NFL works. Once you get a full offseason under you, and honestly, guys, I would have said the same thing if Kevin Stefanski were still the coach here and not being Todd Monken, but then you have more time to for the game to slow down, there's a decent chance Shedeur plays well next year. And again, I don't know what anybody's definition of well is, but just better than whatever you thought he played this last year. That doesn't mean the Browns should exclude an idea if there's the right quarterback out there this offseason, either in free agency trade or in the draft. I also don't think whether it's Deshaun, Shedeur, or Dylan, I don't think you should be in the mad scramble to get any quarterback like you were last offseason. I think this might be the case where continuity at the quarterback position is better than forcing someone who doesn't either fit what Monken likes to do or is past his expiration date or is just never will be.
Well, that's why I do believe in Matt Miller's report yesterday that the Browns are not going to force anything when it comes to drafting a quarterback. Now, are they open to the idea, just kind of like Shedeur? If somebody falls into their lap and they can't resist the value out there, that they take a chance on them, yeah, that's in play. We've seen this team do that before. That's got to be in play. But when it comes to the conversation, I thought Monken did a great job today, all things considered, with handling Shedeur, and it gave me nothing to worry about, all things considered.
216-474-0092. So Albert says there are some scenarios where he doesn't see Shedeur being back with the Browns this year. What do you think Monken's hire means for the Browns quarterback position in 2026 and the update you've all been patiently, somewhat, waiting for on James Harden to the Cleveland Cavaliers? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hear all of the latest Cavs and NBA trade news right here, ahead of the NBA trade deadline, Thursday at 3 p.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Rodgers. They recap all the latest Browns news and moves ahead of this offseason in free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on The Fan.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you in case we missed it. Coming up in about 40 minutes. Waiting on the Cavaliers here. Are they going to pull a big trade or not? There's a couple updates on this. One, Legion Hoops tweeted out within the last hour that if the Timberwolves can't land Giannis, they will pivot to acquiring James Harden. And then the next line was things are moving fast. At the same point, Chris Fedor has sent out this insider text. Am I okay to read that on air? I probably should have asked this in the break. Am I okay?
Is it part of his Cleveland.com insider text or like an insider text to you personally?
No. Then you're
fine.
Okay, yeah. Fine. But it said Darius Garland's here in L.A. with the team. He just wrapped up an individual workout, and he was approached by Kobe Altman. Kobe exchanged a long conversation before giving a long, emotional hug. It seems as if Cleveland's 5th overall selection in 2019 is destined for a somber exit. I promise you, I'm not anti-trading Darius Garland. It's just trading Darius Garland for James Harden, and I'm to the point where I'm ready to get this on with.
Yeah. What does that mean? What does that even mean? Get this on with?
Like, make the trade so I can scream at you for how wrong you are.
Okay.
Or find a better move for Darius Garland.
How is this trade going to work if it goes down? Is it just you're just going to yell at the Cavs as I sit there and I'm like, I don't think it's a bad idea. And that, I mean, I feel like you're going to get really angry. I want to get you to a spot where you feel better about the whole ordeal, but I don't know if that's possible at this point.
No, because we've
been trying for a while.
We've been trying, and here's how it goes. He's going to give you some good basketball in the regular season.
Uh-huh.
You can get to the postseason. Maybe you go one step further to the Eastern Conference Finals, and then James will disappear. Donovan will have to shoulder all of the work himself. Evan will definitely disappear because now you're going to have even higher usage with James than you did with Darius to contend with. So you're not going to get any closer to getting Evan Mobley unlocked in the playoffs. And then sometime this summer, James will opt out, likely leaving free agency, and Donovan will go, wait, why do I want to re-sign here again?
Is that how that goes down?
It's pretty much. And I will say, not to you.
Yeah?
Because you and I are partners, and even after that Super Bowl Radio roast shot that you took that I didn't care for,
I said I was sorry, and I meant it.
You didn't mean it, and that's fine.
I said okay. I was sorry, and I meant it.
I saw no remorse in your eyes.
I genuinely did not. It didn't even cross my mind that I was like, I'm saying he gets into the parties because he's good looking, and the inference there. If anything, it's on you for thinking that's what I meant with yourself. But that's neither here nor there.
I saw more remorse in Jeffrey Dahmer's eyes about his misgivings than yours.
Well, that's okay then.
But
that's all right.
But to everyone else, to every other media member who's pushing this like it's the new heroin, every step of the way, I'm going to remind you of how wrong-minded you were and how short-term thinking you were. Not necessarily in trading Darius, but trading it for that malcontent
but it's
James
not,
Harden.
That's the problem in this discussion. It's not necessarily, it's not all about James Harden. It's a lot about saying that the core four doesn't work, Darius doesn't work, and you're moving off of that. And so even if the end result is that James Harden leaves, you got out of $90 million over the next 2 seasons, 26 and 27, in being responsible for Darius. So like you have some flexibility that you didn't have previously. Like I don't look at this as the worst thing in the world.
Yeah,
I'm done with Darius and this core four trying to work. I want to see him mix it up.
So as another way to look at, I think the mix. I think we're in the 11th hour of trying to. I don't want to say salvage things with Donovan, but to placate Donovan. Like it has been said, and I will grant. Our buddy Adam and Rocky River just texted this because I'm now arguing with him off air. Because he loves this idea.
I'm not in the. I'm in the group chat. I'm not conversing in the group chat.
No, this is between me and Adam
We've done
now.
enough going back and forth on the air today. I don't need to do it there too.
I'm about ready to go in the bullpen, and we're about to go ahead and have it full on out one of these days. Which basically says, one of the thoughts is this is all being orchestrated by Donovan. Okay, Like, again, I understand if Donovan's sitting here thinking James gives me a better chance to win a championship this year. I think it's foolish because that's not who James is in the playoffs, and because I don't think no matter who you get, even with Giannis and Harden and Donovan, I don't think you're winning the NBA championship this year. Maybe next year.
But going to the NBA Finals is still a wild amount of success, though. Like, that's still an accomplishment. That's still a lot of fun.
Going, if you have little chance of winning, I don't know how successful that is.
Should we put that up as a poll?
What would
is
the poll
going
be?
to the NBA Finals fun if you have no chance of winning?
Yeah, I like that.
All right, good. Let's put it up on YouTube.
I'll be honest with you. I don't remember people thinking after the 3 times we exited with LeBron, one of the big things was this all worth it?
I mean, because like the Pacers, for instance, good thing they didn't think this way last year in going up against Boston in any sort of stretch of it, and they added Siakam to make sure they could, at least make a run at it. Because if they just thought they were dead in the water and had no chance to get past Boston when Boston came into their injuries, they never would have been ready.
And now they're one of the top 4 suitors for AJ DeBonsa.
Well, that's because their best player got injured in the finals. Like that's not because of anything they did that killed them. That's because Halliburton took an injury that cost him the year.
Siakam was the missing piece in Indiana. He really was the thing that they didn't have. There was the perfect second guy to Tyrese Halliburton. He kind of fit everything they needed and also was a big wing. And by the way, they massively overpaid for him, and it was worth it. But, I just don't think this is that. I don't think they're ever going to win a championship with Donovan. I ain't saying that. Donovan is an incredible player.
Well, should we just not try then? It sounds a little insane to just be like, we're never going to win, so why bother?
No, I think you should let the season play out, and if you top out in the second round of the playoffs, you should go to Donovan and say, let's find you a place where we can get what we need and where you get what you need.
Kobe and the Cavs' answers right now are telling me that they directly disagree with your sentiment that you're never going to win with them.
Yeah, because Kobe knows doing everything he can to try and salvage this with Donovan is how he keeps his job, because Donovan's the most consequential thing they've done.
The point is they have to start doing something in the playoffs. Like, they have to start actually winning these postseason
but why
series.
does James Harden guarantee you anything?
He doesn't guarantee you anything, but he's a better option right now than Darius Garland is. And so that's kind of the point.
But maybe not next year. Maybe not 2 years from now.
No, and again, that's why you can't look at the NBA in this all-encompassing, like you have to think about it from a year-in, year-out basis. You can't think about what happens 7 years from now with this. Like, if you go to the finals, if James Harden or somebody else, you add another person to the mix and they take you to the finals, that's enough winning. That helps a lot of people. Yes, you might lose to Oklahoma City, but that helps a lot of people in the process justify that they're on the right track. Meanwhile, Donovan would not only do the extension, so you have Donovan for X amount more years, and you're starting to really build something and move towards something. Whereas if you just say, well, we got to run it back with Darius with 2 broken injuries or 2 massive injuries, you're getting nowhere and accomplishing nothing.
And what if they top out in the second round of the playoffs with Harden?
Then you're in the
Mitchell?
same spot you were last year.
No, you're not.
Yes, you were. That's what they did last season.
Because now James Harden is going to opt out. I would be shocked if he signs.
And then you have cap space because you don't have Darius to be able to make other moves.
Yeah, but what other moves? Well, by the way, even if you do have cap space to make other moves, you don't have a lot of assets to make those other moves. And who says if you top out for another time in the divisional round, Donovan doesn't say he wants out anyways.
No, he might, but if he sees you actually making moves and not just running back the core 4, I think one of the problems that I would have if I was Donovan, if they continue to just think this core 4 is going to work and you never move off of it, then you first displayed the idea that you're just stubborn to what this core 4 is. And the other part of it, you've shown no ability to attract other talent here. That's a major problem. That's a red flag if I'm Donovan for trying to get out of the second round for the first time in my life. I want to see an organization that can attract some big-time talent.
I think you're unloading a lot of talent right now to save money and retain flexibility for a thing that I don't think is going to happen anyways. And I hate to be that guy.
Well, it's trying, though. That's the difference. It's trying. There's effort attached to this.
Yeah, but
I think that's why a lot of Cavs fans are interested in it.
But I think there are people who think, well, 4 months from now, if we do X, Y, and Z, Donovan's guaranteed. No, in 4 months, if you get this wrong and it doesn't work because it's a move of desperation, Donovan could still ask out. And Donovan could still say, and I think we're trending that way anyways. I think your opportunity to upgrade this thing probably was 2 years ago to trade either Evan or Darius, and you didn't have the balls to do what you did when you had Donovan.
Okay, but
which was swing for the fences. This is not swinging for the fences.
I've at least
found
where our disconnect is.
This is swinging for the most belabored breathing double ever.
Okay, no, but I've at least found where our disconnect is. I always believe in any argument you have or anything like that. It's just there's a disconnect somewhere. I just need to get to the bottom of it and figure it out. You are operating with the idea that Donovan is he's done after this season. And it is what it is. I'm not, and I think that's the difference here. I'm operating under the idea that you can still make moves, you can still make plays, you can still do things to have the chance to keep Donovan here for longer than just up until this offseason. And I think that's where we're having a little bit of a difference here.
I think I'm not fait accompli that Donovan's going to be gone, but I do think we're getting late in the hour here. And I also think he's a 30-year-old guard that has had leg issues before, and when this thing goes, guys, it's going to go bad. And I would like Evan Mobley to still be here. And listen, to me it's less if I'm going to give up anything on Darius, I'd like to get a big forward who can do some of the things you thought DeAndre Hunter could do. I don't want another guard.
Yeah, but the market is telling you right now it's not as if like he's got the biggest market. Like
then you miss your opportunity to trade Darius.
And I think that's why they're entertaining this right now with Harden, is because they realize they missed their opportunity with Darius, and they're trying to find a way to recover it and look as if they're going for it in the process. I'm not saying James Harden's going to cure everything, because listen to the opening segment. I gave you more ammunition than you'd ever need for why you don't need James Harden on a team or why he's not great to add to a team in any given moment. But the part I like is that it feels like the Cavs have life here. They're not just saying we're going to run it back with this core four and we're just going to settle for where the chips fall and it is what it is. Like, I like the idea that they got a pulse in this trade market.
I think if you said, what's the worst case scenario a year from now, I don't think it is your team is built around Darius and Evan and Jarrett and a couple other pieces you got for trading Donovan. I think the worst case scenario is you've got Evan and some pieces you traded Donovan for, because the desperate moves you made got you no closer to winning an NBA championship. And I don't know, I honestly don't know what the breakthrough is with Donovan. Is it going to the Eastern Conference Finals? Is that enough? Is it losing in 5 games in the NBA Finals? Because if that's enough, that's fine, but I don't know. It feels like moving a lot here and being very desperate in every direction. Like, there's one salient move I've heard, and it's trade for Giannis. And I don't think they're in the catbird seat by far with that.
By the way, we like that too, and I like the idea that it was even brought up yesterday in a lot of ways.
But like, Anthony Davis remains old and broken. Great when he's on the court, by the way, but old and broken. And nothing has changed for the better with James Harden. 4 teams have thought to themselves, that's the ticket. This is the one that's going to get us over the hump. He's the missing piece. And every one of those 4 teams has traded him for diminishing returns every single time. Honestly, you could not name a player in the NBA that I think less of compared to what people think of him than James Harden. And I think the regular season, guys, I think you'll have the new car smell. Mm-hmm. And I think people will be MFing me on Twitter every other night because James Harden just dropped 30, or James Harden just did this, and then in the playoffs, I'm the one that gets to honk. I'm the one that gets to do the hee-hee, the old...
What was that again?
The old hee-hee.
Is that Michael Jackson?
The old lift and separate, as it were, because that's who James Harden is. And I get the money component is a big part of this. I don't know what the move that is it okay, it's the bridge to 42-year-old LeBron. I think you're a better team with LeBron and Darius and Donovan and Evan.
But it gives you flexibility and it gives you options to then moves we don't even know have materialized yet or will materialize. Like, it gives you options to be players in that, and
you could also strike out on every one of those.
Well, yeah, but sitting there and doing nothing isn't going to do any better either. Like, Darius is not the answer. He gets injured way too often. We talk about lack of a playoff success. There's your answer right there. And so, like, I'm done with the Darius thing, and that's fine. If this whole thing led me to that conclusion, then here we are. But he doesn't work with Donovan, and it's not going to work out.
He does. They were 1 seed last year, and both of them put up incredible numbers in the regular season.
What did it look like, though? He got injured in the postseason. He's an injured player. Like, we know this about him. It's not a guessing game with him. We know the realities of and the limitations his body puts on him. It's just not a thing.
Figure that out in the regular season, so you give him a chance to be healthy in the postseason. I don't like. Again, I'm not opposed to trading Darius. I don't want to make it seem like that. I am opposed to trading Darius for James Harden. 216-474-0092. Should the Cavs sell the future to keep Donovan Mitchell here beyond next season? Tony, BP, Luke, Thomas, Alan, you guys stick there. More from you guys and the big reveal tonight going on in the NFL on 92.3 The Fan.
Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
There's a lot of pressure. There are a lot of expectations. There's been a lot of scrutiny surrounding this team because it's all about, can you win a championship? This is a legitimate shot that the Cavs have to get to the NBA Finals, and I think they're looking around at their roster, and they're saying, are these guys ready to help Donovan Mitchell get there? And I think they have legitimate doubts about that. I think they've had legitimate doubts about that since the Indiana Pacers series.
That was Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, NBA reporter, Cavs reporter on Baskin and Phelps earlier today. Truly depressing results here on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat poll.
Okay.
52% of voters saying yes to going to the NBA Finals is fun if you have no chance of winning, and that would make 48% of votes saying no, it's not.
How many votes do we have in this? Because that's a very interesting result. I'm really surprised.
Well, 31%. Sorry, 31 votes.
Oh, so we're very early in this.
It's now 55 to 45% for yes.
Yeah, we're very early in this. I need an update in 20 minutes or so.
I'll remember back to these results.
I think it's a lot of fun. By the way, I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm gonna say the NBA Finals is fun. I'm gonna put myself out there like that. I'm gonna say go to the NBA Finals.
Getting gentlemanly swept.
More fun than not going at all.
4 years ago, we would have said going to the divisional round was incredibly fun. And then the last 4 years have happened. I think, listen, I would love it if there was a player out there. Like, again, Giannis. That's a player that I think you get Giannis, and you at least have a chance in the NBA Finals. I think James Harden gets you to the Finals. I don't know he gets you to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yes, but I know what doesn't get you there, and that's staying with this core four intact.
You don't know that. Yeah, if Darius
the same way you don't know
healthy,
James Harden won't get you to the Finals too.
The difference is I have a hell of a lot more evidence to suggest James is like Darius.
Where's your evidence for Darius?
Darius's problems in the playoffs are health related. Darius' problems
not in New York in the first series he played in the
4
Garden.
years ago.
Game 3 he was miserable.
4 years ago. Yeah. Guys have bad games in the playoffs.
He's
not Michael Jordan. Nobody's saying he's Michael Jordan.
Well, James Harden has good games too in the playoffs. He's got bad games. He's got good games as well.
Yeah, the difference is you expect James Harden to be able to carry a team, and every chance you get, he cowers.
I just don't know where the evidence is for Darius in this discussion.
No, I think the evidence is you would let it play out. Like, that's better than a desperation trade of listen, if we're at a point where keeping Donovan Mitchell in Cleveland hinges on trading for James Harden, we are so screwed, and it's so obvious, and yet everybody's just caught up in name porn. Everybody's just caught up in, well, he's not Darius, and you save my... Who gives a rat? Guys... If this leads to LeBron coming home and trading for Giannis Antetokounmpo,
it might lead to at least one of those.
Well, God bless you and hallelujah.
It might lead to one of those. It gives you the cap flexibility.
What a strong might. It also might.
It puts us in the discussion.
Maybe we can get Keldon Johnson on a good 3-year, $20 million deal.
It puts in the discussion. Darius for $90 million over the next 2 years after this one doesn't put you in any discussions.
Yes, it does.
It puts you in the second apron.
He didn't turn into a pumpkin overnight. He's a really good basketball player. People are talking about this guy like he's a limp noodle, like he's got nothing.
And you're talking about James Harden, who's having a 25-8-6 season right now, as if he's that limp noodle.
Yeah,
put some respect on his game.
No. He is a regular season player.
By every metric imaginable, James Harden has had a way more accomplished career and a way more accomplished season than what Darius is having. It's not even close.
And yet he doesn't win when it matters.
Neither does Darius.
But the point is, James is a toxic teammate. Like, guys, I understand. I don't need them to all be best friends. I don't need to invite the coyote into the hen house.
Well, right now we got a whole group of nice guys anyway, so maybe
I sweat a little bit there.
Yeah, you were. I didn't know.
Close.
I tried moving forward with it because we were going to do that, and now we can't.
No, you saw the fear in my eyes. Oh, 216-474-0092.
think I just banged my phone against my camera against this thing. That was
Sorry,
dumb.
I got my
dumb.
just off the fist just off the edge there.
Did I break
hurts.
my camera? That sucks.
All right, let's go with BP and Pepper Pike because he might agree with me. What's up, buddy?
Believe it or not, I am going to agree with Mr.
No,
Nick.
no, he knows because it says in the caption. That's why he went to you.
I can't see that. Is that what that says?
Can we erase all of the captions on this and go fresh
not,
start?
Big Weege. All right, go ahead, buddy.
No, I did not tell anybody in advance, who I'm siding with. I usually
It says right here, not in favor for Harden. What are you talking about?
Listen, I do not want James Harden here. This is a good team, a very good team. They've been injured.
It's not good,
James
BP.
Harden is a cancer, okay? He's begged off of 4 teams. He has never won anything in the NBA. He puts up empty numbers. He's a lot like Colin Sexton used to put up empty numbers here for Cleveland. That didn't get us anywhere. I don't even like the DeAndre Hunter trade going back last week or whenever the hell that trade was. I don't even like the Lonzo Ball trade. I don't know. Is Dan Gilbert making all these trade calls now? Is that what's going on here? Because this is ridiculous.
It does seem like vintage Dan is back.
Yeah, it does, because these trades are terrible. DeAndre Hunter was traded for a guy that's been on 11 teams. That guy, we could have picked him up off the waiver wire. Traded him 2 second-round picks for Dennis Schroeder. And Keon Ellis, I went to the Cavs game against Sacramento 10 days ago. Keon Ellis didn't get off the bench, and Sacramento's the worst team in the NBA. I'm not looking forward to seeing Keon Ellis play here. DeAndre Hunter had the potential to be a blue-chip player. The Cavs mismanaged him. When he came here, he was averaging 19 a game. I don't know what the hell's going on down there at 1300, Rocket Avenue, but it's terrible.
BP, we appreciate
They've ruined a good team. We had a nucleus of a core 4 and young guys. Now Garland, if they trade Garland for James Harden, I'm done. I would trade.
You're not done. You're such a big basketball fan. You're not done. I've been talking to you for years, BP.
Tell him, King.
You're not done.
Tell him how done you are.
You're not done. I know you're not done.
Listen.
I hear it in your voice.
You just said you went to a Kings game 2 weeks ago. You're not done.
Jared Allen and Darius Garland. Now that's a trade for Giannis. And that's not. You don't just trade Darius Garland for a washed
You're
up
not
James
getting.
Harden.
You're not getting Giannis for Garland and Allen. That's not. That's not sensible.
That attitude.
That's not sensible. They would block your number if that was the trade proposal that you gave Milwaukee.
James
Instantly
Harden
block
is
your
just
number.
a waste. You're just going to waste a year and a half of your time, and he's on the hook. His contract is as bad as Garland's. It's just 1 year shorter. That's all.
And about
the whole
50,
thing is a joke.
Yeah, actually a little bit more. BP, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you very much. I have found the Darius Garland trade that is better, and there's a team that might actually be willing to make this.
Hold on, I don't know what you're going to say. I think you might say Trey Murphy. I'm not sure, but like the point is that the NBA world is speaking for Darius Garland and the prospects of him for right now. This is what you're getting. The NBA world doesn't think that high of Darius at the moment. But tell me your trade.
Jaden McDaniels and Dante DiVincenzo in Minnesota. So you get a big wing in Jaden Daniels who can play with either of your bigs or play as the 3 in that alignment. And DiVincenzo then becomes a pretty useful piece there as a bench 3-point shooter to go along with Sam Merrill. I would imagine Dennis Schroeder becomes your starting point guard. That to me is better. And I actually think you save about $3 million in this. And I think DiVincenzo's a free agent after this year, so you'd save even more money next year.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. I'm not going to be able to ever convince you that James Harden can still play basketball. I've realized that's off the table. So there's nothing I can say at this point to convince you that James Harden can help you out way more than Jaden McDaniels can.
Here's the thing. I think you're getting it. I think they're making the trade. There's way too much smoke for this not to be done. The question is there a bigger trade beyond this? Because if there isn't, that's where on the fly I'm going to tell you, tell everyone what a dumb deal this was.
And I'm hoping this is just the setup for something else that is also going to happen and another domino to fall. Like it's not an accident that we've heard all of these Giannis rumors. It's not an accident that you've heard the rumblings. And so like this was when we entered today and started these conversations, or last night at near midnight when the news broke, it was always around the idea of like this could be step 1. Let's get us to step 2. If this only ends up being step 1 and this is all you ever get, okay, then we'll have to deal with those ramifications because I don't think you were winning anything with Darius anyway. But yeah, this was all like part 1, and then now hopefully they move forward to part 2.
Now, if you were able to get a first rounder at any point in this, the value I would see a little bit different in that because it'd be another, but still, James Harden. Let's go with Thomas and Shaker because you're pro trading Garland for a bigger piece. What you got, buddy?
Okay, so I don't completely disagree with you, Nick, because I don't want James Harden either. But I do think 100%. Actually, you know what? I think we just make a Cavs Deadpool because I 100% think that Garland's gone. I think Max Strus is gone. I think Lonzo Ball are all gone. I've been hearing from Danny Cunningham. I'm not sure if I'm able to plug his name or not, but he's on the podcast.
Yeah, we like Danny.
I mean, he's dead to us, but you can say his name.
He's been saying Trey Murphy III and Michael Porter Jr. And I'm much more interested in those pieces because then you have a starting lineup of Michael Porter Jr., Jalen Tyson, Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley, and Jared Allen. I'd be much more interested in something like that than James Harden or even Giannis because I think that's the balanced lineup and that's like a deadly starting five.
Thomas, we appreciate you. For the record, Trey Murphy would be my favorite poll for this. I do like Michael Porter Jr., even though there are even more consistent injury concerns there. I think he's a really nice piece. And by the way, elite three-point shooter. There's some other parts of his game. He's also a bigger forward, so I think that helps. Literally, any of those ideas are better than, in my opinion, than the James Harden thing. And so to me, it's not – I can't evaluate the James Harden thing on anything more than the James Harden thing. The thing is, between now and the trade deadline, can you do something else that makes you more interested?
What I find interesting is that this is, for you, it's all about James Harden in this part of the deal. For me, it's less about James Harden, and it's more about acknowledging that you had to do something different, and you had to, they clearly don't believe in the core four, and you're getting rid of Darius. And for me, that's what I want to see at this point. I've been wanting to see this for a while, and so I'm more focused on that part, what's going away, rather than it being James Harden. But James Harden, 25, 8, and 6. I'm not upset about it.
Let's go with Ryan in Akron. Welcome to the show, Ryan.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing all right.
Hey, Ryan.
What you got for us, buddy?
So, Nick, I usually agree with you on everything.
I like that.
I want to give you one stat to see if I can sway you off Garland. I understand where you're coming from. I understand where you're coming from on all your points. But listen to this crazy stat. And I call in all the time with these. I don't know how I find them. No team has ever won an NBA. Yeah. No team has ever won the NBA Finals in the modern era with two guards, 6'2" and under.
That was true, though, 4 years ago when you traded for Donovan. So I agree with you. And by the way, I don't think the Darius and Donovan thing is worked out as well as anybody had hoped. But I feel like we're chasing our tail here, trying to make Donovan happy. And I think it's just as likely that he lands somewhere with Harden and that experience and this offseason, if you can't. I can imagine a scenario that feels much more likely than people want to say, where Harden opts out, Harden goes elsewhere after topping out in the second or third round of the playoffs. Then you go swing for a LeBron or you swing for somebody of note. You can't get them. And then Donovan, after the draft, after free agency, says, well, screw this. I actually don't want to be on this team anymore. And that's exactly where you don't maximize the value of Donovan Mitchell if you have to trade him.
Or you end up in a spot where because you do absolutely nothing, Donovan enters this offseason, decides he doesn't want to re-sign anyway, and then you're left next year with Darius, Jared Allen, and Evan Mobley, which I don't think will be successful.
Yeah, I mean, they've grown quite a bit in 4 years.
Darius is so injured, though. I think there's a lot of banking around
for him with Schroeder.
Okay, what are you accomplishing with those three as the cast? I just don't think you're getting anywhere.
What can you get for Donovan that can allow you to kind of build talent around there? Again, I'm not saying, but if you can get Tyler Hero and a bunch of first rounders, or if you can get multiple players that fit into what Darius and Evan do, so now you don't have this Frankenstein of a roster. That again, it's not Donovan. I'm not trying to tell you that losing Donovan is a good thing. I'm not saying that that's what I want. I'm just not going to go to all ends to preserve this when I think Kobe Altman has had 4 years to make this roster better, and he hasn't, and this feels like a Hail Mary 11th hour disaster piece that probably ends at the same place at just standing pat and see what happens.
Standing pat and seeing what happens, Magic 8 Ball reads a lot of play-in tournaments in your future if you're lucky.
No, disagree.
I know. We have not seen eye to eye on this all day.
The one thing nobody's done is said, hey, maybe we remove one of these ball-dominant guards, build an offense around Evan, instead of just saying, hey, why don't you call for the ball more? Actually build the thing around Evan. Because that's something that actually could be an interesting thing going forward.
It might be interesting, but I don't think it's going to make you anything better than, again, what is Evan Mobley going to end up being offensively? I haven't seen enough.
That's how you find out.
Well, I get that, but
do you think that we're going to be able to find more out about Evan with another more ball dominant guard alongside Donovan?
But in the meanwhile, I'm going to push everything I can to try to make sure that Donovan stays here, and then Donovan is happy, and so then we can have competitive teams for even if it's the next 3 seasons. Let's do that.
216-474-0092. Where do you stand on the Darius Garland, James Harden trade? We're still waiting to see if that is officially official. And is there a trade out there that on top of this could make you feel better about the Cavs winning a championship this year? In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Catch the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
On Afternoon Drive. Big thanks to all our guests today. Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst at 320. Didn't like how he pronounced Jennings Dunker. Didn't like his read on Jennings Dunker.
I mean, his read on him.
He's a guard. That was what he said. Not fleet of foot.
I mean, he said that your evaluation way off. What he said.
That's not how I interpreted it.
That was tough, man. That
big
was a tough
thanks
blow.
to John Fanta. I've seen tougher. Big thanks to John Fanta, NBC Sports.
Want to tell people what you're referencing?
In a second.
Okay.
NBC Sports, great stuff with him on the James Harden idea. And then Albert Breer at about 5:25 today, giving us his take on the Super Bowl this year, the Todd Monken hire, and Andrew Berry's. Actually, the one that he's getting traction for, unsurprisingly, is that Shedeur is not a lock to be here in Cleveland in September, which
color me shocked.
I would disagree with. He
was harder with Connor Orr yesterday. Or rather, Connor Orr was harder, and then he kind of went along with it. But still, anytime you say Shedeur has a chance to not be, come on, guys, come on.
That's also coincidentally.
Matt, come on, what are you doing back there?
No, we were having. So I don't even know who Sky Bree is.
Sky Bree.
But you and Jake Volnick, who's a man of the arts,
I asked him. I said, should I know who Sky Bree is? Because Sky Bree was with Drewski. And you know I'm a big Drewski guy. I like Drewski. The man pops up everywhere, but I think he's really funny. And he was courtside on Sunday's Lakers-Knicks game, right? And, there was a whole moment and everything where LeBron, stared Drewski down after hitting a three. The reality is that Sky Bree was next to Drewski.
I think we know who he's staring down.
She drew a lot of attention. And I was like, I don't know. One of those moments, you know all the olds that were like, I don't know who Abella Danger is during the Miami National. That was me with Sky Bree. I'm like, I don't know who this is. What does she do?
I think you did draw a very important thing. Whether she's an OF model or whether she is a...
Well, Jake said she was like half of a corn star and half of an OF.
Drop those corn emojis, y'all.
Suck it, Cornlito.
And now back to Sky Bree.
And so if you do OF, you are a corn star.
I would believe, yes.
That falls in that category to me as well.
At the very least, it's one toe into those waters.
You're probably richer, to be honest. Seems like you make a lot of money
you control
on
the
OnlyFans.
content.
Yeah, you control the content. Some of them make millions on OnlyFans, whereas I hear the porn world it's a grind, literally, and every other way I meant it as well. It's a real grind.
I wouldn't know the.
You got to rise all the way to the top, Nick.
You do.
Yep.
And then all the way back to the bottom again, because there's peaks and valleys to it.
Yeah, it's a hard industry.
It's not. It is. Ooh, let me tell you. Let's get to In Case We Missed It. There's no transition there.
Okay.
There's just a hard left turn. I'm horny.
I learned what happens when I match your level of sexual innuendos. Not great. I'll just let you keep doing it. You shoot the shots. I'll just chime in here from here and time again.
It's just like OnlyFans.
When it comes to those. Oh, jeez. All right. Justin
I'm just
Jefferson.
carrying the weight there. We got an afternoon drive, OnlyFans, and it's just Nick Wilson. Could use a little Peterlin.
If it's starring Nick Wilson, it's never going to have any Peterlin.
No! There's separate content.
We got multiple channels.
Yeah.
Within the one channel, we got multiple.
One channel, multiple performers. I shirtlessly talk pizza. And I have my
I liked
niche
it better
people.
when you were trying to muck rack. Okay, you're mukbang, not muck rack, mukbang. Which is the one where you're just eating on camera.
Yes,
that's mukbanging, right?
Yeah, that would be my OnlyFans.
That's mukbanging. Yeah,
I'd just be a mukbanger.
You just seem like a mukbanger,
right?
It's a mukbanger of an idea.
You telling me this chest hair while eating some greasy pizza as it slops on to my man chest? You telling me there aren't people out there that would just pay several dollars. Did you see that?
Several American dollars.
And by the way, probably some
maybe
euros
some
out there.
Pesos as well.
Definitely some pesos, a couple yen. I'm telling you, untapped potential.
So Justin Jefferson, on if the Vikings had retained Sam Darnold for 2025 season, he said, "I definitely felt like we would have done better, but it is what it is." I mean,
what's he gonna say?
I get his honesty. I don't know that you can say that, but I do get his honesty.
All right. I don't like this because it's just these decisions aren't made in just a vacuum. If Sam Darnold's the Vikings quarterback this year, are the Vikings in the Super Bowl today?
I don't know about in the Super Bowl, but if they won 14 games last year, you would imagine they would have at least had a chance to make it to the postseason. They won 9, and J.J. McCarthy stunk.
He was just awful.
They had all sorts of backup quarterbacks, people that we'd never heard of, all that. It was Max Brosmer. Hey, they had guys you wouldn't know if they popped into the studio today. I wouldn't watch Max Brosmer play football if it happened in my backyard, okay? And he started legitimate games for the Vikings this year. So, I tend to think he's right. And I also think they probably would have made the Super Bowl, not the Super Bowl, the playoffs. Now, the difference, would he have still seen Ghost the way he did last year?
I would assume yes.
I mean, they went away this postseason.
Maybe they have Ghostbusters in Seattle. Maybe that's how it helped them.
I got to believe there's something Mike McDaniel did or someone. I don't know what happened, but somewhere Ghostbusters did happen, and they got rid of him seeing Ghost, and all of a sudden he can play in not only big games, but he's going to play in the Super Bowl.
Or this is Joe Flacco.
He outdueled Stafford in the NFC title game.
This is his Joe Flacco moment.
What do you mean by that?
He'll be living on this for the next decade.
Well, once you do it once, that's all you need. It's like, for instance, all day long we've been just killing Harden, who, by the way, has made, obviously a boatload of Eastern Conference Finals appearances and everything else, and did actually play in an NBA Finals with the Thunder, but we don't need to get down that path. But, why do people rip on him? Because he never won the big one. And if he had won one with Houston, everyone would have a different mindset on James Harden, the playoff performer.
All right. There's no real way to segue from where you're at.
Just doing it once.
Point.
Just doing it once.
Very good
it goes
point,
a long
by the
way
way
for people.
Today is the 5-year anniversary of losing Les Levine, who used to work here. Jeremy, who works with us, is obviously his son, and we've gotten to know the Levine family through Les. And I don't bring this up to do the thing of, oh, woe is me. It is more to just, one, say we're thinking of you, we love you, to the Levine family. And also just remember, what the cool thing about Les is, and I know you had a great relationship with Les too.
Yeah.
You know, Lima had, I don't think there was a person here who didn't have a great relationship with Les. But it's funny, when I thought today about Les, I didn't just think about the great radio bits that we all know. I really thought about the way he treated people. And I'm not just talking about other hosts. He was giving to me when I was a host at a point where somebody with his career didn't have to be, and most guys wouldn't be. But I saw him act that same way with every single person in the room. Mm-hmm. Whether you were a first-time board op day one, or whether you'd been a co-host that had, been on 40 Super Bowls. Les just didn't mind the nonsense. He just did all the crap that kind of can go along with this, and the ego and all that. It just wasn't there. He had his opinions, but he kept them to himself, and he treated everyone so well. And it really kind of made me well up today, just thinking about that's the great, when somebody can say he was great on radio, he had this great bit, today, all the things that we all remember. But the first thing that came to mind was just what a mensch he was.
Yeah.
Is just, to me, you got to say Les Levine's name today, because that dude was just it.
Yeah, the common theme, though, what you mentioned, him doing a lot for people when they're younger in the business is just something that you don't see that often. And I told this to Jeremy actually a couple weeks ago at our holiday party about how Les should not have put me on his TV show on basically a bi-weekly basis when I was 2 years into being here, as quick as he did, and he kept having me back over and over again, and there's no reason, looking back on that was insane that he ever did that. I was an update anchor. I know part of him should have, but he did, because he knew I wanted to do that, and he knew that it would go a long way with myself, and so that type of stuff, it just kept popping up over and over again with Les always. Putting me on the Cleveland Jewish News panel, again, 7-8 years ago, something I've been doing every year since, but he's like, you're going to have fun with this, let's do it. He just always did that.
So, to everybody out there, to the Levine family, we love you guys, thinking about you. Les, wherever you are, brother, we love you too. That does it for the show. For Kim Jong-un on the board, Yes. I love you, Mac. You make the haircut look better than he did. All right? And I bet you'd be a better dictator than he is, too. Now, that's Mac Robinson there on the board.
I don't know. I mean, it's pretty hard to be worse than Kim Jong-un. Is that really a compliment?
Oh, no, I mean like you'd be a better person
like,
as
is that really
dictator.
a compliment, though? Like, he's like the worst dictator of all time.
Yeah,
like,
no. Like, no, you'd be a better dictator and that you'd be less of a dictator.
Shut up.
Big thanks to Jake Murren on the...
I could have a mouse just choosing decisions is going to do better than Kim Jong-un. Like, just go towards whatever makes you happiest. I'm sorry, I got to stop talking now. Well, then we're out of the show. No other
Big
reason.
thanks to Jake Murren. Manning down the 92 through the Fan YouTube channel. If you guys missed a second of the show, make sure to hop on there, watch us. We like to be liked, so like our videos and subscribe to 92 through the Fan.
And also North Korea, it was Nick. It wasn't me.
That was Mac Robinson that was saying all these things. I believe he lives in Brecksville.
All of a sudden, Brecksville just explodes.
Here's his address.
It's just only Brecksville.
Every
just
guy named
me. And then Kim Jong-un is like, dang it, I didn't realize he doesn't live in Brecksville.
Every guy named Mac Robinson in Brecksville just ceases to exist. Oh,
and they take away the Valley View Cinemark because it's the only thing Mac enjoys in life.
What age worse, James Harden in Cleveland or Mac Robinson getting it from Kim Jong-un? Also, big thanks.
Getting it? What's he getting? Let's
get the end of the show. Let's go.
Whatever he wants.
Give me old Dennis Rodman.
I got something different from Dennis.
Hello, sports fan.
And Jake Volnick, who's coming up on the 30-minute voyage here. See you guys tomorrow.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.